Now, it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite, the man who would never steal all the Legos and take all the money for himself.
Yeah.
Adam Friend.
Finders keepers. That's my life motto.
So today, I think actually there's two things we're going to watch. And then I guess we'll talk at the end about, I do have some things to say about Reckless Ben released finally the third Lego video.
Is it the third? It's not the fourth?
Well, I mean, he's released multiple, but it's like the official.
Oh yeah, video. I guess you're right. Yeah.
Now that the gag order has been lifted, so there are some interesting things to talk about in that video that I haven't seen anyone talk about. But
so big Lego Ben update.
We'll save that for the end. But first we're gonna watch this. This is Gary Economics. Now this is very fascinating to me because
tell the sordid history of Gary's Economics here.
You had a very brief love affair with Gary's Economics, which now I guess you have thrown away.
That's completely dishonest. It was never a love affair. Obviously, I was interested in his perspective.
Yeah.
Because he talks about something I have talked about on the show before I ever encountered Gary's Economics. And it's a thing that they talk about in the financial media all the time, this thing called the K-shaped economy. Do you know what the K-shaped economy is, Sitch? What is the K-shaped economy?
It's when the economy goes waka waka like a K.
So you know a K like one end of the K goes up and the other end of the K goes down?
Yes.
Which end of the K are you on? Is it the downward slope or the upward slope?
Well, I'm marrying up, so I'm on the upward slope, baby.
What is this? Yeah, see, so you get it, right? Obviously, the upswing is the price of assets that wealthy people want to buy, right? If you have a lot of disposable income, you got to invest that income, and that drives asset prices up, right? But obviously, there's a certain segment of the economy that's not competing in assets, right? They're competing on milk and beef, right? They're competing on gasoline.
Where's the beef?
Yeah. So what side of the K are they on? The poor people are just living hand
They're
in
on the low end.
The low end.
They're getting smacked with the stick of high prices in.
Yes. So Gary talks about how, hey, this economy, there's a huge problem here at the intersection of housing because people need to live in houses, right? If rich people just want to bid up the prices of housing because they're on the top of the K, because they see housing as an investment vehicle, there's the people on the bottom of the K that are never going to be able to afford a home. It's going to be more and more expensive for them to rent a home. They're going to be priced completely out of the housing market. And that's kind of the focus of the problem. So I admit that's a real problem. I think Gary's focused on that problem. It's admirable that he's focused on that problem. But the thing is, and this happens with most communists, they don't realize, they look at everyone who has money and they think, oh, those people are pieces of shit. So they don't realize how much money it takes to produce, say, a fleet of driverless cars, or to produce a completely different way to use the internet via satellites in outer space, right? There's all these crazy technologies where you can't really do something interesting in innovation unless you got a shitload of money, right? At one time, the government was the only one able to do this because the government was the only one powerful enough to have this great, vast amount of wealth. But now that we live in a modern economy and people innovators amass a bunch of wealth and want to spend that wealth, innovate in new ways of innovating the economy, that's actually a good thing. So it's just, it bugs the shit out of me. And it comes up in this conversation, how it's always the largest innovator of our time, Elon Musk, that they want to target as if he's one of these Waltons that owns like 16 different real estate companies, right? And they're basically just collecting rents from poor people. They're squatting on housing and really driving down the bottom part of the K.
Right. A lot of people don't do innovation, right? They just do rent-seeking behavior.
Yeah, exactly. And look, if people are just doing rent-seeking behavior, tax the shit out of those people. Totally tax the shit out of those people. I mean, don't tax them into poverty, but
take all the money, redistribute the wealth.
Yeah, but they're people like Gary are going to kill the golden goose. I don't know about you, but I think a fleet of driverless cars is actually a good idea. None of these kids want to get driver's license these days. And frankly, they're fucking dangerous on the road. They're killing people right and left. Okay.
Hmm.
I'd rather those young people not have driver's license and that they use driverless cars and actually just, society gets safer and safer because there's less car accidents. That was government going to do that? Was that going to happen with government, Sitch? What do you think the likelihood of that happening is?
In Soviet America, yes, the government will make the cars.
No, it's impossible. So it's just all the great look. Elon Musk is making billions of dollars because it was a big controversy over his stock package for Tesla because he's like, I'm going to build the ultimate humanoid robot, the humanoid robot that's going to just dominate the market. Okay. And if I'm going to do that, if I'm going to create the army of humanoid robots, I want to be compensated for it. And I'm not sure there's a lot of people that could organize a team to do that. So more power to him.
Mm-hmm.
I was listening to Ezra Klein today too. We're going to talk about him later, but not Ezra Klein was doing a talk where he was talking about the wealth tax, and he brought up Elon Musk, and he said, I don't know how many houses Elon Musk owns. Like, he knows nothing about Elon Musk. Elon Musk sold all of his houses and whatnot over his trans daughter because she turned out to be a communist. Well, I guess it's a biological male that transitioned into a female. He got super upset about that. And she was a commie, and he sold all of his houses and wealth and all that stuff because he didn't like basically to cater to his kid. Mm-hmm. Isn't that noble?
I mean, is it noble to give into your kid's wacky ideology?
Communist.
Yeah. Well, I'd say no. I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna push back on that
one. Look, if you're spending a lot of time managing a bunch of houses, I think
then sure,
ultimately, yeah. Ultimately, I think it ended up being better for Elon because Elon really was like, okay, these are the things I want to accomplish. Mm-hmm. Obviously when he first got rich from PayPal, he did spend time buying houses and buying cars and stuff like that. But ultimately, as you get older, you realize, what kind of mark do I want to leave on the world, right?
Right.
Do I want to be the one that creates all of the cannon fodder for the robot apocalypse, or I guess it's still an open question whether or not these new technological advances are actually going to be good for humanity.
We're going to find out.
But look, I'm rooting for them. I think, look, and this conversation is interesting too, because it's obvious Gary has money and that allows him to pick this job as an activist. Which right. I mean, I don't know how much money he makes as an activist. Probably quite a bit, but I think Gary's probably pulling in most. Well, I don't know. Which end of the K do you think he's pulling his donations from?
The more top, probably. End?
Yeah, the top. Yeah. Ironic, isn't it?
I mean, well, I'm gonna be real. Okay, I'm gonna be 100% real.
Okay.
I didn't watch this clip.
Good for you.
I watched like the first 10 minutes of it. And I did see in the little intro part, Piers Morgan asked Gary Economics how much money he has.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Does he answer that question?
We're going to watch that.
Okay. Because I don't know the answer to that.
It's a you show me yours and I'll show you mine situation.
Right.
And someone gets royally fucked.
Drop your drawers. Okay.
It's hilarious. Yeah.
Michael
Somebody
Doberman
drops their drawers and it's like,
uh-oh. Someone's much smaller in the locker room than they thought. Mike Doberman, thanks so much for the 20 Canadian dollars. Says, am I wrong? Is it really close to Sitch's 10th anniversary as a YouTuber? Also, A-Team reigns supreme. Has it? If it's been 10 years, I think I might commit Minecraft. It can't have been so long. No, that's terrible. But thank you, Michael. I appreciate it.
Yeah. Wow. 10 years. That's it.
Too long. Anyway,
are you gonna make? Oh, never mind. I don't want to.
Just 10-year anniversary video. I mean, listen, I have to make a video, otherwise Samantha's gonna call the wedding off.
I didn't say anything.
I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
I bit my tongue.
She said she's like we have everything planned and you gotta have a video out or the wedding
Look,
is
we got a
off.
lot of trolls in chat, and I don't want to feed the trolls.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
you know who I'm talking about, right?
Oh, they're all over the place.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Let's go.
Why are you so? We've been getting out of the way in this country for a long, long time, and we've moved from a situation where ordinary working people can afford housing, pension, education, healthcare, to a situation where half the country can't simultaneously feed the kids and turn the lighting on.
If people are working hard and not able to make ends meet, that's a fucking tragedy. Obviously I'm completely against that. We always hear tell of the guy who has 3 jobs, right? And he still can't pay the bills. Everyone that I've encountered that is having trouble paying the bills is terrible with money, right?
Right.
The reason they can't make ends meet is because they're spending thousands of dollars on DoorDash, right? They're doing the private taxi for their burrito. So I want to know how much of it is those people, because there's obviously nothing we can do about those people. Those people are doomed to live in poverty forever.
Right.
Listen, I've been betting on this for years and years and years and years and years. And I've made millions of pounds as a trader. I've made millions of pounds since I've quit, betting on what's going to happen. Listen, we can see that the wealth is being transferred. You know, ordinary people used to be able to afford homes. Governments used to own wealth. That wealth is gone now. You cannot run your wealth down forever. Now that is gone, there is only 3 choices. 3 choices for every government in the world. 3 choices for the British government, 3 choices for the American government. Significantly increased taxation on the very rich, significantly increased taxation on working people, or dismantling of the welfare state. I absolutely guarantee you, we are going to see some combination of those 3 things. And I want to make it clear, I'm not trying to raise taxes and give it to the government. The reason this says tax wealth not work is because working people are paying 50% while billionaires are paying nothing. If you don't change
Gary, where has your philosophy worked around the world? Maybe
in this country right here, Piers. In this country right here, in this country and in the US, in the 30, 40 years after World War II, the golden age of capitalism, we were taxing the wealth at 90%. We taxing the Beatles 95%, yeah? 19 for you and 1 for me. Listen,
He says he doesn't want to give it to the government, but where's it going to go? Like we're just going to give it back to the people?
I wonder if people would. I think a big problem a lot of people have with the concept of taxation is a lot of people don't have confidence that the government is going to spend it effectively, right?
Yeah, with all these fraud investigations, you're going, wow, they really are just throwing our money away.
Right. Now, if they're like, listen, we're going to tax all the billionaires and we're going to create like a sovereign wealth fund that directly pays everyone UBI or something. Maybe people be on board with that one. They'd be like, oh, okay. If I'm getting a direct piece, maybe I'm on board now.
Well, being rich is having UBI basically, because it's all passive income and you just make money off your investments. So, I mean, that is essentially UBI. Rich people manage their investments. A lot of people, when you talk about UBI, they say, oh, they won't have any motivation, right? It'll be a meaning crisis for them. They won't have any meaning in their lives. And I think, do rich people not have any meaning in their lives because they live a life of leisure? Do people who live a life of leisure have meaningless lives?
Well, it's hard to say, because obviously there's people like Elon and there's a lot of other people who are very wealthy and they're gonna, they're also like hyper dedicated to doing whatever they're doing, right? Making more businesses, doing more
of
things,
course,
right? But I mean, those are also people. I think a lot of those people are people who, even if they didn't start off like ultra wealthy, even if they started off like middle class or below middle class, those are people that are very internally driven. But there are like the children of those people, the trust fund kids and stuff who like, I think if you do grow up sometimes with like a lot of just money and no push, nothing pushing you, then yeah, you can kind of like fall into not wanting to do anything, right? Just kind of meandering around. So
yeah, look, I think a lot of wealthy kids obviously end up drug addicts because of this,
yes,
right?
100%.
They're entertaining themselves to death, basically.
Yeah.
So
I think with the UBI thing, I think it's possible. I think it's inevitable, but I think it's possible. There's a balance you have to strike where maybe the strings attached, like, you have to have a job or something, or maybe it's like, it's not that much. It's like just enough that people can feel more confident to switch jobs if they need to not basically get taken advantage of or to not, die. Right. There's some way I think you could kind of figure it out.
The economy would roar though if work was actually optional, because you have all of these businesses now that you have all the people working there that obviously don't want to work there. They give out completely shitty service, like they don't want to help you. If humanoid robots take over for a lot of these jobs, and there still are humans, but those humans are there because they want to, voluntarily, they want to work, they enjoy working.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to have like a super different environment. Because anyone that you deal with that's working at a job is going to be working that job because they want to, because they literally want to be there. You're like, nah, they'd still be forced to be there.
Maybe.
Look, it's
a very
optional.
optimistic assessment.
Working would be completely optional, right? You could live off of UBI. You don't have to
be a lot.
Like
you're talking about like a lot of UBI at this point. Like if working is literally optional.
Well, that's the whole idea behind UBI.
Make work optional?
Work is optional. That's the whole idea. That's the whole point.
Well, that's not my idea for UBI.
Well, that's what the futurist idea is.
Oh, okay.
Like that we will live. The futurist idea is that automation will take over and human labor will become superfluous.
Of
right?
course.
So the only people working in jobs will be people who are like masters at whatever it is that they can compete with the robots or do things robots can't actually do.
Well, I mean, also you're gonna have the robots, and you could program the robots to be as fucking cheerful, as you want. Right?
Of course, yeah, exactly. The Starbucks robot is going to look like Megan Fox, and
I do think there's going to
nice
be
as can be.
I do think there's going to be a period of instability if this future comes where we have the robots take over all the jobs or most of the jobs, let's say, and people have to do UBI because there's like no jobs for most people, right? I think there is going to be a mass period of instability, just not only to get accustomed to that, but we as a society or human behavior, or culture, I should say, is going to have to figure out a way to basically give people a drive and meaning in a different way, and status seeking in a different way, which, I mean, there will be probably a lost generation or I mean, we're already kind of seeing it with like some, a lot of the Zoomers can't read and shit, but like, I do think there's going to be a lost generation of 10 or 20 years of people who are really going to kind of get fucked in the transfer till society or culture kind of catches up and figures out how to deal with this.
I think there are so many other ways people could compete, though. I mean, people can compete on being healthy and being fit and sports and video games. Like so many people are leaving the workforce already, checking out of the workforce already because, they're living off their parents.
Yeah, no,
they basically have UBI from their parents' investments.
That's true. No, there are definitely are ways in which we can compete. That's why I'm not like worried that we're all going to become, the Wall-E future. But I still think it's going to take some time to kind of hone in that cultural idea into society to create pressure, to pressure people to, do things when they don't have to do things. Because I think most people only do what they have to do. And I think that's kind of the way humans are wired evolutionarily. I mean, it makes sense.
Yeah.
To be wired that way.
What would you have to force them to do?
To be pro-social, to leave their home, to interact with other humans, to create things, to use their brain, to not be a blob.
Yeah. There's some proponents of UBI that want to make the UBI not enough to live off of by yourself so that it forces people to be pro-social. Like if like 2 UBIs could easily afford an apartment, but 1 UBI would be a stretch. So you'd have to have a roommate or something like that. I mean, best case scenario is they'd get married and have kids, right?
Right.
Did you see anything about the Trump accounts? Which is like super fascinating.
No. I mean, I know about them, but I didn't see anything recently.
Yeah. A bunch of wealthy people are giving stock to kids and putting them in these Trump accounts. So instead of philanthropy being like Bill Gates tries to figure out how to spend the money well, rich people can just be like, I want to give stock to every single kid in Texas. So every kid in the zip code of Texas, give them some of my stock.
I like
So it's a
that.
direct transfer. Yeah, it's amazing.
Mhm.
It's amazing. All these nonprofits, I mean, they just seem like ripoffs. Why not just give it straight to the people? That's the problem with the wealth tax. If you are going to transfer wealth from all these stock portfolios to other people, you're going to have to sell all that stock and then give the cash to the people. If you can just give the stock to the people, you're not going to crater the stock market, and they're going to be benefactors of the wealth, right?
Mhm.
Way better.
Did it, and that was
But
the
that
period,
drove many people to leave the country.
and it drove ordinary people to be able to buy houses.
Right, but if you drive all the wealth creators out of the country, how is that good for a country?
Tax wealth not work. I'm not trying to tax anybody.
No, but there was a massive migration of wealthy people. When taxes went to 95%, they all just buggered off. How does that help the country?
Listen, I'm not talking.
See, I don't get anything this guy says, and he doesn't really do a good job of interviewing him because he says tax wealth not work. What do you mean by that? So you're saying, like, who you're conceptualizing as work?
Well, I'm
Is
assuming
Elon Musk work?
he wants to lower income tax generated from working a job and raise, capital gains tax, right? That would be the thought.
They're talking about taxing, like, if you have a stock portfolio that's worth
The unrealized
$10 billion,
Yes, right.
they're like, we want 1% of that. Which, how do you get 1% of that if you don't sell stock into the market? Yeah, which none of these people know anything, because companies that want to sell stock into the market, they carefully orchestrate how this goes because they don't want to crater the whole fucking market, right? If you have a wealth tax, like you want the wealth tax on a certain day of the year, right? Every single person is going to sell 1% of their portfolio to cover this wealth tax on the same day. The market's going to drop 50%. And then the wealth is not going to be worth that.
Yeah, that's the thing that makes me think a lot of the wealth tax conversation is not taken seriously, because at least when they bring it up, I've never heard anyone actually explain, because what you're saying is 100% true. What would be the downstream economic effect of all these super wealthy people who, we get annoyed because they're like, oh, they have $1 billion, $1 trillion
on
unrealized
paper
gains. Right. Yeah. Like that doesn't exist, theoretically. It's a theoretical money, right? If they have to sell off all this, assets to make that money tangible just to pay this tax, that's going to have some effect on the economy. I don't know what is going to be.
A giant effect.
Right. And it's going to change the behavior of how these people act. And, if someone explained to me, like, well, how that behavior would be positive besides simply the generating of money to tax revenue, then maybe I'd be on board. But I've never heard any of these people actually explain that.
See, if this is why the Trump accounts are so interesting, because that gets around the problem, right? Elon Musk wants to give away a percentage of his wealth. A lot of, Bill Gates wants to do this. Warren Buffett wants to do this, right? But how you do it is difficult. That's why these NGOs kind of try to tackle the problem. But if the person who has the wealth, and the wealth is in the stock, right? It's Jeff Bezos and it's Amazon stock. He can just give that Amazon stock directly to Americans. That's fucking great. And the chances of those, well, I don't know, maybe it would have some sort of ramification. If he gave all of the stock out, say, billions of dollars of Amazon stock to the kids, and they immediately went out to the market and sold it like the day he did it, you'd get the same effect, right? It would create the stock. And then also people who got the stock, they'd be like, oh my God, the price is dropping. Rug pull. Let me sell all my Amazon stock.
That's a good point. Yeah, run on. Well, also, you kind of get into some problems where, like, with Amazon, it's fine because everyone thinks Amazon can keep going up, but like, there's kind of a weird incentives that are going to align if CEOs can just, quote, donate their own stock of their own company to a bunch of people, right?
Yeah. One guy did it to every kid, I think, in Indiana because he was from Indiana or something like that. Mm-hmm. And look, Jeff Bezos would be smart enough to realize, okay, I got to give this stock out in tranches, right? I can't do it because if I give it all out in one day, then the stock could crater. You don't know how those people are going to react once they have the stock. This
Right.
is kind of what they do with IPOs, right? SpaceX just did the IPO, but a lot of people are locked out of selling their stock. So right now the liquidity is really low, and that's why the stock is holding up. But the stock could drop 50% as soon as those a lot of people worked for SpaceX and were paid in stock for bonuses. So those people are probably dying to sell their SpaceX stock, and the stock could go down 50% once those are unlocked.
I bet. Well, I'd be curious how the thing worked out in Indiana because I don't know, but I would speculate that if this was like a more common practice, that most people would just be really stupid and they'd fail the marshmallow test and they'd immediately sell the stock for cash. And you kind of have like the same situation you had in like Russia in Soviet Union, where like when it collapsed and people just sold all their stock, and then like a couple people just bought it all up, and then they became like the oligarchs.
Yeah, yeah, because they don't really realize what it is. Well, part of the brilliance of the Trump accounts is that it is kind of a financial education for people that they
Because
don't really
can't you not
get.
like pull from it till you're 18 or something?
Yeah, see, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Those get around the problem with the fact that obviously when people turn 18, they have access to the money. But if if you give it to everyone in Indiana under 18, they can't turn around and sell it immediately. Most
Yeah.
like who knows? Like obviously there's a lot of differentiation in when they turn 18. So
Right.
yeah, that's not going to be a problem. But look, these are all issues that nobody talking about the wealth tax ever talks about. They conceptualize the wealth as in it's just money in a bank account because that's all they're familiar with. All they ever
Yeah.
have dealt with is money
I mean,
in a bank account.
Gary presumably knows that's not the case. I mean,
That's
as a
weird.
person who's a finance bro, who's a trader and all this other shit, like he understands the concept, even if he's just going to not explain it for, whatever reason, because he thinks it's bad propaganda.
But he was a bond trader, so I don't know that he really understands equities. I don't know that he understands what it takes to build a business.
Well, he might not understand like the on the ground experience of building a business, but I'm saying he understands the basics of like unrealized wealth. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not sure because of this conversation. This conversation made me lose all respect for this guy.
Interesting.
He seems like a complete tard, to be honest with you.
Let's hear what he says.
Talking about taxing work here. I'm talking about taxing asset hoarding. Listen.
No, but when I asked you to cite a time or place this as work, you chose a period when we tax people at 95%.
So you don't think it was a good economy in the US?
Well, I just don't think you can, with a straight face, say you're not about taxing the rich when you look back to the golden period in your eyes as being when we tax the rich 95% of their income.
No, I think we should tax the super rich at much, much higher rates.
What would you tax them at? 95%?
At the moment, all right, what's the average passive income of a billionaire?
So that again?
What's the average passive income as a percentage rate of a billionaire?
You tell me.
So I interviewed a billionaire for my documentary, Bassem Haydar. He says he doesn't take less than 15%. So if you're the poorest billionaire in the US and you've got a wealth of $1 billion, at 15%, you are going to be making $150 million a year, $3 million a week, right? If we don't do it, and these guys at the moment are untaxed. They're paying.
Why shouldn't they make that kind of money?
This is just how do you demand 15% on your money? That's super interesting. It's like, what is he, a loan shark? He's like, you got to find somebody to pay you that 15%. Right now, treasuries are like, if you get a 30-year fixed treasury bond, you get like 5%. So 15% is 3 times that amount. So this idea that your passive income can be 15%. I mean, yeah, if you invest in the S&P 500, maybe you get 15% a year. But
Is it? I thought it was like 12 or something. I mean, it's close, right?
yeah, but there's been years like 2022, the stock market went down like 5 or 6%.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's a bad. Well, I mean, he could just say it's a bad example because I mean, you could just say, yeah, if the S&P is on average, I don't know, 10, 12%, whatever it is, and you're a billionaire. So on average, you're going to get 10% a year by doing nothing, right?
If they're in the S&P 500, but everyone's talking about private equity because these billionaires have decided they want to invest their money in companies like SpaceX before they go public, so that
because they think they're going to get a much bigger
return on their investment.
Right, maybe
Yeah,
that's how you get your 15% or whatever.
Well, if you invest in the right company, right? But how's it passive income if you have to select the right company and that company could go bust?
Well, you don't
then
do
it doesn't really
Adam.
seem
You
like
hire
passive
someone
anymore,
else to
right?
do it. Okay.
So that's called active investing.
Right.
Last I heard, active is the opposite of passive.
No.
It's just he acts like there's a passbook account. Oh yeah, I just take my 10 billion and I put it in my Wells Fargo account. They
Right.
pay 15%. Like, what the fuck? This guy's a retard. You should explain all this stuff.
Because if you allow them to make that kind of money and you do not tax it, then over time they will buy more and more and more of the assets, and assets such as housing will become unaffordable to ordinary people. Listen, you cannot simultaneously have.
See, and this assumes that the billionaires just want to buy housing, right? Because housing is the root of the problem. But billionaires are more interested in finding the next SpaceX, right? They want to be involved in companies that are going to make billions of dollars.
Right. Well, I think a lot of fingers get pointed at billionaires. I mean, I think we should let it play for a little bit, just because, like, I've only heard a bit of what his point is. But I just will say, like, I think a lot of fingers are pointed at billionaires. When I mean, there is truth to the idea that, like, yes, if the ultra wealthy people sit around generating passive income and they're just investing in, whether it be stock or whether it be assets or whether it be commodities or whether it be housing stock or whatever it is, right? It's if the trend continues, then they basically price out more and more people from also being able to get into that, to invest in that, while generating more money for themselves. So I don't think that concept is a concept without merit. There's truth to that idea.
No, and I explained it all when we talked about the K-shaped economy and the intersection of housing. Yeah, no, I completely get it. But we need to turn housing into a cheap commodity like hamburgers that we just mass produce. The problem is so many people don't want to increase the density around their home because their home is like the only asset that they have that's worth anything. That so many people their home has become their retirement. So I think we need to fix that. And that has nothing to do with billionaires. How does that have anything to do with billionaires?
Mm-hmm.
Are billionaires standing in the way of building housing? I think Elon Musk is actually working on a company that does modular homes so that you can buy a home relatively cheap and just have it ordered and sent to the land wherever it is and installed.
Well, so, I mean, supposedly there was, there's always controversy over the housing bill because Trump didn't want to sign it, but he didn't veto it. So it did go into effect a couple of days ago. The Democrats and Republicans, for once, got together and supposedly passed a bill that would do a lot to it would both cut federal regulations to build houses, and also they're trying to do things to incentivize both state and local governments from, do things to basically incentivize them to cut regulations on their end as well.
They had a bunch of the home builders, like CEOs and CFOs on CNBC when the bill was passed, and all of them said that it's basically just cosmetic and that they didn't think it was going to impact the market in any way, shape, or form, which makes me think, oh, okay, that's why they passed it. That's why they were both in favor of it, because it's going to do absolutely nothing. And they get to pat themselves on the back and say, oh, look, we solved the problem.
I mean, I'll be honest, I didn't, spend a lot of time digging into the specifics of the bill.
Well, look, if they're going to build more homes, don't you think
necessarily trust, home builders on the business's experience to just immediately dismiss it without looking into it.
If they are going to build more homes,
yeah,
that is going to drive their stock price up because they're obviously going to make more money. So if it was a big, oh my God, this is going to be a bonanza for us,
not really,
they would say so. Why wouldn't they?
Not necessarily, because a lot of the problem with housing at the moment is that there's like these massive monopolies that control, so much of home building at the moment. And if the regulations are cut and it makes it easier for other businesses to enter the market, they could lose
then
market
they're competing
share.
against them. That could be the case. So they could be downplaying it because this would bring other players into the market.
Right.
And they want to keep their stock price where it is. They're like, oh my God, this could hurt our stock price.
Exactly. So, I mean, I don't know if that's the case.
That is a good argument.
Just speculating.
No, it's a good speculation. I was obviously when anything goes through like that, you're thinking, will the home builders will their stock price be up 20% 6 months from now because of this?
Right. Who knows?
The stocks were pretty much unaffected. So
have an untaxed billionaire class and an asset holding.
I'm not going to pause it so much.
Okay.
Just letting you know.
They will buy more and more and more of the assets, and assets such as housing will become unaffordable to ordinary people. Listen, you cannot simultaneously have an untaxed billionaire class and an asset holding middle class. You must choose.
Okay, Christian, I mean, look, there'll be a lot of people watching this in America, in the UK, who'll be nodding along going, yeah, why should super billionaires not just pay a bigger slice of the pie and help out those less fortunate?
Well, but they are. I mean, not specifically on asset ownership. Right now, we don't have a wealth tax. We don't have a tax that meets the textbook definition of a wealth tax. But of course, we tax the wealthy in lots of different ways.
We can move on to the next bookmark. His response is not really interesting. I just wanted to give Gary a chance to set up his opening salvo. I was unimpressed. Were you impressed?
I mean, he didn't really give specifics, but
no.
I mean, this has been my problem because I forget what it was. We watched some first video of his and we both kind of liked what he was saying. And then whenever I've seen him again, and I don't know if this is just him or it's just wherever he's doing these conversations, but whenever I see him again, he just speaks in very general, vague terms. And, I would like to know specifics of whatever he's talking about.
Well, his argument is that the billionaires are going to be the only ones that own assets. They're the only ones that
I understand
own
all that.
Stock and
Right.
real estate.
Of course.
I don't see it that way. I mean, my folks aren't billionaires. Are your folks billionaires?
No, but they are.
They own
middle
assets,
class. Right? They're upper middle class boomers. So
they're upper middle class because they own assets, and there's a lower middle class that doesn't own assets.
Probably.
Okay.
But I meant the specifics in terms of what is this wealth tax supposed to look like? And what are the effects it's going to have on the economy specifically?
None of that is in here. And
I know, but that's the problem I have whenever I hear him talk about it. Because
that.
I agree with the concept of saying, okay, if only the ultra wealthy can buy all the assets, then there's nothing left for people to invest in. I understand the concept of that.
Yeah. I mean, I listen to his videos on his channel and they're just, like I said, I agree with him on the K-shaped economy and how you're what a house is worth to someone who's looking at it as an investment property and what a house is worth to someone who's looking at it to move in and live in it are two different things, are completely two different things. We kind of got papered over with the housing crash because they were loaning money to people who had no idea the value of money. And so they were able to compete with these investors, but it just drove the price of housing way out of proportion for everyone. Right now, we need to take a hit to that price in housing, but nobody wants to suffer the political ramifications of that because that drives so much of the economy. People who think their house is worth $1 million are going to spend more money than people who think their house is worth $200,000, right? They're like,
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, I've got the money in the house.
Right.
Yeah. So their spending behavior is way different. So if housing takes a hit, if house prices drop 50%, which would be good for young people because they'd be like, oh my God, I can afford a house. Everybody's going to be tightening their belts, not spending.
Right.
No one's going to go to movies. No one's going to go to restaurants. Restaurants are going to close. It's going to be fucking depression.
Well, everyone's just going to go into debt, which is what's happening right now. So, but what's the next time code?
Why are you so... As we mark two...
Okay, they show Mom Donnie's response here. Did you see this?
I did. It was very cringe. Yes.
Okay, well, we're going to watch it. I can get your reaction to it. They react to it too, but I wanted to play this because he again targets Elon Musk. Just what the fuck? Why does everyone hate Elon Musk, Sitch?
Well, no, it's like how the right would attack George Soros and the left attacks Elon Musk. They're just attacking them because they don't like their politics. They're rich and they don't like their politics.
The left, the right never attacks George Soros for his wealth, though. They attack his politics.
Yeah, but I mean, they attack him that he's using his wealth in a political way they don't like. You're right. They don't attack the idea that he's wealthy. Yes, that's true. But the left doesn't. The left ignores George Soros' wealth. So that's what I mean. It's like people just attack the rich people they don't like.
What's the left stereotype of conservatives?
Greedy racists.
Greedy racists.
Yeah.
Okay. Listen to Mondami. Ma'am Danny.
250 years. What do we see? We see a city of contradictions within a nation of contradictions. We see the wealthiest country in the history of the world, one where children go to sleep hungry while the world's first trillionaire hungers for more. We see monopolies that dominate every industry and oligarchs who buy elections. We see masked agents terrorizing our streets, eating food cooked by our undocumented neighbors before spiriting them away in unmarked vans. We see a nation whose immense wealth has been built by those with calloused, dirt-streaked hands, those who toil on factory floors and chisel into stone. And we see a nation that has allowed so much of that wealth to be held instead in the soft hands of a precious few.
I mean, Tom,
What's your response to that first?
I mean, it's just first of all, that was on the 4th of July. It feels inappropriate. The 4th of July to really be going like, oh my god, all this shit. But it's just cringe. Everything Mamdani does is cringe, so it's not really surprising.
He does the contradictions, which is obviously a huge hat tip to who? Karl Marx.
Oh,
the contradictions of capitalism. Come
right,
on,
right,
that's
right.
that's a deep cut right there.
That's true.
All of these contradictions. Once the contradictions become too immense, obviously that's when there'll be the populist revolt. The workers will rise up and seize the means of production, which is exactly what he's trying to do. So,
well, it's annoying because we are in a situation where comparatively, if we look at the way the economy was from post World War II, 1940 to 1980, then we compare it to 1980 to 2026, right? So we have these two chunks of about 4-year time periods. There a substantial amount of money has been sucked out of the middle and lower class and gone to the upper class. And I would like that to be addressed. And I think it does have to be addressed. And I think if you don't do anything about it, the trend just continues. And there's a lot of reasons for it. It's not, I don't think it's something you can just simply say, well, we're going to tax it away, right? It's not that simple. A lot of it has unfortunately to do with the Fed and kind of the Fed policy and the NAIRU and all that shit. But it's just annoying because I think it is something that needs to be addressed, seriously. And unfortunately, if it's just the only people talking about it are retarded communists, then it's never going to actually get, it's never going to go in a good direction.
Yeah, it's super unfortunate. So he also says Elon, there's hungry people, but Elon is a trillionaire and he hungers for more. And I'm like, what the fuck? Elon supports, look, there's universal basic income, right? Basic needs. Elon Musk supports universal high income. He's like, everybody should have as much money as they need to do whatever the fuck they want, right? So when I think of Elon hungering for more, he makes it sound like he's out there buying houses from poor people and spitting in their faces when he's really trying to do things that are good for the planet and good for the human species. So why is Elon Musk the fucking punching bag for these idiots? There's can't they find someone who is
it's
actually?
It's because of Doge. It's because he was in Doge, and it's because he says a bunch of dumb shit on X, and
right, yeah,
his politics they don't agree with, and he made the Nazi salute and all this other stuff. So
Doge is probably
to be fair, Elon is kind of like a retard in how he carries himself sometimes. Or I'd say a lot of the times. So, he's bringing a lot of negative attention onto himself.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Most of his critics know absolutely nothing about him, so
right.
It's kind of fascinating. They have absolutely no respect for creating anything. It drives me crazy. It totally drives me crazy.
It could be American version of Gary there.
No, very much so. And as a matter of fact, there's some...
Look, I don't care for any of their responses, so we can move on to the...
Give me the Gary responses.
I'm skipping to the Gary responses.
Okay, that's fair.
All of their responses are like the canned right-wing Republican responses.
Sure.
Which I don't agree with because they completely ignore the one thing Gary gets right about there being certain things that everyone should have access to that should be affordable for everyone. Actually, I guess one of the guys does say, that we need to build more houses, and that would solve the problem, which is true. So
Sure. I mean, I'm not so sure about, the white sports coat on the light colored shirt look, but that's just me.
mhm. Gary calls this guy out, and he's like, you're funded by billionaires. You basically just get a paycheck for billionaires to speak for them. And he's like, yeah, kind of. He says that he works for a certain foundation that gets a bunch of donations, right? And some people are listed on the website, and some people prefer not to be listed on the website. Well, we all know why they don't want to be listed on the website, right?
Of course.
Because they don't want to be targeted. So, which kind of plays into the discussion they have here.
Why you say I've not seen much evidence around the world where.
So this is Piers Morgan is basically going to give his take on all of this, and then it's going to spark the fight between him and Gary, which is hilarious. Okay. This is the funny part. This is the part you all came here for. The who's is bigger.
If all you do, I'll give an example. I call it the politics of envy. The VAT on private schools, when that first came out, I said, well, you know what happened in Greece?
VAT is a value-added tax. So that means if you're going to a private school, you're going to pay a huge tax, like maybe as much as 20%. Mm-hmm. These taxes are huge. So it's like a sales tax. We don't know this because we're Americans, right? He's talking about the VAT. You don't know what that is, right, Sitch?
I forget why we did talk about. There was some reason that we went kind of an in-depth talking about it in the past.
Right. So if private school, which is expensive already in America, all of a sudden they're like, we're going to slap a 25% sales tax on public school. What's going to happen? Enrollment is going to drop, right?
Yeah. Right.
Of course, none of them knew what I was talking about. I was on Question Time, and I said, well, in Greece, they brought in VAT on private schools, and two things happened. One, a lot of the schools shut down because it was a step too far for them on their financial models. And secondly, all the kids at these schools then got flooded into the state system and overwhelmed it. So it failed on every single level, and it raised fuck all money. So my point being, that's what I call the politics of envy. I'm not saying that if you ask the British public, I think there's a poll. You said there was a poll. 4,142 British adults found that 75% of the public support a wealth tax along with money. I'm sure they do. If you've got no money, the first thought you might have is an envious one of people with lots of money and take some of that and redistribute it. I would say, for example, let's look at Elon Musk. Do you think he's a force for good or bad? Put aside his comments on X and the political stuff, but in terms of the businesses he's created, the jobs he's created, the number of people who benefit from being in his orbit, would you think he's a force for good? And the nature of the businesses. So let's look at Neuralink, let's look at Tesla, let's look at SpaceX. In other words, do you think overwhelmingly he's a force for good or not?
So Elon Musk is a trillionaire. So if he makes 10%...
Put that to one side for a moment. Do you think he's a force for good in job creation and the kind of businesses he's created? He would say, Gary, come on, mate, what more do you want me to do?
See, Gary immediately goes to, okay, he has $1 trillion in his Wells Fargo account, and that's going to earn 15% a year because I talked to this other billionaire, and that's what billionaires get. It's like he's a complete idiot, right? Mm-hmm. Like he doesn't think, okay, how much money, how much capital? Everyone's talking about the capital all of these hyperscalers are spending. Hyperscalers is like Apple and Meta and Google, right? Google's all of a sudden realizing, holy shit, we need a lot more computing power. We got to build like 20 data centers, and there's not enough power in the United States to power those 20 data centers. So we have to build 20 power plants, right? Mm-hmm. We need some money. That takes money to do. You don't just go to your passbook account to get that money.
I'm bringing in green energy cars to millions and millions of people. I'm creating Neuralink so that people who are paraplegic can communicate. SpaceX is going to revolutionize so many things in the world. I'm using it in Ukraine so they can communicate better. I want to take us to Mars. And he said, Gary, why do you hate me? Why do you want to take all my money? Why do you want to punish my success? And I'm not sure what the answer is.
The answer is, if you have a trillionaire, these guys are going to make every year passive income something like 100 billion quid.
But why is that? Why should that be yours?
He doesn't really answer the question. He has this passbook savings account framework. He doesn't think, oh yeah, that passive income is not guaranteed because these companies could crash and burn, right?
Right.
The stock price fluctuates. I just talked about how SpaceX is right now trading at $150 a share. As soon as the lockup is over and all the people who've been getting SpaceX shares as part of their payment package, they rush into the market and sell their stock. That stock could go down to $75 a share. Of course, I said, look, Sitch, you should be a buyer. You should be a buyer at $75 a share. But
okay.
Well, no, I'm just giving the background here. This is important because obviously Gary, Gary doesn't engage his brain with the problem here at all. Not at all. It's like all he knows is passive income, passive income, passive income. And the billionaires with passive income are a completely different problem.
Yeah, he's got one talking point. And
this is why I always talk about, there needs to be two different, there's taxing innovators should be different than taxing rent seekers, right? Like go after the rent seekers. But it bugs me when Mamdani comes out and he wants to claim Elon Musk is a rent seeker. Elon Musk is so far from the rent seeking mentality. Like he should be the people that we want our billionaires to aspire to be. Not rent seeking, not owning 20 homes, not being Gavin Newsom with his fucking $15 million home.
Right.
I don't want it to be mine.
Well, why shouldn't he get the due reward for what he's creating?
If you allow there to be untaxed trillionaires, then they will be buying an enormous amount of assets every year, and it will drive asset prices up, and it will squeeze out other elements of society. And what you'll see is what we are seeing, which is the working class and the middle class and the government will lose their wealth. It's just simple maths. These guys.
See, I think they're a horrible.
See, even the data center problem. Like you can't just buy a data center; you have to build a data center. This is fucking retarded. They're not going out and buying up power plants. They're like, holy shit, there's no power plants to buy. We got to build fucking power plants.
Sorry, can I
think they're horrible.
Piers, come on, let me finish.
Of course,
please, come on. Listen, you bring me out here, let me speak.
Mate,
right?
Stop playing the victim. It doesn't suit you.
Listen, I'm
a tough trader. Playing the victim in the old violin stuff, it doesn't work with me.
Listen, if you let this guy grow his wealth at that rate, at that rapid rate, in economies which are going 1 or 2%, then purely mathematically, over the long run, over even the medium run, they will own everything. This is simply a question of, do you want the British public?
Do you own stocks?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
And you invest in the stock market?
Yeah, of course I do.
So what are you doing that's any different?
I'm not a trillionaire. And I'm campaigning for...
You'll never be a trillionaire.
The big difference
you're
is...
not as successful, but you are investing in companies and hoping to make a profit.
And there's nothing wrong with doing that, Piers. The difference is, I want us to have a system which does not drive average people to poverty.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It's how you get there.
If you do not...
Most economists I've talked to, most successful people say the best way to do that is stimulate growth.
Most rich people tell you...
Growth ultimately is the most potent trickle-down thing any society can have.
Do you think
if you have economic growth, everybody will benefit.
Piers, do you think your viewers believe that?
I think they haven't seen growth for so long, they're not quite sure what it looks like or what it feels like.
Do you think life is getting better for the average person in this country?
No, because I think we've had crap governments with crap economic policies. Right. And we've been hit by other things which have made things worse.
What's your plan? How do you fix it?
Well, when I run for Prime Minister, I'll let you know my plan.
Are you going to do that?
Including my personal finances.
Yeah?
Yeah, because I sincerely hope I'm more successful than you.
Well, you probably are. We'll find out when you tell me how rich you are.
Well, I'll do that when you tell me.
Will you?
Go on.
If I tell you how rich I am, you'll tell me how rich you are. To the nearest 5.
Nearest 5.
Promise?
Go on then.
You will?
Go on then.
And you won't lie? You promise?
I won't lie. Why would I lie?
All right, 5.
5?
Yeah.
That's not... You've got more than 5 million.
Tell me.
More than you.
Tell me. Tell
more
me.
Than you.
Tell
more
me.
Than you. You said to the nearest 5. I've got more than you.
That's not to the nearest 5.
You fell for my trick.
Come on, Piers,
well, it is. It's to the nearest. It's to your nearest 5.
Piers, are you lying to your audience? You promised you'd tell me.
I have more than you.
To the nearest 5.
So my point to you is...
To the nearest 5,
So my point to you, Gary, is...
Why are you lying?
So I'm not lying.
You said
I said I've got more than you. But you want to take my money.
I don't want to take your money.
And I'm perfectly entitled in that circumstance to ask you quite tough questions about why and why you think it will work, particularly when economists are on here who don't think it will work.
Okay.
So they think it
Piers,
sounds good.
You've promised me you'd tell me.
Yeah, I just told you, more than you.
To the nearest 5.
Let me bring in Tom.
To the nearest 5,
Let me bring in Tom.
Piers, to the nearest 5.
Let me bring it... Well,
come on.
So compared to your
Piers,
five,
that's very
more than-
dishonest.
Compared
That's
to your
very
five,
dishonest.
more than you. I'm not the one lecturing people about, wealth taxes.
But you
and stuff.
lied on your own show, Piers. How do you feel about that?
I'm not lying to anyone.
Oh, comedy.
Let me ask the biz doc here. Tom, how much are you worth?
They made the classic mistake. You trusted Pierce Morgan. You should never trust Pierce Morgan. He's a weasel. He's a weasel. Obviously, he wasn't going to answer the question. What are you doing? What are you doing? Terrible.
He does try to get him to he's like earlier in the video he's trying to get him to say how much he would give up, tell how much he's worth and how much he would give up, because he says that this would be, it would be a good example for other rich people, obviously, if he's willing, if he's this rich and he's willing to give us a certain percentage of his fortune. When he finally gets the 5 million, I mean, Gary's basically like, well, I need that money to support my family and stuff. So he's like, I need that's my passive income. That's my $100,000 a year, so I can support myself and buy a house and whatnot.
Yeah. Well, I think in this problem where, I mean, Gary's rich. He's not some sort of he's not the ultra wealthy, right? But he's obviously rich. He's definitely in the 1% if he has $5 million. But he is sort of, it's kind of like, what Bernie Sanders used to say, like the millionaires and billionaires. And then once he becomes a millionaire, he's like the billionaires, right? He's sort of a little bit into that problem to a level. And then also, I think the problem is kind of interesting because, I didn't really notice this because I'm a little autistic, but Sam did because we were watching like the first 10 minutes of this together. And she was like really hating on Gary's body language. And I don't know if he's doing this because Gary himself is autistic, but he has a very kind of like condescending, smug body language, kind of in the way his posture is, the way he's holding himself, the way he's kind of like looking around. Like he just kind of like as if everything he's saying is just so amazing. And like you're kind of a retard if you don't automatically agree with him. And, you should be so thankful that he's here. He kind of has like this vibe to him. And I mean, that also doesn't really mesh with like if you're, if you have $5 million, right? Because he kind of like the way he talks about himself, I assumed he had like a lot more money.
So that was my question. Is his bravado justified at $5 million?
Well, I mean, maybe.
I mean, you can't exactly move to Beverly Hills on $5 million.
But like
exactly.
I mean,
when you say, "Look, I'm rich," I'm thinking, you can move to Beverly Hills, right?
Well, here's what I'll say. I think it is justified somewhat because I think like if you grow up, he grew up like poor, right? He didn't have any money.
Yeah, of course.
And then he enters into he did bond trading or something, and he makes. He goes from like poverty to $5 million or however $1 million he gets.
He thinks he's rich. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, well, not a question, but that's a very impressive. That's definitely a very impressive thing. I can't do that. Right.
Yeah.
I don't have the capacity to. I've never done anything to make $5 million. So I'm not going to be like, oh, well, that's bullshit money. Right. Like I'm not going to be that guy, obviously. So it is impressive, but I'm just saying like
but way Hassan makes like $5 million a year. If not,
I know, of course. Right.
A month.
Of course. But I'm just saying like, but it wouldn't be a problem if I guess the way he carries himself to me screams like a lot more than that. So if there wasn't like this disconnect, I don't think it'd be really an issue.
Look at the look on all of these guys' faces says it all. They're like $5 million. What a popper.
Well, I mean, Pierce is kind, and it's funny too that I don't know why you'd ever trust Pierce. Pierce is a total weasel, like obviously. And even you could tell from the way Pierce was, I didn't even see his clip and I was like, he's not going to tell him. Like the way that Pierce was like, go on. Like come on, Gary. How can I trust your judgment if you fall for the Pierce ruse? What are you doing?
Piers Morgan is estimated to be worth ranging between 20 million and 13 million pounds, about $17 million. So between 20 and 17 million.
Mm-hmm.
This just reeks of a guy who doesn't dream big at all. Does not dream big at all. This is another thing. Like, obviously, since I read Elon Musk's book, I know about him founding SpaceX and what he had to go through to found SpaceX. And the whole time I'm listening to this story, I'm going, man, this guy has a tolerance for risk that is like fucking inhuman. Like,
It's higher than Reckless Ben, which is pretty high.
yeah, exactly. You cash out, like you make your 200 million, right? And immediately you're like, I'm going to put all that money on rockets to outer space. It's
I
like,
would be like, I'm going to put all that money into drinks on the beach. Like, I don't know. I'm going to be a
Like,
rent-seeking piece of shit.
there were times when he didn't know if he was going to make payroll. Fucking payroll. Like,
Right.
I have thousands of employees and I don't know if I can pay them.
Mm-hmm.
That's fucking insane. That's totally insane. So just this idea, like when Gary wants to take those kinds of risks, talk to me. Okay.
Right.
Anyway, let's listen. Let's listen to the end here.
All right.
Americans are normally quite proud, as you say.
We can. Oh boy, we can have my accountant on next time. And Pierce, obviously you're too successful. We should take you back to BBC and make you a weekend weatherman.
Exactly.
We need to penalize you because you've been so successful. So, no, and
Look on Gary's face says it all. Gary is like just so mortified.
Mm-hmm.
Gary's like, oh my God, what have I done? I've completely embarrassed myself.
And by the way, about Elon Musk, there's a fable here. The word trillionaire is being paraded about almost as doom porn. Oh, trillionaire, he's going to make this kind of interest. He's going to be buying this up. Let's look at Elon Musk. You brought Elon Musk, not me. Let's look at him. 2002, eBay buys PayPal. And then Reid Hoffman, LinkedIn, Peter Thiel, Palantir, Elon Musk, they all go their way with a lot of capital. What does Elon Musk do? In a matter of months, in 2003, he launched Tesla. In 2010, he then floated the company, IPO in American speak. What did he do? If we had said, that's it, PayPal, Tesla, you've had too much success. Time to take it. Time to turn it down. You've gone far enough. We don't want you to get interest on that and do it. He didn't take the interest on that. You know what he did? He went out and built more companies, including SpaceX in 2019. And you know what he did with that? With Starlink specifically? Starlink, guess what happened? In 2022, when Prime Minister Fedorov made an urgent call from the Ukraine and said, communications have been knocked out by the Russians in the early days of the war, will you give us Starlink? Exactly. And I'm emphasizing the point.
Yeah.
If I stop Elon Musk because I said he had too much, we never get Starlink.
Yeah.
And to say he's just got $1 trillion, he's going to sit on it like a mountain of money, he's going to move interest and look around and say, what can he buy? That is a farcical argument. Gary, come down to Fort Lauderdale. Sit with Pat and I. Let's talk about solutions. We're trying to put solutions out.
Actually be interesting to watch
we
you
run
do
a
that.
consulting company.
They have a very nice setup
Excuse
down
me?
there. I went down there a few months ago. It was great. They took very good care of me, and you'll have a good time. But it'll be an interesting debate. Christian, Polymarket says the next UK...
Fort Lauderdale, that's your neck of the woods, right? Lots of good stuff to do down there.
Lauderdale's nice, yeah. Nice
Take care
beach
of you.
town.
Chancellor of the Exchequer is likely to be Ed Miliband. He's just under 40% of the money that's going in on that in the prediction markets. Many see him as the ultimate green socialist, a guy that is a sort of net zero zealot and would be a bit disastrous for us. What's your view of people like Ed Miliband?
Well, I'm not going to comment on individual politicians. It is, of course, possible that the next government, whatever the exact complexion of it is going to be, it is possible that they will be sympathetic to the idea of a wealth tax, partly because it polls very well. It does very well on YouGov and other polling companies, and because they are in a difficult fiscal situation. So we still have a massive budget deficit. They don't really want to raise taxes that most people can see. So it could well be that as a populist gimmick, a government will say, yes, we will introduce a wealth tax because most people think, oh, that's got nothing to do with me. I'll never pay it. It's just that what's then going to happen is, well, it could be the same thing as in the 1970s. Labour government in the 70s also wanted to introduce a wealth tax. And then once they started to look at the practicalities, once they had their civil servants trying to draw up a plan, they realized this isn't worth it. This is more trouble than it's worth. We are going to need such a massive bureaucracy to do the valuation. And that takes us back to, I'm not interested in how wealthy either of you two are, but I believe both of you when you say that you can't tell the exact figure, that you wouldn't know. It's just that is true of most asset owners. They don't know the exact figure.
Yeah.
And that all of that wealth has to be valued. That is the big difference between asset taxation and taxes on income or consumption. If I sell something to you for, say, £100, of course, the taxman can say, right, I want 20% of that. But if you own an asset and it's never been sold, or it hasn't been sold for 10 years or 20 years, whatever, how are you going to value it? You are going to need an army of bureaucrats running around the country trying to value everything. So how much is this building in which we're filming this? How much is this worth? I guess nobody knows. I'm sure you can find an estate agent who is going to value it for a lot of money, but that is the problem with wealth taxes. You need massive bureaucracy.
So my question, Gary, finally for you, is so you've said you're worth about 5 million, and your argument is the wealthy people in the world should pay, the interest they make on that money just comes in. So how much do you make a year from that?
Well, again, it's a question for my accountant, isn't it?
Do you know roughly? I mean,
well, I'll probably make about 5% on it, won't I?
5%. And do you give that away? Do you redistribute it, or what do you do?
No, I use it for me, so I can have a family, so I can have kids one day. Yeah, of course.
So
never, as do you, no?
So your lecture is to the wealthy, you should give away your interest you make. But when it comes to you, Gary Stevenson, no.
Piers,
because you've got your family to take care of. I mean, do you understand people that watch that and go, you're just a hypocrite?
Piers, I'm not here to talk to the wealthy. I'm here to talk to your viewers. I'm here to talk to your viewers.
I get it. I think my viewers will be thinking, well, hang on, you want other wealthy people to give their interest away, but you want to keep all yours because you've got a family to feed.
Piers, I'm here to talk to your viewers whose kids will live in poverty. I'm here to tell them the quite simple economic fact.
Like some of the interests that you want to take away from other wealthy people.
I'm here to tell them.
Some of yours.
I'm here to tell them the quite simple economic fact, which is if we do not do anything about top-end taxation,
that's about 250 grand a year, isn't it?
In poverty.
Just doing the maths, Tom, mate.
Listen, I'll pay my tax and I will pay my tax. And if there's a wealth tax that affects me, I will pay it.
I don't mean that. I mean the interest that you talk about that wealthy people should.
Listen,
you mentioned with Elon Musk, he makes all this interest. He should just give it away, but you don't.
I'm not telling anybody to give anything away. I'm telling the poor, if you do not stand up for a fairer tax system, your kids will be poor. You need to fix the
Here's where I'll agree with you.
Simple as that.
Here's where I'll agree with you. I agree with you that there is a big poverty issue. I do agree there is a massive wealth equality issue. The bit that I'm not so convinced about is your solution, and that's why it's an interesting debate. I like the fact you do what you do. I don't think you should give up. I think you should carry on doing what you're doing. I think you should be a bit less defensive about it. You should be a bit more open and just say, look, this is the deal with me.
I think you should as well. You've promised to tell us how
But I'm not the one doing all the books, documentaries and YouTube channels about taking money from the wealthy.
You promised today to your viewers.
I said I've got more than you.
To the nearest 5.
Yeah.
That's not a number, Piers.
Huh?
That's not a number, Piers.
I just don't want to make you feel bad, mate. All that hard work you put in.
Is it really big? How big is it?
Size isn't everything, Gary.
Yeah.
Let's leave it there. I said absolutely no one ever. Lovely to see you all. Interesting debate. Don't give up, Gary. You should be doing.
Okay.
What do you think?
It's okay. I don't know. I didn't think it was as amusing as you.
Size doesn't matter. Said no one ever.
It's fine.
I said no one ever.
I mean, it's annoying because I don't know. I agree. This is the whole kind of the blind, just tax the wealthy, right? I think I don't think it's gonna work.
It's fucking bullshit. Look, assets fluctuate in value.
I know.
Go to Zillow. Your house is up, down.
But I do get annoyed when people like Pierce are just that's a stupid idea, and then they'll propose he's no. What is the counter proposal, right? Because it's simultaneously true that there's a lot of stupid ideas, a lot of
build more houses is a counter proposal.
That's the counter proposal to
build more assets. Create more assets.
Hold on. That is the counter proposal to lowering the price of housing, right? Which I agree with, and most smart people agree with.
Lowering the price of energy. It's build more power plants, build more solar plants.
We do have a problem, okay, where income inequality in the country is spiraling in one direction, and it will continue, as we know from Pareto principle, our good friend Jordan Peterson, and just the way systems work. Okay, if you don't do something, if there's no force that is pushed on that policy or on that direction, it will just keep going in that direction.
Look,
and so while I agree that like this idea of just tax the wealthy or kind of a lot of lefty ideas about this are retarded, there needs to be some policy that's actually given out by people like Pierce or people on the right or whatever to actually address the issue.
Right now, here's how you address the issue, right? But I'm going to tell you right now, these policy proposals are impossible because of the political dynamic right now. The people, like, if you want to lower the cost of energy, right? Building 20 new nuclear power plants in the United States would go a long ways towards increasing the energy grid, right?
Of course, yeah.
Okay. So who's going to build those 20 nuclear power plants? Is it the government going to tax the rich and then build the power plants? Or perhaps the rich or the private market is just going to build the 20 power plants, right? The problem is getting the 20 power plants built. So you've got the Democrats talking about, oh, we got to tax the rich. They aren't going to build 20 nuclear power plants. Are you crazy? They're totally against nuclear power,
I think
right?
but the problem is, like, if private equity builds power plants, right, or private businesses build power plants, they're not going to build them for us. They're going to build them for their data centers. That's all it's going to go towards.
They are.
Which I mean will lower prices, I guess, because then they won't have to draw from the other grids. But that's still what they're going to be used primarily for. So,
well, people, there's like an equilibrium with all resources, right? They don't. The reason why there's a memory shortage right now and memory prices are through the roof is because the memory manufacturers kind of figured out how much everybody consumed at a certain price point where they could make a profit, right?
yeah.
Well, and then these data centers came
yeah,
along and they were like, look, now we want to consume 3 times as much as you're making.
Of course.
And they're like, okay, well, we just can't build a memory fab overnight. It takes 10 years to build one of these things, right?
Right.
So the people who are going to get the memory are the ones that are going to pay through the nose for it because there's a supply shock. So
yeah.
With energy, it's the same kind of thing. The energy manufacturers have built a grid to what people consume, right? It's kind of this back and forth. They don't want to overbuild because if they overbuild, that's going to drop the price to the point where they don't even make a profit. So, but that's the back and forth that you have to actually talk about. And our politics are just not equipped to have those conversations because our politics dumb everything down to the lowest common denominator. So look, I don't know how you deal with that.
No, I agree. And also, I mean, if we had like more, if we had more like competent, both federal and state government, so that like if we were in a situation where everyone's electric bill was like almost zero because there was very competently run, government operated electricity.
People would have more faith in
right?
the government. Yeah.
Yeah. Then people would have very different feelings about all these questions.
Well, look, I'm watching these fraud stories and they're driving me crazy because it's political patronage. They're just obviously giving money to their political patrons. That's why these fraudsters are running wild.
Mm-hmm.
It's fucking bullshit. It's total bullshit. They're not using it to help everybody. They're using it to stay in power, which is, straight dictator's handbook. That's how things work. Maybe one day things will change. I can hope. But the whole idea right now, look, in our midterm elections and in the next presidential election, the wealth tax is going to be a major, major topic. This is what people are going to be talking about. This is what people are talking about already. I think spurred
you could really
a lot from Elon
You could
Musk.
really.
Mm-hmm.
I did watch a podcast with Ezra and some climate change guy. And he was talking about the cost of solar and electric cars and all that just dropping through the floor right now. Yeah,
Right.
exactly. Which is good. Ezra is kind of, I think Ezra writing his book Abundance kind of blackpilled him on what the government is really capable of. Because a lot of that conversation revolved around the free market doing these things. And I was like, okay, Ezra has given up on government completely.
Yeah.
He's starting to realize that it's just a fool's errand to think the government can do any of these things.
Right.
The incentive structure is completely wrong in government. Government can barely manage our public safety. Like having them lower the cost of energy is anything the private sector can do, they should be they should be able to do.
Mhm.
All right. So this is more about racism, right?
Well, yeah. So this is a very interesting conversation. Ezra's talking to Christopher Rufo. Obviously, Christopher Rufo, big. I'll skip the intro because I'm assuming everyone kind of knows who Christopher Rufo is. He's really big,
We'll
pushing
read
against
super chats too on the
Yeah, I'll
last
read
thing.
some super chats,
Yeah.
but he's really big, pushing against CRT and all this other stuff. And it's a very, very fascinating conversation, um, because essentially the gist of the conversation is that Ezra is trying to say, "Hey, Christopher Rufo, you're worried that there's a lot of like racism now and a lot of other directions and conspiracies that the right is going in, and I want you to acknowledge that it's entirely your fault." It's
Yeah,
kind of like
yeah,
the
exactly.
conversation, and at the same time, it's like it's so hypocritical and crazy to watch because it's like, well, wait a minute, you understand like so much of the bad things, maybe not the conspiracy things, I can't say, but like so much of like the racism and all this other shit that he's complaining about, that is a direct backlash to people like you, Ezra, allowing the far left to go batshit crazy for like 6 years or 8
Yeah.
years and not really standing in the way of it. And now you just want to like cast aspersions on everyone else and throw stones at everyone else.
Yeah, all their enemies lists, Rufo, Jordan Peterson, these are all people who've been bulwarks against that racism that they're so afraid of, that racist, fascist tendency on the right.
Yeah.
So it's just obviously up is down, left is right.
All beef hot dog. Thanks so much for $20. Says, okay, this is very important. This is
All beef hot
unrelated,
dog.
but it's a very important question. Okay. Now, I guess it makes sense. This is coming from the hot dog account, right?
All beef hot dog. What's your favorite meat? Well, it's hot dog.
Question of the day. If a man sleeps with a futanari, is it gay? Also, any thoughts on the PlayStation and Sony implosion? Well, I'll let you answer that question, Adam. The first one.
Obviously, hugely gay.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna have a contentious take. I'm gonna say it's not gay, it's bisexual.
Well, that's gay. There's no such thing as bisexual. What are you talking
Well, no,
about?
because they actually, well, I mean, futaris don't exist in real life, but the closest things that do exist, which would be, I guess, a trans woman with a penis, they did do your
If you're
favorite
a
guy.
if you're a guy having sex with anything with a penis, you're gay.
Your favorite guy,
Mhm.
who talked about the trans issues, whose name escapes me at the moment.
Okay.
The guy that talked about
The trans issues. Yeah, you already
gay
told
man
me.
transitioning to enter into the dating market more effectively.
I don't remember, but that's an argument I've made.
Right, but what's the guy's fucking name?
Who cares?
Anyway, he did some study, and there's been studies on this where they do a lot of polling on guys that are into chicks with dicks, and it's primarily not people that are gay. It's primarily straight men or bisexual men, which is unusual and weird. I don't get
Well,
it.
first of all, bisexual men are gay. Are you talking about David Buss? Is that who you mean?
No.
Oh, you mentioned
I'm sure
polling.
someone in the chat. Ray Blanchard, thank you. It was Ray Blanchard.
Oh yeah.
Listen, we'll ask Deb about it, right? But I don't know. I don't get it. I don't understand it. It's not my thing, but
Super gay. I'm putting my foot down.
Okay.
It's gay, gay, gay. No question. Obviously gay.
Okay.
If you're a guy dating a trans woman, you're gay. Okay. I'm telling
Very simple.
you. Yeah, it is. Look, if you're having sex and grabbing on to another guy's Johnson, you're gay.
Right.
Okay. If you're a man, if you have a penis and you're putting a penis in your mouth, like
Yeah, but
even if
what
you're
if-
putting your own penis in your mouth, you're gay. Okay.
But what if? Because you're saying like, okay, trans woman obviously is a guy, right?
Mhm.
But a futanari is a magical fantasy person that's actually a woman with a penis. So does that change the calculation?
For gayness? No.
Okay.
No. Completely.
Okay.
It's the same thing.
The essence of gayness, it doesn't matter. I say it's just the physical appendage. Fair enough.
If you want a juicy all beef hot dog right in your mouth, okay, and you have a juicy all beef hot dog all in your pants
Right.
already,
Right.
as soon as you start crossing the wands, okay, you're gay.
Okay. There we go. But as for the PlayStation Sony thing, it's funny, a lot of it is because
What is the implosion? I saw a little bit about this.
So PlayStation announced that they were going to phase out selling physical game discs in the future.
Right.
over the next couple
Okay.
years.
I remember.
Right.
Yeah. So it's all
Yeah.
through. Yeah.
Right.
Those are things that are expensive to make. Yeah.
Well, I don't
It's
know
all
how
through
expensive the
Steam.
discs themselves are like to make. But like
Well,
a lot of it probably
they're more expensive than a server somewhere,
that's true.
right?
It's more expensive than nothing, right? So they are going to
Yeah.
save costs there. Also, I'm sure part of it is, and I'm sure it's a big part of it is that if the game companies can stop secondary game sales, they'll be happy, right? Because if it's a digital game, you can't go and sell the game again to anyone. It's stuck in your computer forever. And then also there is a problem, which I think is a legitimate problem with this sort of situation, which is sometimes you get these games where you buy a game and if it's a digital copy, they can take your account away or they can literally shut the game down. There's all sorts of crazy shit that is not possible if you have a physical disc with offline gaming capability. So I agree with all that stuff. I think those are all problems. I think we need legislation and stuff to to prevent companies from doing that. Like if you buy a game, it should be your game. You're not borrowing it or leasing it or whatever nonsense they kind of slip in the contract. So I agree with all that. But I'll just say personally, I don't own. I think the last console that I had, that's the most recent console, which was actually gifted to me very generously, was was a Nintendo Switch. So I haven't bought a console since the last console I personally bought was a PS2. So I haven't bought a console.
Oh yeah, me too.
Right?
I have a PS2.
Right. I haven't bought a gaming console. I don't really I don't even remember the last time I bought a physical game. I primarily play through Steam, which is all digital anyway. And it's kind of funny because, Steam is the most popular gaming platform, probably in the entire world. It's all entirely non-physical. So personally, I don't really give a fuck whatsoever if any company switches to digital only. I mean, it's inevitable future. They're all going to do it eventually. So if you can just solve the problems of them kind of like fucking you over, then, solve that. That's the real problem. I don't care about the actual physical disc or anything in that capacity.
You are answering totally incorrectly, though. Obviously, you're supposed to say, no, we want physical media. We want to own our property rights. We want to buy the game and we want to resell it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There should be, well, I don't give a shit about the resale thing, but there should be laws in place that say that, even if you own a digital copy of a game, that they can't just steal it back from you. Because I agree, that's super fucked up. That should not be legal. So.
I had a bunch of PlayStation 1 games that were on those discs. And when I bought a PlayStation 2, I had to get one that was backwards compatible, which was more expensive because
really? I thought they were all backwards compatible.
Not all of them, no. Not when I got it. Yeah. Because that one that was backwards compatible broke. And I got another one, but the new one that I got wasn't backwards compatible. Yeah.
Huh. I didn't even know that was a thing.
So, but I have a bunch of PlayStation 1 discs that I can't even really play. So it makes me think, could I sell these? Do people still have PlayStation 1s? I don't know.
That you can't actually, because when I moved in with Sam, I still had a shit ton of PS1 and PS2 games. I didn't sell them. I gave them to a friend of mine, but I looked it up because I was curious. And a lot of them are worth nothing, but some of them that I would not have suspected were actually worth, $50 to $100 a pop. So I was like, hey,
you're kidding me.
No, I'm not.
I got to find my PlayStation.
So I was so I'm some of them they do sell. And I know people my friend, I gave them to him because he still has working Super Nintendo, working PlayStation. I know JMac. Yeah, I think he still has all these working consoles and everything. And a lot of people, they're really into that, and that's that's good. That's fine. I'm not going to complain about that. A lot of people are very into having the physical console. I've been playing on the computer for so long. It's kind of it doesn't really affect me.
Yeah, I've done computer stuff too. Chad is correcting me. I think it was PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3 where I had the backwards compatibility issue.
Okay, that makes more sense.
It wasn't
because
PlayStation 1. So
I had a PlayStation 2.
It was buying a PlayStation 3, yeah.
Okay, that makes more sense because I had a PlayStation 2 and I was like, I know on my PlayStation 2 I could always play the PlayStation 1 games. So
okay, yeah. I don't think I ever owned a PlayStation 1.
Oh, okay.
Then I was just playing on the computer.
Right.
Because when Half-Life first came out, we would play that all the time.
Sure.
Before you could even play it over the internet, we would network our computers together and play for days.
Yeah. You have to physically plug in to the computers and shit. Yeah. No,
exactly. Yeah, that was great.
Yep.
And it was hard work. You had to learn a little networking even to get it to work, and sometimes
I know,
it
it was
was
very obnoxious.
You're like, sometimes it's hit or miss.
Right.
How's the network working out?
Right. Fair and Practical Progress, thanks so much to 10. Aussie Buck says, are tax cuts for the wealthy and their assets considered an upward redistribution? Policies have accelerated wealth accumulation for decades, but any notion of slowing this is smeared as communism.
Okay.
You have a... Okay.
No. Are tax cuts for the wealthy and their assets considered an upward redistribution? Policies have accelerated wealth accumulation for decades, but any notice of slowing this is smeared as communism. Look, I am in favor of taxing billionaires and millionaires who are involved in rent-seeking behavior, where they're not creating value. Like if your goal is to limit the supply of housing so that you can drive rents up, that's something we should definitely be looking at. My problem is smearing innovators, companies that are producing products and services that are going to make things cheaper and better, as greedy billionaires that need to be taxed at 90%, so that you basically kill the golden goose. So, and the policies of Mamdani and a lot of the people who are talking about these tax policies, these wealth tax policies, are literally socialists, literally communists. So I don't think it's smearing them as communists.
I think I would not call it upward redistribution. That doesn't really make any sense. Assets accumulating in value is not, it's not redistributing money from anyone. It's an asset accumulating in value. I would not consider that redistribution.
Well, I think he's talking more like when the pandemic came and they sent out all of those checks, right?
Mm-hmm.
So everyone got like a $2,000 check, and they went and they blew that $2,000 on something, right? All that money that was created began in the hands of the working class, but eventually it ended up in the hands of the rich, because the rich were the people selling things.
People can make arguments about like what is redistribution. I think the basic thought process when people think of redistribution is they think that someone is forcibly taking money from someone and giving it to someone else.
That's a good point.
If someone is of their own volition spending their money on something, like that's not redistribution. That's you deciding to make a decision to spend your money on something.
Right.
So I wouldn't call it redistribution.
If the money is flooded in the market by the pandemic and then ends up in the account of a billionaire who has a bunch of tax schemes so they don't get taxed at all, that money stays in the economy, is never going to be taxed away, right?
Yeah.
So that's going to obviously cause inflation, which is exactly what's happening.
Of course. So I wouldn't call it redistribution. That being said, I do agree, as I said in the conversation, wealth accumulation has accelerated. I do think that there are things that need to be done to give the non-rich in this country and the workers and labor class more power. I think it's a longer conversation of how to get there. And I think it's going to be, unfortunately, a lot more complicated than simply like, we'll just tax the wealthy. I don't think that really solves the actual problem. Real My Bro for £5 says, Adam, that's insane. You suddenly be capable of driving if you're going to use a driverless car, because if it malfunctions, then you're fucked.
Well, the new Teslas don't even have pedals or a steering wheel. Okay. So it's basically,
so you are fucked.
Yeah. So you having the capability to drive is not going to help when you don't have a freaking steering wheel.
Sucks.
So, but look, there are people who ride the subway and ride the bus, and if your car breaks down, you get out. There was a story in Los Angeles that was interesting because some kids got in a Waymo and they were shooting like a BB gun out of the Waymo, and they were getting drunk in the Waymo,
right?
Getting sloshed, and the Waymo called the police and basically took them to the police.
Oh, based. That's awesome.
Exactly.
I love it. Good. I'm in favor of that. That's awesome.
It's full on Minority Report.
Yes,
it's happening.
Full on Demolition Man.
I think, look, a lot of kids, they don't even want to get their driver's license and stuff. So, and if we live in a world where there's just driverless cars become ubiquitous, I do think in our lifetimes, they're going to make driving illegal in the same way that they made driving without a seatbelt illegal, because it's going to be safer. It's going to be completely safer. And after a while, they're going to be like, we don't want you driving because it's a risk.
I think in our lifetime, they'll make driving in certain areas illegal, maybe like crowded cities or highways. I don't know if driving everywhere will be illegal.
Yeah.
And it's going to be a big political fight, obviously.
It
People
is.
talk about freedom and everything.
They're going to, yeah. The seatbelts was a big political fight. I mean, this is way before your time, but I remember that
right.
fight. And I was like, I'm not going to wear no fucking seatbelt. The first day that the seatbelt law went into effect, me and my friends were like, I got to put my seatbelt on. And we put our seatbelts on as a joke, just because really we're like, fuck this. We're not going to do it. We got pulled over and got a seatbelt check that night. And we were wearing our seatbelts.
You're like, oh, thank God.
I couldn't believe it.
That's hilarious.
Couldn't believe it. Yeah. I was like, wow. How lucky.
Not wearing a seatbelt is kind of like peak retardation. So
it is, but look,
I'm in favor of the law. There's a lot of like retarded kids out. Kids are retarded. Bill knows. Kids are literally retarded.
I mean, I think I was like 16 at the time.
I know. There's so many people that die every year just because they didn't put on a seatbelt. If they had put on a seatbelt, they would have had some minor injury, and they're like, "Well, it's uncomfortable or whatever." It's like you get used to it. Okay, you put on the seatbelt. You don't feel. I don't even know. Like, you don't even feel it. Okay, so just get over it.
I mean, I grew up not wearing seatbelts. Like, fuck the seatbelts. Like, we'd be driving around with my folks. No one would have a seatbelt on. Seatbelts were just not culturally cool, man.
Yeah, I know. And then, people just died. They're like,
nobody wore seatbelts.
They're like, at least I look cool, but I'll just roll the dice and die, I guess.
It's a different world now. That's safety culture. But since I've seen that, I'm like, I can totally see it playing out the same way with driverless cars.
Right.
They're like, every single accident, people are going to say this accident could have been avoided. If they just would have been in full self-driving.
Of course.
This is why people turn the full self-driving off. I have a friend that has a Tesla, and he's like, the full self-driving, man, you don't get anywhere. I mean, that thing goes the speed limit everywhere it goes.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, fuck that. What's up?
Paul for $5 says, can we talk about Anna celebrating Lindsey Graham's death and calling him a war criminal? I thought it was absolutely disgusting. What a nasty person.
Yes, yeah, I always think let's do it.
I think it's always like in really bad taste when someone dies and there's people celebrating about it. It's not, I guess, like, I wasn't surprised. I assumed that would be the response from a lot of people. So I'm kind of like dead to it. I just saw her response and kind of rolled my eyes and whatever. I saw a lot of people making the hell jokes. It's fine. It doesn't really bother me, I guess. Yeah, obviously gross. Doesn't bother me.
I don't want to be a pearl clutcher, but I did. Yeah. I wanted to respond and say, God, I wish it was Hassan. But look,
I mean, she probably had that same response. I don't know if she would put it out, tweet it, but she probably feel that way if she's not a Hassan fan.
Yeah, I know.
When we talked to her,
look, I don't want to be. I mean, I'm thinking it, but I don't. Right. I'm trying to dial it back. But look, she's throwing the incendiary barbs, and that's what gets you a lot of clicks. So
yeah, of course. I think the more interesting to me than that is just, obviously this looks very suspicious. Lindsey Graham was just in Ukraine. He was just touring some Ukrainian drone factory that Russia also, I believe, targeted and blew up after he was not in it anymore. And it's not like Russia doesn't have a history of poisoning people.
Yeah.
So I hope
sudden illness was palladium involved.
Right. Yeah. He suddenly dies, I mean, I know he was 71, but still kind of sus. I hope they do.
No, he's young. 71 is like nothing these days.
That's true. I hope
these guys have the best healthcare in the world. They're fucking senators.
I hope they do a very thorough autopsy and examination to make sure that it was actually natural causes and not some foul play here.
I already saw that they were saying it was a heart attack. I'm not sure I believe that. If it was poison, they're not going to tell us immediately because they're going to want to investigate it and they don't want to
Oh yeah, you don't want to jump the
pollute
gun
the
on that one.
investigation. Yeah,
Because that's
exactly.
like serious political consequences. So.
But if it's palladium, like the other guy the Moscow killed, they know already. They already know.
Mm.
Yeah. It's some radioactive. The other assassination, the guy he was like KGB. He had an umbrella, and they had like a little metal BB that had palladium in it that they just jabbed the guy in
On
the
the very
leg.
tip of it, yeah.
Yeah. And he died in like 3 days. So, I mean, the circumstances definitely are similar.
Yeah, and there was
some
another
sort of
guy, didn't
poisoning,
they put
radioactive poisoning?
There's another guy, they put a chemical on his door handle when he opened his door. He got poisoned.
Yes. Yeah. That's another one. Yeah.
So I think,
So
didn't he
look-
live? So, I mean, he was all
Oh,
fucked up. I
yes.
think he
That
might
guy
have
did
lived.
live. He was
then, like, but
actually,
His like
yeah.
family members also got poisoned because they touched it. It was like really fucked up. So
yeah. I would
I
not be
already saw-
surprised
Mhm.
if it is an assassination, but
I already saw Alexander Dugin, who is the Russian philosopher that a lot of the kind of anti-West far-right people tend to suck off for some bizarre reason. He's already pushing the idea that actually it was Israel that Israel killed Lindsey Graham, even though Lindsey Graham was the #1 Israel ally. Okay, it was actually Israel because they're trying to do a reverse Jew mind trick, double bluff, false flag to trick America into either attacking Russia or going harder on Iran. So I wait with bated breath for Candace Owens to also come out and say that it was Israel that killed Lindsey Graham.
yeah. Probably by the end of the day.
Edward Senior for $10 says, don't you think it's more likely billionaires will take out loans to pay their taxes? How do you think that will impact the economy? I'm glad you said Edward, because that is actually a very good point that we should have brought up. Because I guess that is true. If there was a 1% or whatever percent wealth tax on unrealized gains, most of these people, yeah, they wouldn't actually sell any assets. They would just take out super massive loans essentially to pay it out. And I don't know the answer to that question of how that would impact the economy or not. If people are start taking out these big ass loans.
Every time you take out a loan, it creates money. There's two
Yeah, that's
ways
true.
money's created: through government spending, which creates money, money printer go burr,
Mhm.
and through loan creation, which
Right.
creates more money. When the loan's paid back, the money ceases to exist.
Well, they would probably do something where it's going to be like the buy, borrow, die strategy, where they would just, I mean, they don't pay it back till they die. So it'll be a long
Right.
time. So maybe that would cause some amount of inflation if, billions of dollars are getting created just from people creating loans to pay the government taxes, essentially.
Yeah.
Mr. Rich Lopez for $2 says, why is Pierce Morgan interviewing a caveman, Jesse Pinkman? True. Cameraman for $5 says, I do think if, say, 60-75% of your income is from passive income, it should be taxed as earned payroll income. I agree.
That's
I
fine. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. Metalworks for $5 says, I'm behind, but my hate for Elon is because he's a huge simp for China and his complete incompetence running Doge. That's fair. I agree with that.
I don't know that he did a bad job with Doge.
I think he
And
did, but
he's a simp for China because China does so much manufacturing for him. And the
but that's
thing
kind of
is,
a problem, right?
Well, it
feels
is
like
a
he's
problem.
has
But
to be a simp for our,
look,
enemy.
it is a problem.
Our frenemy.
Do you know that the most American-made car is a Tesla? That Tesla has.
I believe
both
you
of
said
its-
that before.
Yeah,
Yes.
both of its models are the most American-made cars.
Yes.
Elon Musk was way ahead. Like Elon Musk is building a terafab now to get all the high-end chips that are now manufactured in what's the little island? Taiwan. So that those chips can be made in America. Elon Musk is trying to reshore all manufacturing. So he does not want to be a simp for China. He wants all that manufacturing to be made in America. He wants all the rare earth metals to be made in America. He wants all that stuff to be made in America. So It's not just you that doesn't like the fact he's a simp for China because they have him over a barrel as far as manufacturing goes. It's Elon. That's part of the equation. You got to take that into consideration. Is it Elon's fault that he's completely dependent on China because we offshored all of our manufacturing?
Yes.
It's not.
It is.
Elon was not in favor of that. Just because everyone else, like, it's a prisoner's dilemma. Everyone else is doing it. Doesn't mean Elon wants to do it.
Mike Hassan, thanks so much for the one gift of membership. Girl Sarah for $5 says, I sort of dislike Lindsey Graham because I'm a homophobe and he was transparent in the closet, but why does everyone else despise him? I mean, they just don't like him because he's a neocon, essentially. He's very hawkish. So they go, warmonger, and they start screaming.
I'm not a huge hater of Lindsey Graham, so I don't really know much about him.
Death by Sloth for $2 says, it often takes an insane amount of resources to successfully transfer an invention from a conceptual realm into a reality. It takes much less to replicate something. Communists are only capable of copying other people's homework.
True.
That is true.
Okay. The reason why Anna hates Lindsey Graham is because Lindsey Graham supports Israel.
Yes.
And Anna hates Israel. So Anna thinks Israel is a bunch of genociders.
Yes.
And Lindsey Graham is right there giving them weapons to genocide people. She thinks Lindsey Graham laughs about dead Palestinian children.
He does. He probably masturbates to them.
Oh my
in the
God.
closet. Obviously.
Oh my God. I don't believe any of that. So.
Okay.
But look,
All
Anna,
right.
I think a lot of these comments are as if we're supposed to step in and do some sort of intervention with Anna. Anna helped us out more than we helped her out. So I'm not really in a position to throw down and say, Anna, look, Jank, who signs Anna's paycheck, can't control Anna. How the fuck are we going to control Anna?
People want us to, because we were friendly with Anna.
Uh-huh.
And I don't know, maybe we helped bring her to the center at some point in the past, right? But I think a lot of it's just like drama. They want us to go, oh, you're friendly with Anna. She's saying crazy, batshit crazy shit. Say that she sucks ass now, right? That's what people want. That's how all these internet drama things go, whatever. And we both said, yeah, and we don't agree with Anna. I think she's gone off the deep end. She's become way too obsessed with Israel. It's like it's a single dominating thing, and everything kind of stems from that. So, whatever. It is what it is. Okay. Is sad reality of life. So
I mean, I get it though. It's logical. If I believed the things that Anna believes, I would be in the same kind of situation. But we believe different things. That's the thing. It's really the set of beliefs that drives people's politics these days. So
sure. Anyways, let's jump into this conversation here.
This one?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yep.
I think the country is in a much better place than it was 2 years ago.
I guess. True. All right. Let's call it a night. That was great.
One thing I think about when I think about Donald Trump and virtue is corruption. So I see Trump taking luxury aircraft from Qatar. I see his family.
So we passed up Christopher Rufo giving out all of the reasons why Donald Trump was a successful president. And that we're better off with Donald Trump than we would be with Kamala Harris.
Yes.
So I don't think we
back?
would be. No.
Okay.
I'll just summarize it for
Yeah.
you. Did you see the Federal Reserve report that came out that said the unfettered immigration that Biden foisted on the country raised home prices by 20 to 30%?
I saw the
Did you see
headline.
that?
I didn't actually read the report.
Okay.
Did you read the report?
No, I didn't read the report, but I
okay.
watched a couple of videos on it. So I wouldn't like bet my life on it, but it does seem to be somewhat reputable, as in it was done by some Federal Reserve investigators. So, but that's huge. I wouldn't have thought, we had that conversation while it was going on, and we're arguing with a lot of people who were arguing that was happening, and we were arguing that no, they're building the home, so it's like a wash.
Well, I said,
I believe I said,
right, and I should actually read it because I said at the time I don't know, because yes, people entering is going to increase the demand, but also more cheap labor is going to keep the demand down. But there could be a situation too where you get like there's going to be a saturation point of labor, of cheap labor, right? Like there's enough, like if there's not more homes being built, then you get to a saturation point where like, well, we have all the illegal cheap labor that we need. So more illegals coming in, or just more people coming in general, is just going to keep increasing demand without it actually increasing the labor force. So,
And that's exactly what happened, because the bottleneck
Right.
was regulation, not
that
labor.
makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
Getting involved in all kinds of crypto schemes where the investors in their crypto schemes in many cases seem to be people who have business before the family, business before the country. The New Yorker sort of did I think a quite conservative tallying up of how much money the Trump family and Trump have made, or how much the net worth has increased that has been connected to the presidency. The number was about $4 billion in this term. It doesn't, when I look at it, look virtuous.
Yeah. Look, here's my general perspective, and I'll lay it out to you as honestly as I can. There are the issues that I work on, that I'm passionate about, that I feel like I have some control over or influence over. And there are the issues that I don't. And I think I've been very straightforward in the areas where I think the administration has fallen short. And certainly the perception, and we'll see over time, I'm sure that there will be, inquiries, investigations, et cetera, into these business enterprises, is bad. You're not going to get me to defend it. I'm perfectly happy calling out the administration where I think it's strayed or erred. And this is one of those places. I mean, I remember the crypto launch. It was during the transition, I think, where they launched the Trump coin, right? And it's like, I don't like this. I don't want to see this. They shouldn't be doing that. And yeah, you're not going to get me to defend it.
Well, one of the things
So I think that we should give Christopher Rufo like immense credit for saying that answer, because this is a person who not only is on the right, but he's a person who does literally work pretty directly with the Trump administration and a lot of, trying to get things done and trying to get things passed and whatever. He's pretty influential with the Trump administration. And we all know Trump is, hyper vindictive. He has the brat girl energy, high school girl energy. And for him to say that, you could say, oh, he's kind of softball or whatever, but for him to say like, yeah, he's doing things I don't like, as opposed to just kind of doing the blanket defense of it. I think that really, to my mind, gives Rufo a lot, shows Rufo has a lot of character, at least in a conversation like this, or at least personally, that he's willing to say that in a contentious or a hostile political environment where people would be sort of predisposed to be hyper defensive.
Yeah, no, obviously. I mean, I wouldn't defend that stuff either. I don't like any of the crypto stuff at all.
Yes,
I do think, you have to be a realist about the situation, though. And if you're putting the policy goals of Biden in just an open border, letting as many illegal immigrants come into the country as humanly possible, that policy goal, if it increased housing prices by 20 to 30%, up against Trump's like 4 billion crypto scam, which tangibly hurt the American voters more.
Well,
do we care about the voters or what?
I don't like the whataboutism element of it. Like, you can say that.
Well, look, it's not whataboutism.
I know what you're saying.
Which
saying that
policy is more damaging to the voter?
Yeah, obviously.
I'm not saying, look,
yes.
I'm not saying, look, he should get away with it. I'm not in favor of him doing that.
I understand that. I'm just saying that I understand, like, because Christopher Rufo's point is, I can like get things done, and there's some things I can't have an effect on, right? And so I'm going to try to leverage my position for what I think is good for the country.
Right. Yeah.
That's what you're saying. That's like the realist, take that he has. And that's, fair enough.
Well, and also in the same vein, what Biden did was a policy goal. It wasn't considered corruption. It was considered the moral thing to do.
Right.
Yeah. So how do you fight that?
No, right. Well,
like, at least we can come out and say, oh yeah, what Trump is doing is wrong and we shouldn't do that, right? The Democrats are going to come out and say what Biden did was great and we should do it again.
Yeah, I guess, but again, people say, oh, poo-poo, we shouldn't do that. And then, who cares? No one does anything about it. Like nothing's going to happen. Like,
do you believe that if Democrats gain power in 2028, they have all three branches of government, that they're not going to do the exact same thing?
they do what?
Throw open the border.
Oh.
Unlimited immigration.
Considering that at the end of Biden's term, they literally tried to pass probably the strictest immigration that they've tried to pass.
I'll bet
decades.
you $100 they do the exact same thing.
Okay, I'll take that bet.
Okay.
I think the fact that they realized how much they fucked themselves at the end of Biden's term, well, I shouldn't take that bet because it really depends.
They'll do the exact
it depends
same
who
thing.
the president is, right? If it's like President AOC, then I will agree that she doesn't give, like, she's going to do that.
Well,
right?
You're going to agree and pay me $100.
No.
You already took the bet.
I'm gonna hold off and say I'll see who actually gets nominated before I take this bet. All right. That
Oh
would
my
be the
God.
smart way.
So look, give me what are the odds? See, look, just the fact that you're saying, oh, it's within the realm of possibility, means that they never learned their lesson.
Well, no, because you're saying they, like, as if every Democrat or everyone on the left is some sort of amorphous blob that has a hive mind. And that's not the case. If you get some sort of more moderate century Democrat, I would hope, but I do believe that they would learn the lesson that Biden learned and not do that. If they elect socialist AOC or Mamdani or someone to that effect, right? Like they're completely ideologically blinded. They're going to do it anyway.
Newsom would do the same thing.
I
Newsom's already done it in California.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know enough about Newsom to wager. I'd be kind of surprised. I'd be very surprised, but you know, I think it's the easy bet to say, or I think it's like the psychologically easy thing to say. Yes, they will just continue down the pathway of self-destructing,
Yeah,
and never learn anything. So,
I mean, look, I would like to think that they wouldn't. I would like to think that they did learn their lesson and that would never happen again. The way that we're trending,
I don't know, because they've already
we've got
learned
4 more socialists in Congress.
Yeah, but okay. You can't. I don't know why you're looking at this from a very like blanket perspective. That's why I said it depends on who wins. There are a lot of Democrats who've already trying to. Well, I think they're pivoting away from a lot of the woke shit and a lot of the trans stuff. Is because they all like, oh, that ad was so effective against Kamala Harris, right? So the idea that they're not. And I'm not saying that they've changed their opinions. I'm saying from a purely cynical perspective that they understand that these things hurt them, and so they're trying to move some of them that are not socialists. They're trying to move away from that.
They hurt them with moderate voters. They don't hurt them with the base on. That's the thing.
Yeah, of course. But you got to win.
As soon as they gain power, they're going to give the base what it wants.
Okay. We'll see, I guess. I mean, first of all, the idea that the Democrats are going to win all 3 branches of the government. Well, first of all, they can't, unless they add a bunch of seats to the Supreme Court or a shit ton of people die. I don't see how they're going to get 3 branches of government anyway.
I mean, Lindsey Graham dying ups their chances of getting the Senate because he was a massive incumbent.
I don't think Lindsey Graham is going to get replaced by a Democrat.
I don't know what his. I don't know.
In South Carolina or something.
I don't know the situation in South Carolina.
I don't think he's gonna. I don't think him or McConnell are going to be slated to become Democrats anytime soon. So
Mitch McConnell's. I don't think he's running again. It's
I'm
so
saying
bizarre.
He's dead. I'm saying their seats. I don't think are going to be slated to be Democrats.
It's so bizarre that Mitch McConnell. Everyone is like, "Is Mitch McConnell still alive?" And then Lindsey Graham. No, actually, he's dead.
I thought they declared he was dead.
Mitch McConnell? No.
Maybe that was fake news.
He's declaring he's still alive. He's the one that's like, they wheeled him out in a wheelchair.
Right.
They did the Captain Pike with him. I didn't even hear him say anything.
Right. They did the Weekend at Bernie's with him.
Basically, yeah. I just, obviously policy matters.
No, I want to bring up this. Hold on. I just want to, because we got way off track. Okay. The thing about the corruption, and I know that you're not saying this way, but a lot of people do say it this way. They do the whataboutism things. Okay. There are policy problems with Trump being massively corrupt, which is that the idea is like the whole reason that you don't want your president to be massively corrupt, to basically make a shit zillion dollars doing something, is because that means that they're going to be passing laws and pushing for regulations and pushing for laws that are based not on the benefit and welfare of the American people, but simply to enhance their pocketbook, right? And then like the big example, and I've talked about several times, was, allowing some of these Middle Eastern countries to get a shit ton of the very advanced AI chips, which before we didn't really want to sell them because we were concerned that they're going to turn around and sell them to China, and we're trying to beat China in the AI race, and that is kind of like an existential problem. And then Trump, he gets a massive payout from these countries in the tune of billions of dollars, and what do you know? He turns around and gives them these super advanced AI chips that we're kind of worried about could help China win the AI race.
If
so
you
that's a
can link
pretty big policy like problem right there.
Yeah, no, if you can link the $4 billion in crypto gains to something like that, then obviously you're talking about much more massive corruption that is getting closer to the level of corruption with the illegal immigrants.
Right.
The impact, the social impact is close to the same. So
touching into here is I've been watching a show and I see a growing vein of discomfort from you on at least what parts of the right are becoming.
Sure.
So in December, you tweeted, "The right's media apparatus is how the right teaches its followers how to think. And it's currently getting consumed by conspiracy, psychodrama, and tabloid conflicts. If left unchecked, it will turn the audience into the equivalent of a third world click farm." So tell me about that. What's been alarming you?
Sometimes, man, you hear your quotes back to you, you're like, oh, that's kind of very, 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 very lively language. Yeah, this is a huge problem, and I don't. Okay, so
that had to be about Candace Owens, right?
Well, it's about everybody. It's 100% true. It is fucking crazy, and I wish it couldn't be hidden. And I think it should have to be displayed on every account. The amount of accounts, both on the left and the right, but there's a shit ton of them on the right too, that are these accounts that push political propaganda bullshit on X, are all fucking foreign actors who are just fucking some guy in Pakistan doing it for money, or they're actually part of some sort of foreign op, propaganda shit. We are being propagandized by all these foreign actors and pieces of shit. And it's even worse, like with people like Tucker, everyone knows. There was 100% certainty that Tucker is an unregistered foreign agent, that he's being paid by a foreign country.
Of course.
There's not a way alive that this man would be sucking so much Russian dick and so much Middle Eastern dick
without a paycheck,
if he's not getting a massive fucking paycheck from these people.
Yeah, totally. I 100% agree. They are telling where the account is from now. They have that feature. It would be super nice if you could click on the likes and it would do a little graph.
Oh, like a ratio? That's interesting.
Yeah, exactly. So where the likes were from. So you'd see like, oh, the likes are only 5% from the United States, right?
Yes,
and
that's a great feature.
95% of them are from India.
Right,
You're like,
right.
oh, I see what's going on. Because I always see these insane tweets and they're like, hey, this has 108,000 likes.
Right.
How is that possible? Like, that's insane.
Mm-hmm.
That many people like this crazy fucking communist tweet? I bet they're all in China. So yeah, we're getting completely gaslit by the perception that we're getting from social media.
I'll put it this way. There's a growing split between the institutional right and the online right. The institutional right, I think, actually deserves credit for gatekeeping some of these kind of bad tendencies out of our institutions, and I think that's good. However, the online
right being like Fox News and
conservative think tanks, the Manhattan Institute, all of the kind of the institutional layer of the professional right, let's say.
Those were the people that stood up when Tucker Carlson had Nick Fuentes on and really put the thumb screws to him.
I think it's done a very good job at gatekeeping some of these bad psychological and political tendencies out of our institutions. The problem that we're grappling with, though, is that the traditional way of thinking about political media is always as an outgrowth of institutions. So you'd have your magazines, your newsletters, your think tank, policy papers. The internet has created, kind of benefits, costs and benefits. One of the benefits is the kind of ease of communication with a large audience. But one of the negatives is that you have the proliferation of insanity, madness, psychopathology. And on the right, I think this went into hyperdrive after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Was bubbling up before then, but really then took a turn. And so you have this tendency on the right, historically. You have like a kind of Bircher tendency in the post-war era, and then it kind of waxes and wanes over time. And right now you have, in the online right, someone like Candace Owens, who has like departed so far from reality and yet has a massive audience. And I think that it's doing a disservice to the public, and even more, say, kind of self-interestedly, doing a very grave disservice to the right, because if you can't teach your audience, your followers, your political base how to think properly, they're not going to behave properly, and you're not going to have proper outcomes. And so I think it's important for us on the right to have this internal fight, which is to say, if you think that, Israel assassinated Charlie Kirk, or, whatever kind of handful of conspiracy theories you have, you're on the outside. You're not within the movement, and this is a fight that is happening now. And I think, given sufficient amount of time, I think we'll win.
Why do you think you'll win? Because I look at the right and I see Tucker Carlson and his current guise, which is a much more conspiratorial guise than he's had before, has become more and more dominant figure. As you note, Candace Owens' success has been startling. I guess I'd ask this question in two dimensions. What is the audience demand that they are meeting, right? What is it that they are providing that people want? And then I guess the second question is, why do you think you'll win?
Yeah, great question.
This is where I do think that Rufo is optimistically naive about this.
Hugely.
Because, I mean, we look at the ecosystem right now for the internet, and it's like the institutions, like whatever the mainstream institutions on the left and right for the internet, especially I'd say even slightly more on the right, they don't exist on the internet. Like all the mainstream kind of, I say mainstream, like all like the, conservative people who would have been, spiked as having the same conservative values of, people from 40 years ago. Like all those channels are dying. That's why all the Daily Wire shows are dying. Like everything is shifted to populism. Everything is shifted to conspiracy theories. Everything is shifted to more, racist shit. Like, so I don't know. There isn't like a big outlet. At least that I mean, you guys in chat could tell me who this is, but I don't see like a big outlet for like the sort of quote mainstream right on the internet the way there used to be maybe like 4 or 5 years ago.
Yeah. These institutions are embedded in a system that there's some kind of leverage over the participants in a way that just the online ecosystem doesn't have.
Mm-hmm.
You're just all of the incentive structures online are to be as incendiary as possible.
Yes.
And to not really call out people who are incendiary, because you have no leverage in those sorts of interactions, right?
Mm-hmm.
Ezra's not calling out wackadoodles on the left.
No.
I mean, he's not out here calling out Hassan.
He did the
Piker.
opposite. He fucking ran defense for Hassan, which was crazy.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, he's like, Rufo, I want you to do the thing I'm not doing.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's why this whole conversation just drove me crazy, because it's like, you're just a fucking hypocrite, Ezra.
It's even worse because later in the conversation, he sort of implies that like, oh, he was like doing this stuff behind the scenes. And I'm like, okay, great. So you were a coward? You were trying to convince people behind the scenes, but yet, forward facing, whenever you'd have these conversations, you would hand wave it away. Like he's had past conversations with Christopher Rufo, and even this conversation, I wish Rufo would bring it up. Like, I bet you if you asked Ezra, about CRT or BLM shit, like he's still gonna just be like, oh, they were totally fine. Like he's not gonna.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
He's not gonna say like, you were right about these things, Christopher Rufo. Like he's never gonna admit that.
CRT kind of comes up, I think, in this conversation, doesn't it?
It does a little bit, but he just kind of, they don't really go into it.
Yeah, he is in favor of it. It's obvious from the exchange that he's totally still in favor of it.
Well, and the problem is, the real problem is none of these people even if Ezra is going to say, oh yeah, the left went too far in some of these places and all this other shit. None of these people that I've heard that are still sort of in the Ezra camp, none of them will ever say what literally happened. They will not say, yes, there is cultural Marxists that infiltrated the mainstream left. And the mainstream left, either through cynicism, because they believed in it, or they were just too retarded to see it, kowtowed to cultural Marxism, and still is in a lot of ways. And that is like very destructive to our country and very destructive to the left, obviously, as well. And they never say that. They never say those words.
Yeah, and at the same time, they want to say that literal fascists have infiltrated the Republican Party, and
right.
You guys are all fascists for looking the other way and not doing anything about it.
It's
The
just,
irony
it
is so
it's
thick.
very frustrating.
So, first of all, the audience for conspiracy theories is enormous. Before his kind of legal trouble, someone like Alex Jones was making apparently millions of dollars selling vitamins and survival supplies. And if you think about it, to generate that kind of revenue requires a massive, if kind of quiet, under the surface audience. And so I think they're really tapping into that side of the audience. It's right-wing, but not exclusively right-wing. And in fact, a lot of the people who have come over to these conspiracy theories are in that part of the horseshoe where their politics are, let's say, sub-ideological. They're more of a feeling, a perception, a set of resentments. Second, how do conspiracy theories work? Conspiracy theories work for people who want to forfeit agency, for people who do not see the possibility of constructive action in their personal lives or in public life. And therefore, the conspiracy theory gives them the rationalization and justification for their nihilism. It's, insert here, right? It's this group, it's that group, it's this other group that is controlling the world, making everything impossible, assassinating our heroes. And this gives them a psychological key, right? That is self-reinforcing, because a conspiracy theory for conspiracy theorists can never be debunked, right? It's just one layer of the onion that gets peeled. And I'll tell you why I think we're going to win. Because I've noticed this, even for people, let's say, in my kind of one degree of separation, conspiracy theories, and I think in particular anti-Semitic conspiracy theories, eventually fry your brain. And so I think that we'll see a lot of these personalities, a lot of these psychological tendencies kind of burn out on their own. And on top of that, as a kind of extra layer of
That
confidence,
is an optimistic view on the history of anti-Semitism right there.
Yeah, well, okay. I'm saying in the near term, these things kind of wax and wane. But I think what I've seen in the United States is a greater set of antibodies than you might find elsewhere. And then institutionally for our side on the right, I think the people who run institutions are aware of the problem. They're confronting the problem. We're dealing with it. And to me, this is inevitable. Political coalitions are going to have some kind of mixture of the good and the bad. And the question is, who's in a position of leadership? What kind of courage and integrity do they have, and can they succeed? And so I think that when I look at the field...
all those are such important points that I wish Ezra would address about the socialist problem. It's funny that Wick is out there going, yeah, we got to deal with this socialist problem.
Yes.
He's like stepping up, but he's got no political power whatsoever.
I know.
I mean, if Destiny spoke up about it, that would be a lot more meaningful, because obviously he has a much bigger platform.
Well, he does.
Ezra,
but I mean, he is so, he has kind of pegged himself as being such a contentious figure, right?
well, that's good. At least if he is stepping up. If Ezra stepped up, oh my God, although he's kind of hated over the abundance shit, he kind of stepped up on the building houses problem and affordability crisis problem.
That's why he's such a cuck, though. That's why Ezra is the ultimate cuck, because it was like the universe, okay? The shonen protagonist universe slated him to be the guy, okay? Slated him to be the lefty progressive who stands up and names...
steps up, yeah.
Yeah, names the name, right? Names the kame, says, okay, this is the problem. Because that's like the classic thing, right? The people get attacked by a group of people, then suddenly they're like, oh, I guess the other side was correct. I guess these people are a problem, right? And yet, what did he do? He totally cucked out. He 1000% totally cucked out, bent the knee, right? and just hid in his fucking hole because he's a cuck. He's a wussy.
It does seem like, since he took so much heat for the abundance stuff, and it is tangentially related to the free market economies and the left being reflexively anti-markets and anti-capitalist, that he would be the perfect person to step up. But maybe he feels weakened by that exchange. So he's like, I've already done too much already. My job is on the line.
I think it's a lot of people are wired to take the path of least resistance.
Oh, of course. Everyone is, I think, wired to take the path of least resistance.
Well, not everyone. Most people. There's always the weird outliers.
Well, look,
like
it
Elon
depends
Musk,
upon how you
example,
define it. I think there are the people who are going to fight against their wiring. But I do think the wiring just to the path of least resistance, I want to take it easy today. I think that's the wiring.
Of course. But the insidious thing about that is it's not like most of the time you're not sitting around like, oh, I want to do this because I'm lazy, or I'm going to do this because it's easy. Like that's not how maybe sometimes you tell yourself that, right? When you want to sit at home and do nothing. But like in Ezra's case, or in these situations, people don't tell themselves that. They say, oh, well, if I make a big deal about this, if I do this, it's going to hurt my political power. And also Donald Trump is president right now, and the Republicans have so much power, and I'll fracture the left. And it's more important that we fight Trump. Like he's going to make all these rationalizations about why, it's not the right time, or why he shouldn't be doing the morally right thing. The thing that he knows is actually right on some level. And so that's the problem. That he'll just make endless excuses for this shit. And a lot of it is probably just like, the Donald Trump whataboutism. Like a lot of these people will just never, ever push back on any of this shit as long as Donald Trump is president, because their brain is just so obsessively dominated with only being able to sort of focus politics through the singular lens of Donald Trump.
Hey, we got a $50 super chat.
Thanks so much, Chachi. Mick Swag for the $50 says Destiny doesn't talk about leftist cultural extremism. The only criticism he makes of the extreme left anymore is they don't vote Democrat. Anytime someone mentions CRT, he just does his performative, exasperated sigh or whines about white men. Well, thank you for letting me know that. That's sad. I know there was some point where he did, but I guess now he's just become he's cucked out to it too.
I guess I was cover him when he would. Obviously, he was a lot more sane when we were covering him.
Yeah, that was a few years ago. Which is it's weird too, because you think, I know he hates Hassan so much, so you think some of his hatred towards Hassan would bleed over
into the anti-capitalist stuff. Yeah.
But you're right. But I guess you're right, because now I think about it, like a lot of the clips, it is always in service of like, well, these people don't vote Democrat. I think there's like this weird fucking thing that happens. I don't know if there's a name for this. There needs to be a name for this, where I think it's part of why Anna and Jank and some of these other people became like so vehemently anti-Israel, is it's like, if you're in a position where you're kind of, your politics or your audience is not like 100% aligned with you on something, you're not really in the direction that the wave is going, right? But then there's like one issue that's like a big issue that you are kind of aligned with, people will grab it and they'll ride that shit like into the ground, okay, to really just try to get the audience back on their side. And I think Destiny's doing that with a lot of like the vote Democrat stuff, is because he knows, he's not a socialist and he's not, hyper woke on a lot of these cultural issues. And so the thing that he's got to ride into the ground is like the whole, anti-Trump voting Democrat sort of position, to just ride that into oblivion in order to kind of, in order to have something that he can sort of be somewhat unified on the left in that regard.
Rally the audience.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
As it is, I think this, say, faction is less powerful than it was 6 months ago, a year ago, and I hope that trend continues.
I think there's an interesting question on institutions in the right here. I forget if it's a Chesterton quote or a C.S. Lewis quote, but one of them says that when men stop believing in God, they don't believe in nothing. When men stop believing in God, they believe in everything. And I do think there's a dimension of that around institutions where the right has become much more anti-institutional. I think the view that institutions cannot be neutral and largely cannot even be impartial is much more widely held. And there's been a sort of coordinated attack on many of the institutions in American life. But sort of new ones haven't emerged, right? You could imagine the right and the left having parallel institutions that have different core values, because I do agree with you actually that institutions they do always have values at their heart. And when you don't think they do, it just means you don't know what they are.
Correct.
But I think
they're being deliberately obscured, right?
Or they're being obscured. Yeah. But I think sometimes
I mean, that's a good point. Well, he didn't say it in this regard, but a good point to bring up would be part of the reason that the conspiracy brain rot, I think, has been so effective of taking hold of a large swath of the internet right is because we kind of live through the psychic crumbling of our institutions, where we saw so many institutions that we thought of as supposed to be neutral, arbiters of just science or information or education, completely be subverted by the cultural Marxists, in the peak woke years. And that was insanely blackpilling to, I think, so many people that it made it very easy for people to just throw their hands up and say, well, you can't trust anything at this point. And when you're in that, you can't trust anything at that point, you become very susceptible to, the most, incendiary conspiracy kind of brain rot content.
Yeah. And not just partisan institutions either, right? Like Hollywood, academia, mainstream media, like all of these institutions.
Yes.
Kind of became partisan. Institutions that we once thought were nonpartisan.
Yeah, but like the BLM stuff, the COVID shit, like a lot of that was like really blackpilling on people.
Yep.
The fact, and I remember talking about this at the time, this was like one of the most insane fucking things of all time was, you had the COVID lockdowns, you had a bunch of people primarily on the right, they're protesting against the COVID lockdowns. They're saying how horrible this is. And you have everyone, all these institutions, all these health institutions are coming out. Mainstream media is all coming out saying, oh, these people are so bad. They're so selfish. How dare these people go and protest, even though some minor protests, right? How dare these people go out and protest? And they're not wearing masks, of course, right? They're spreading COVID.
Mm-hmm. Super spreader events.
They're super spreaders. They're going to get people killed, right? Like, oh my God, these are the worst people ever for, the handful of people for protesting the COVID lockdowns. Literally, like the next week, okay, not even exaggerating, like literally 1 or 2 weeks later, okay, is when George Floyd dies, and the BLM protests go batshit fucking crazy, and these same fucking people, they just flip on a dime. They're like, well, like actually, guys, if you're protesting outside, you're not actually going to spread COVID. Or, maybe it's okay because police violence against Black people is just so important that it's okay if they spread the COVID. It was like one of the most like fucking insane things I've ever seen in my life. And I think people like Ezra, they just don't appreciate how batshit fucking crazy, like so many institutions that were not considered partisan behaved completely fucking unhinged in that time period.
Because he agreed with it.
Yes, because he fell prey to it.
He was like, COVID kills a lot of people, but racism, that's the real killer.
And I think the big problem is that there's been no mea culpa. There's been no people, like the left hasn't come out broadly, or a lot of people on the left haven't come out broadly and say, yes, this was completely fucked up. We allowed these insane people to control us. This was a bad, and we need to throw these people into the trash can and move on. Like, there's been no acknowledgement that this actually happened.
Yeah, look, and they're fighting Trump on fighting against it. So
Carlson is an interesting figure here, somebody who came up institutionally. I think sometimes about this speech he gave at the 2009 Conservative Political Action Conference.
And I saw conservatives create many of their own media organizations, and I saw many of those organizations prosper, and I saw some of them fail. And here's the difference. The ones that failed refused to put accuracy first. This is the hard truth, and conservatives need to deal with this. I believe this. I'm as conservative as any person in this room. I am literally in the process of stockpiling weapons and food and moving to Idaho. So I'm not in any way going to take a second seat to anybody in this room ideologically. But I will say, honestly, if you create a news organization whose primary objective is not to deliver accurate news, you will fail. You will fail. The New York Times is a liberal paper, but it's also, and it is to its core a liberal paper, it's also a paper that cares about whether they spell people's names right, by and large. It's a paper that actually cares about accuracy. Conservatives need to build institutions that mirror those institutions. That's the truth. You don't believe me?
So put aside.
He's so naive, man.
Well, it's
That's
so
not
funny.
the way to build us. Look, talk to Candace Owens, who's like a bazillionaire over lying to people.
If you went back in time and you had like a clip reel of like Tucker Carlson how he's today, and you showed it to young Tucker Carlson, he would have killed himself.
Oh yeah, of course.
Like it's
He's
so
like,
funny.
what a dumb kid.
I know. Like there's like clips of Tucker Carlson talking about like, oh, I hate all these political pundits that just cater to the lowest common denominator. I can't say the word denominator of the audience. With conspiracy theories and like a bunch of I think he even could criticize like the religious hoo-ha stuff specifically, right? And all these things that he's become, right? And it's also like that's why it's so clear that he's playing this part is because when he hated it, could very clearly articulate the exact thing that he is, and so it's very obvious he's like playing this part now. And it's so funny even to hear like even 10 years ago, you hear Tucker Carlson talking about it, the dangers of Islam, right? The Sharia, remember like, oh, the Sharia law in America, right? We heard so much about the dangers of Islam, Sharia law from Tucker. And then now he's like, I don't know why we're being told that Islam's so bad. This is some kind of like Israeli psyop to think Islam is like a danger in America.
Yeah.
And people are like, no, Sitch, you don't understand. He believes this. He's not actually being obviously paid in some sort of Ford operative.
Yeah. Truth is what's important.
Yeah.
Put aside the special pleading for the New York Times here. Carlson tried to build his own media institution, the Daily Caller.
Sure.
I would say it did not. My impression of it is that it did not become a place to put accuracy first and became a kind of conservative New York Times.
And it did not become a conservative
New York Times. Over time, he went in, I think, darker and darker directions as he chased the audience. And now he's fully without institution and has, I think, emerged, I'll put it this way, into a form I think when I listen to you find more concerning and problematic. So what do you think went wrong there?
Yeah, well, look, this is a long-term trend. This didn't emerge in 2009 or 2020. I think of it this way. The left is over-institutionalized and the right is under-institutionalized.
I say this all the time, man. The left is overformed by institutions, the right is underformed.
Correct. And so we have kind of opposite problems. And I think of it also in this way. I wrote a piece about this, I don't know, a long time ago, and I think it really holds up. The left is organized as a capital P party, and the right is organized under a capital P prince. So you have Donald Trump essentially sets the direction of the right, for better or for worse, through personal charismatic power and his relationship with the conservative base. There's really no mediating institutions in the kind of way that you would see elsewhere. That's where conservatives have figured out this formula, for at least the time being, to achieve political victory. It has benefits, it has problems. The left has the opposite problem. The reason why I think you get like presidential candidates on the left that seem to be like devoid of traditional charisma is because it's organized as an institutional apparatus or a capital P party. And so conservatives have a problem with institutions. Conservatives have a problem building institutions. And this is the deepest irony, right? Is that conservatives in a healthy republic would be the ones that are preserving the institutions, restoring the institutions, maintaining the institutions. But conservatives have found themselves on the outside of institutions. And so when we're talking about this concept of counter-revolution, it's a paradox, right? Because a counter-revolution is not necessarily a conservative impulse on the top. You can have a conservative mission or goal that drives it. That's why it's a counter-revolution rather than a revolution. But conservatives are in this really interesting position where you have a lot of people on the intellectual right. They attend the black tie galas, they attend the events at the country club, they eat the, salmon dinner at the whatever Hilton, ballroom. And I'm always looking around at these. I don't like these events because I'm always looking around and saying, you guys are out of your minds. You guys are operating as if, the Elks Lodge was still the formative institution of the United States. You're living in a fantasy. You're living in a nostalgia that isn't actually grappling with the fundamental problems in the country and is totally out of step with the very voters that you claim to represent. And so, look, this is a problem. I can't say that there's a snap your fingers solution. And so you have to start where you start. I work for an institution that I think is the best in the business, the Manhattan Institute. I think we do good work that has a high degree of accuracy and rigor and intelligence. And I think that we've put up practical political victories in a way that few others have.
Another version of this is a line I like, is that the personality type of the left is bureaucratic and the personality type of the right is autocratic. And I don't think that was always true.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I think in the Trump era it is.
Okay. Well, make the case. There
is a falling in line behind Donald Trump. So here's my view of the two coalitions right now. The genius of Donald Trump in the 2024 election was he collapsed the multi-dimensional test of party loyalty that existed in the previous Republican Party, where you pro-life, did you believe in low taxes, what was your foreign policy, et cetera, and certainly the multidimensional agenda test you see on the left, down to a single point of loyalty. Did you support him personally? If you did, there was actually room for a wide variety of other opinions. You could be a techno-futurist,
a podcast
like Elon Musk.
Yeah.
You could be a Christian traditionalist. You could be RFK Jr., who'd been running as a Democrat just a year or two before, but also you could be Ted Cruz. And what held that together is that the line that you could not cross was Trump himself. But as long as you were useful to him, you could be on the team. Now,
I think Ezra's missing, he's not understanding what's going on here. I don't think that's why there's been like a pivot for a lot more people being authoritarian. The pivot to authoritarian is because people look around at the system, both on the left and the right. They look around at the system and they say, things are falling apart. Our government seems ineffective and feckless, and it seems like nothing is going to get better. And whenever people feel like they're in that situation, they're much more willing to say, okay, let's allow someone who I trust, who's saying the right things, come in and use a strong arm to basically force the country, force the institutions, force the systems back in the direction that I think is a good direction. And that's how a lot of these countries in the past will fall to authoritarians, that people have that exact feeling.
Yeah, and it exists as much on the left as it does on the right, obviously. They're using the argument that we're on the verge of fascism. We have to come in and we have to strong arm everyone into some new dynamic.
Yes.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, no, it's not. Yeah, I don't think it's like bound by a left-right axis. It's just when people have that feeling that things are spiraling out of control and that there's no other way to change it, right? They're very willing then to just kind of give away their freedom at that point.
Yeah. His framing of authoritarian and bureaucratic, I don't know if he means autocratic.
I'm not sure.
Like it's just a one person. I mean, the way he's framing Trump, he probably means that. But
Right.
I just like framing. The Democrats are always talking about how, we're a big tent party. We need a lot of, we can include the socialists because we have a huge variance of opinions, and him throwing that same sort of dynamic on Trump, but it's a bad thing because.
Right. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, that's a good point.
Why? Why is it a bad thing? And of course, the Democrats will say the same thing. Like, you you can have a lot of different opinions as long as you support Biden, right? They do the exact same thing around elections. So
Yeah, everyone does. Yeah. I mean, whether it's a good or bad thing is dependent on like who, who is the person you're advocating for, and what are you allowing into your party? Right?
sure,
That's going to
sure.
dictate whether it's good or bad.
He wants to frame it as, oh, it's just Trump is a loyalty test. That's all it is. But
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
He's Ezra does see conservatives and Republicans as evil. I think he still has that take. He sees them as greedy racists.
Yeah, that's true.
So, and it's you can't really, until you're willing to say, okay, there's good parts of conservatism and there's good parts of liberalism. Liberalism tends to be the offense and conservatism tends to be the defense for society. And we need a good offense and we need a good defense. Until you have that kind of understanding of the political system, you're always going to see it as this Manichaean struggle between two parties where there can only be one victor in this war for society.
Yeah, it would be interesting to ask him that question. Does he acknowledge that there is, both a positive and negative benefit to both sides?
I'm sure he would play it off.
You're like,
I'm sure he would play it off and say, "Oh yeah, of course there is."
But I'd want him to say like, okay, what is it? Can you tell me what it is?
Right. I mean, we do need a strong national security. And conservatives are most concerned about our national security, far more concerned about it than progressives seem to be.
Right.
That has obvious issues when you move into governance, and I think some of them have emerged. But it gave him and them a freedom of movement across other issues where, a Kamala Harris, a Tim Walz, Joe Biden were much more box checking, right? This sort of multidimensional loyalty test that the left uses. And so on the left, you end up with, and I mean here the left, not like the Democratic Socialist left, but the left coalition in this country,
Sure.
the broad Democratic Party. You end up with people who...
That's hilarious. He even says it.
Mm-hmm.
Our broad I mean, the broad left, the huge Democratic Party, our Big Tent party.
Have sort of all of the right views and
Yes.
have an institutional personality, right? Are somewhat risk averse, are worried about getting in trouble at a meeting. And on the right, you have people who they'll go crazy in a meeting. You can be Bill Pulte, but as long as the boss likes you, you're safe.
Okay, yeah, I think that there are.
Who was that guy that just got fired from CBS because he went crazy in all those meetings? Even his framing is like weird.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, the left they're all the good people and the right are all the crazy, insane people.
Well, I think he's saying like they, and there's truth to this element that, the right, at least at the term of the election, I think is kind of fractured. The term of the election, it was very much like, what was the identity of the right beyond Donald Trump? It was kind of amorphous, where the left still had like Kamala Harris and Biden had to placate the woke people. They had to, as he said, they had to check all these boxes. They had to bend over backwards for all these crazy ass dumb fuck people, right?
Right.
But that's the problem. It's like, okay, but like it's just that's a different form of like the Big Tent. Like, and that's what's kind of interesting is he's saying like, oh, well, because Donald Trump didn't have that, he was able to form the Big Tent coalition. It's like, yeah, but the left was doing the same thing. The Democrats were doing the same thing. They just had to kowtow to the most insane people directly, where Trump was just kind of amorphous about a lot of these things.
Well, I think Trump's campaign focus mostly on immigration.
Yes.
The two biggest issues in polling is immigration and healthcare. So the left is focusing on healthcare and the right is focusing on immigration. So to say it's amorphous when he's at every rally they're chanting "Build the wall." I mean, how's that amorphous?
I guess I should say amorphous beyond like the one central issue. Right?
Yeah. So like, okay.
Yeah.
I guess you can be amorphous about it beyond that issue, but then are you really amorphous?
Yeah, because there's a lot more issues going on in the country than just one singular issue.
But it's immigration plus then. because you can put everyone in the category of immigration plus.
Well, but that was sort of the issue. It was like everything's going to get thrown on the back of immigrants' fault. It's like, okay, I mean, there are things that you have to deal with, like healthcare is a good example.
Even
And you could
abortion.
say, yeah, they're overloading the healthcare system, blah, 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 all that shit, right? But it's like, okay, putting that all aside, you do need to have some kind of actual thing to put in place, especially if you're going to get rid of Obamacare, which no one, Republicans have never scraped together for the last 12 years, so, or longer, actually.
If the party that takes up healthcare and immigration is just, they're going to clean house. First party to do it is going to clean house.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Elements of that are true. Prince versus party. It's a method of political organization, psychological organization. Certainly, one of Trump's kind of the great litmus test for him is personal loyalty. Like we've seen that. You're with Trump, he's with you. You cross him, and he'll attack you.
You could be Kim Jong Un and be a
they were buddies, right?
Standing.
It was like a nice buddy comedy.
Yeah,
I feel like there'd be a buddy comedy.
He likes Kim Jong Un more than he likes Mark Carney.
Yeah, well, fair enough, and as personal chemistry goes, but yeah, I think there's some truth to that.
See, even that is just an underhanded jab, because Ezra swims in the waters where everyone believes Trump likes dictators because he himself wants to be a dictator, and he looks up to them, he admires them, so he really looks enviously at Kim Jong Un,
right?
Or Kim Jong-il, I guess Un was his father. But when it's just, I see it as him gassing Kim Jong-il, Kim Jong whatever up.
Yeah.
So that he can get whatever agreement out of him he can get, right? So he can get him to chill out on the nuclear weapons. Ezra doesn't believe that, though.
I don't know. I used to think that the fact that he's like the way that he's been so like the way that he acted towards Putin and his inability to to learn and to realize that you can't gas Putin up. I mean, maybe that's his thought process, and he just is too old to to learn, right? Maybe it's just an old dog never learns new trick situation.
Yeah, but it seems like you agree that regardless of whether or not the strategy is effective, and I completely agree with you that it is ineffective with Putin. His strategy is, I'm going to gas this guy up and he's going to give me whatever I want. That's not going to work with Putin, but it's not, I'm envious of Putin, that I wish I could be like Putin.
Right. No, I guess what I was trying to say is my point is either, I don't know what Trump is thinking. Either he is just retarded and he has a strategy and he just can't learn to not do it, or it's just he has a different motivation, whatever it may be.
This is what works for him in business, especially being famous. He's like, look, I'm going to gas whoever I'm trying to get a deal out of. I'm going to gas him up. I'm going to make him my best friend. I'm going to, love bomb them, as the kids say. And they're going to give me whatever I want.
Yeah. That's why I'm not going to sit here and say no, that he loves to be a dictator. Cause I agree with you. There's a very clear line of logic to what you're saying that makes logical sense. Yeah.
Yeah. But Ezra doesn't believe that. Ezra doesn't believe that at all because he's got a completely different worldview about Trump.
But I mean, to be fair, Trump doesn't do himself any favors in the way that he acts, especially in a lot of disregard for, separation of powers process, things of this nature.
Of course not. But at the same time, Ezra is always going to believe that no matter what. There's nothing Trump could do that would win Ezra over from believing that.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't, therefore, I think your conclusion is overdrawn. I don't think you could say the right has autocratic personalities. I mean, I deal with conservatives all the time. I don't see that as a psychological tendency with the people I work with, the people I talk to, my friends and neighbors. I think it's overdrawn. I think this is just a question of political organization from the top. And I don't think it's...
Is this him dog walking Ezra? Because he's like, look, Ezra, you got this twisted idea that conservatives are all authoritarians.
No, because I think I don't think Rufo dog walks Ezra at any point in this conversation, because the reason people say that he got dog walked, which I agree with, is that he's willing to concede a lot of things where Ezra is willing to concede nothing. And if you're in that situation, you need to be more aggressive and you need to start calling it out and be like, you're delusional. You like there's a lot of things that should be thrown in Ezra's face in this conversation
Okay.
about the institutional failures of the left and how the left, basically created the situation that we're in right now and paved the way for Trump. And, all these things that he complains about, like the left is very, not 100%, obviously people still have, personal responsibility, but they're very culpable for creating this environment. And he doesn't really acknowledge it beyond a simple like hand wave so he doesn't have to talk about it.
I think Ezra has resigned himself to a belief, or Rufo has resigned himself to a belief that Ezra believes all conservatives are authoritarians, and there's really no way he can talk him out of that belief. Even here, as he's telling him, I don't think conservatives have authoritarian personalities. The look on Ezra's face is, what are you talking about? Like, we've studied this. There's psychological studies. Like, he could pull out 1,000 studies that show all conservatives are just authoritarian personality. Right. I mean, this is a belief a lot of really smart people on the left have.
Well,
George Lakoff wrote an entire book about this.
Yeah, I know. It's the Adorno shit, which kind of like mind raped, a lot of people. And, surprise, surprise, Adorno was a fucking communist who was part of the Frankfurt School, right?
Yeah.
He's going to say, oh, it's only the people on the right that have the authoritarian, personality types.
Yeah, yeah. Which is the problem. Like, you're never going to get anywhere when they just believe that their ideological opponents are evil.
Yeah.
Total just loyalty, personal loyalty. I mean, Trump wants immigration restrictions, strong national borders, build a wall. He wants American national interest-based foreign policy, although that is kind of a little bit on the outs. And then he represents, or at least championed, a lot of the causes that I care about, on DEI, on higher education, on cultural institutions, and a whole host of other sub-issues that he really grabbed onto. And look, this is good. You kind of have to work with what is there. You always want to plan for the future, build for the future, but ultimately you're faced with decisions in the moment. And look, on the whole, I think in those areas where we have had more freedom of movement, more ability to execute policy, I think things have been going quite well.
I'm going to go back to Tucker. So I've seen you talk about your take on his evolution. And something you've said is that the Tucker Carlson of the Fox News era, when he was given his 8 p.m. monologues, that in that era, they were a unifying script for the right. That Fox News was this institutional structure around him that maybe contained him to a certain point. And that created a unity, a coherence that has now dissolved, not just around him specifically, but around the right more broadly. Now, the liberal take on Tucker in the Fox News era is that he was beginning to bring a white national strain into centrality in the Republican Party. That, there were all these Daily Stormer articles about how much he was saying exactly what they thought. He was talking about great replacement theory.
And you've got to ask yourself, as you watch the historic tragedy that is Joe Biden's immigration policy, what's the point of this? They are flooding this country with immigrants in order to change the demography to maintain political power for themselves, to change the racial mix of the country. That's the reason, to reduce the political power of people whose ancestors lived here and dramatically increase the proportion of Americans newly arrived from the third world. Now, I know that the left and all the little gatekeepers on Twitter become literally hysterical if you use the term replacement. But they become hysterical because that's what's happening, actually. Let's just say it. That's true.
He had already, in our view, become quite conspiratorial, and that what he is now and what he is then are a straight line from each other. And that the sort of passions he was unleashing, right? Reason, of course, being a slave of such passions, that it was always going to go in one direction. And that celebrating what he was at that moment and then being confused by what he is at this moment is a kind of like a strange unwillingness to either grapple with one or the other. So tell me how you see it.
Yeah, I don't.
Ezra, again, he misses this because he's way too stuck in the left frame of this. He can only see it through this very narrow perspective. So he's going to see it through this very narrow race perspective. That's not what was going on with Tucker. Even when he was on Fox News. What was going on with Tucker was that and I think a lot of this had to do with once Tucker took Bill O'Reilly's spot. He took the big dog spot on Fox News. He became the big anchor on Fox News. And once he took that spot and he, kind of had the whole network on his shoulders and he was really chasing the audience there. He's not like, he didn't go down the, I'm going to be the racist, right? That wasn't the thought process. That wasn't even the line. It was, we're going down the conspiracy hole. Everything was the conspiracy hole. That's why he fucking starts to go off and about how, actually Richard Nixon was a great president and was framed by the government, because he was going to look into JFK, assassination by the government. When in reality, it was the opposite, right? Richard Nixon was literally telling the CIA and the FBI that he wasn't going to investigate them, right? But obviously Tucker is going to lie about it because, he would frame everything through this kind of lens. And then once you start going down the conspiracy thing where you can't trust it, you can't trust anybody, you can't trust, anything whatsoever, everything's conspiracy, like then it's very easy to start, seeping into the, Israel and the Jews are behind everything, right? Because at the end of the day, you go down a conspiracy hole long enough and that's kind of like the ultimate, that's like the end conspiracy that people get to, right? You either become a flat earther or you become the Jews are behind everything if you keep going down the pathway.
Right.
Or both. I'm sure there's some that are both out there.
Yeah, totally.
I don't see it that way. I mean, when Tucker was on Fox at that 8 p.m. Eastern time, 5 p.m. Western time for me, it really did feel like a shelling point for the right. It was like a quarterback calling the plays every night at 8 o'clock in that first, 5 to 10 minutes, where Tucker kind of condensed the opinion, represented the opinion, reflected back the opinion, and then everyone had a central point, a central coherent point to think about, to talk about, to mobilize on. And it was very effective. So even in my own experience, when I first started reporting on critical race theory in the institutions, went on Tucker, gave a kind of opening monologue with Tucker. President Trump was watching it, got a call from the White House the next morning. Hey, the president saw you on TV. He wants to take action on critical race theory. Come to the White House. Let's get this thing done. And so that mechanism, that even in my personal experience, the loop on that was like less than 12 hours.
It was a very tight loop between Tucker and the White House.
And I think also what I've learned about Fox.
See, look, he's such an underhanded little fucking scoundrel. I can't stand Ezra. Because the subtext of what he just said there was Trump is a racist. Trump is a racist. Everything points to this whole all Republicans are racist. That's why Ezra is he's a piece of shit. You can't trust Ezra at all. Ezra wants to believe it's impossible for anyone to be a conservative and not be a greedy racist. That's what he thinks of all of you. And anyone who's in our audience who's on the right, that's what Ezra Klein thinks of you. And I can't stomach people who think that way. Yeah. Look, even I who think the commies are fucking insane, I don't think of them as greedy racists. Like they truly want to help the poor and downtrodden. Most of them do. There are plenty of people who are just in it for themselves, who are just like, I don't think Hassan wants to help the little people at all. He's just using it for his own political advantage. But there are plenty of socialists, like the super chat we got earlier. I'm sure he's sincere about wanting to help people. He doesn't want to see the rich getting out of control and people not being able to afford homes.
Well, I don't think that person was socialist, so.
Well, he said, obviously he cares about the downtrodden. That's my point. He cares about the poor, right? He's like, we got to do something about it without necessarily being called socialist. So, but how do you have any sort of political discourse with someone? And it's completely faulty logic. There are plenty of racists on the right. There might be more racists on the right than the left, but in this day and age, I don't know. The left gives you a run for your money because it seems like every single black American they can be as racist as they want to be. every Chinese American, every Latino American, they can all be as racist as they want to be against white people or any other race.
Right.
No one's going to stop them. They can be as racist against Jewish people as they want. So it's even hard for me to say, like, the right has more racists these days than the left.
Mhm.
But to Ezra, it's ideologically impossible for you to be a conservative and not be a racist.
Yes.
And fuck that guy. Why is this guy elevated on the left? If anyone should be like canceled and deplatformed, it's this piece of shit.
Mhm.
I look at Ezra. Ezra is more insidious than Hassan, because Hassan is a fucking idiot. Ezra is actually smart, and Ezra is in the halls of power. So
Yeah, I think Hassan has a much larger audience now. So, but I understand what you're saying.
than Ezra has.
Yes.
Ezra's far more powerful than Hassan, though. I
don't know. It's a good question. Maybe.
Attention wise. People read the New York Times, and that's like, a lot of people on the left read the New York Times, and that's like their fucking Bible.
Obviously Ezra has more credibility, right?
Yeah, huge credibility.
Yeah, but I don't know if that translates into like Hassan does have a lot of power, I guess, unfortunately, I think, in that he shapes the minds of all these fucking retards, all these kids and stuff, which is a problem.
I think our culture would be in a much better place if not so many people on the right believed that people on the left wanted to destroy America, and not so many people on the left believed that all Republicans were like white supremacist racists.
Mhm.
Right? There are plenty of people on the left that dislike America, right?
Right.
That are anti-American.
Mhm.
It's hard for me because I don't know how much of that would change if there wasn't the affordability crisis and people were having trouble paying the bills, right? I think a lot of that hatred for America is wrapped up in that mess, right?
Sure.
So, but at the same time, there are totally racist people on the right that have been like, our culture has been anti-white now for like 10 years. And that's
Mhm.
creating a set of people on the right that are definitely anti-black people, they're anti-minority, they hate
Right.
Jews, like they're the worst of the worst. So, but it's not the entire category of conservatives like Ezra makes it out to be. He wants to make the argument that some people on the right suppress that, right? It's innate in their ideology, but some manage to suppress it. They keep the mask on for you. But really it's just lurking beneath the surface. So
Mhm.
that's his belief, and it's fucking terrible. Evil. It's hideous. I hate this guy.
News is that Fox News has, and this is to its great credit, Fox News has a kind of disciplinary function. And I think especially after 2020 has become even more cognizant of, okay, message discipline is important. Moving the message forward is important. Here's the kind of guardrails for the narrative. And this is a function of institutions, a function of technology.
Yes, but what I'm talking about is what the narrative itself is. I agree with you that Tucker played this role when he was on Fox News. But the thing that many of us who, I knew Tucker before, many of us who had watched him for a long time from a good time libertarian.
But what specific, you're invoking like the Daily, it's like, I don't know anything about the Daily Storm or beyond.
He talked a bunch about Great Replacement Theory. This has been, this has been exhaustively documented. There are biographies of the guy. The Times did a bunch of work on this.
Look, he's so mad. He's like hitting Rufo in the face with this insidious belief that he has. And he's like, "What? Come on, this is true. You fucking know this is true. Obviously, Tucker Carlson is a white supremacist. The entire Republican Party is white supremacists. Rufo, why are you gaslighting me here? Donald Trump is a white supremacist."
Well, I think there is, and I hate to say it, I think Rufo is too rose-colored glasses about this.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, it makes sense that obviously if the big narrative is going to be the people are coming to replace you, right? That's going to breed, racial resentment.
Yes.
Like that's very obvious.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm just saying, like, it's not so out of bounds to be like, oh, well, how could anyone have possibly foreseen that people are going to react this way?
Yes.
If you don't have the conversation, I think Rufo does say this later. If you don't have the conversation in a responsible way, right? Which, I mean, Tucker has no interest in having any of these conversations in any sort of responsible way.
Look, but the left has no interest in having this conversation in a responsible
Of
way
course
either.
they don't.
Want to frame it as white supremacy. But when they talk about whites being a minority in America on Jimmy Kimmel and the whole audience stands up and gives a standing ovation, how is that not the equivalent of great replacement theory?
It is.
Yeah. So
Of
look,
course
they
it
don't
is, yeah.
they don't want to talk about it in a responsible way. They want to frame that as, oh, you guys are delusional.
Well, first of all, I would never say that they did talk about it in a responsible way. I'm just saying that no one has talked about it in a responsible way.
Yeah.
Now, I mean, if someone could be like, "Oh, well, you can only talk about one side talking about it in a responsible way," which that's not my position. Everyone should talk about it in a responsible way.
Right. Yeah. Here's kind of my objection to this framing. It frames Christopher Rufo as not talking about it in a responsible way in this conversation, and Ezra talking about it in a responsible way. When Ezra is not talking about it in a responsible way, he's just taking the standing ovation about whites becoming a minority in America side of the equation. He's saying that that's not a big deal and nobody should care about that.
Mm-hmm.
And that you're a racist if you do care about that. But that's not a responsible way to have that conversation.
I agree.
Yeah.
That's a fair critique.
So he's being as irresponsible here.
Of course he is.
But supposedly Rufo's the one that's supposed to like get down on his knees and apologize for not. It's none of that. It's like Tucker Carlson. Why the fuck is Tucker Carlson's beliefs being thrown in Christopher Rufo's face? Why does he has to prostrate himself and apologize for Tucker Carlson here?
No, he doesn't. But I mean,
all of this is completely irresponsible.
Sure. I'm just saying, yeah, he doesn't have to do any of those things, right?
Like Rufo should pull out all of the incendiary shit that Hassan Piker said and go, Ezra, why aren't you? What is going on here? Why are you not speaking up about this nonsense?
I think the correct way to sort of handle the conversation would be to say, I'm not. I mean, he did kind of super glaze Tucker Carlson, so that's why it's going to come up, right? It's kind of like what's her face glazing Candace Owens, and then Candace Owens goes off the deep end.
When did he glaze Tucker Carlson?
He just said like, oh, there was the golden days of Fox News where Tucker Carlson was the quarterback, and he would give his speech, and everyone would fall in line, and he'd set kind of the narrative for everyone, right?
Right.
That sounds like a massive glaze to me, at least in how I interpret what he's saying. So. He kind of opens himself up to that conversation, that critique. But the way that I think I would conceptualize it is to say, Tucker sucks and all this other stuff sucks. And, I said that I don't agree with the direction he's in now. It's just annoying that every time we have the conversation, I'm willing to acknowledge the failures, I guess, unquote, my side. And you have like literally you're not willing to say anything about all the shit that your side is doing, all the fucked up shit that's going on your side.
All of those talks that Tucker Carlson gives about great replacement theory. I don't know how you have those conversations responsibly. Look, you can't have those conversations responsibly without the left accusing you of being a racist. And it seems like those talks that Tucker Carlson was having was him trying to have those in a responsible way.
No, he was 100% not. That's
okay. So then we just disagree on Tucker Carlson on Fox News, because I would like to watch those. I mean, we're talking about them from
just
things
say that's fine. Just say you don't. Yeah, say you're not familiar enough with them to have an opinion on it. That's fine.
Well, I have watched some of them, and I think that like people are losing their minds when he's trying to have a conversation about immigration. So I'm not getting the this is like we need white America sort of vibe from it. Where I see the left is looking at this and going, oh yeah, they think this is white America. This is like white supremacy. This is like Klan hoods. They hear this conversation and see Klan hoods, and I hear this conversation. I see a guy trying to have the conversation about immigration.
Okay.
So-
I give, especially the way that, now we have the foresight, right, of seeing where Tucker is now. And combined with the fact that, when I would watch him on Fox News, and it'd be a rare occurrence, I'd watch Tucker on Fox News and I'd be like, okay, he's blatantly lying about, something right now. I don't give him any of the charity, I guess, that you're giving him whatsoever. I think he doesn't. Yeah, I think he knew exactly what he's doing. He didn't really care.
So you think
he's
you think
intentionally phrasing things in very incendiary ways in order to, drive viewership.
so? But do you think he is speaking directly to white supremacists, and the Republican Party is mostly white supremacists, and
No, not at all.
these conversations were rallying calls?
No,
Because that's the
not my
left
point.
perspective.
I
on
didn't
it.
say that. That's not my point at all.
That's what Ezra believes.
I know, but I'm not going to get stuck in the framing of I can only kind of interpret it or agree. I can only agree with Ezra or completely disagree with Ezra. Like I'm not going to get stuck in that interpretation.
This is perfect. All right. So the Tucker conversations that we're not watching them right now. We're just going from memory, are on a spectrum, right? 10 is their secret dog whistles to white supremacists, and he's really just
I
trying
don't
to
think they're
get
secret dog whistles to white supremacists. I think Tucker understands. I think Tucker is a very fantastic pundit. I mean, this is a guy who spent most of his life being a political pundit. He knows how to frame things in ways to garner an audience. And I think that's what his motivation was when he got the prime slot on Fox News, when he feels the weight of being the anchor of the company, and he starts to become hyper cognizant of what's getting me views and what's not getting me views, and he goes down that pathway. I think that's his 100% guiding factor on Fox News. I'm just saying he's not responsible. He doesn't give a shit if it's going to make people crazy, if he's going to say things in very irresponsible ways that could, make people more racist or less racist or whatever. That's none of that. He doesn't care about any of that.
So look, there's two ways to look at this. There's the effect, and there is his intention. When I was laying out the spectrum, I mean, you can give me your inclination on both. So the 10 is like trying to turn everyone into white supremacists. The 1 is trying to have a responsible conversation about immigration. Okay. On that spectrum, where were Tucker Carlson's talks on from his personal point of view?
Well, as I said, from his personal point of view, he's not on the spectrum because he doesn't care.
Okay.
Right. In terms of the practical, what does it cost? I can't answer. I have no clue what it would cost actually in the practicality. If you're asking
he doesn't care if it's a reasonable dialogue, a reasonable political dialogue, or full on racism. On the outcome, which way does it fall? Is it more driving people towards the 10 or the 1? Is it the 1?
Well, it's obviously driving more people towards the 10. I don't know how much. I can give you a number, right? I have no clue what the number would be.
All right.
Bringing in of a macro narrative that there was a function that's called a cabal of elites.
This was a guy
importing.
Tucker Carlson was the guy who, after Fox News, was secretly saying that Donald Trump was demonic and that he was happy to see him gone from politics because he's glad that this demon doesn't exist in politics. Okay. Now, I don't know about you, but I don't believe for a second that Tucker Carlson was all like, I love Donald Trump. He's the greatest president ever. And then one event on January 6th makes him go full blown Donald Trump is demonic. Okay. I don't believe that people have the switch over January 6th that much, right? That is obviously a sentiment that he had that had been building within him for a very long time. Right. And January 6th was just suddenly the last straw that at least he would say it privately. He did not say any of this publicly. In fact, publicly, he kept sucking up to Donald Trump the entire time. Okay. Showing the fact that he's a compulsive liar who doesn't give a fuck and was just doing things for his audience. And then after that email came out, what does he do? He says, I love Donald Trump. I was just in a moment of weakness, right? He starts sucking up to Donald Trump again because he says, well, that's where my audience is. I need to suck up to Donald Trump, right? But then what happens? Well, then he starts getting money from foreign lobbyists. Then, the war in Iran happens. Then things happens. And suddenly he has an audience now that, isn't so much on board with Donald Trump anymore. And suddenly he's like, oh, actually, I don't like Donald Trump. Donald Trump sucks. Maybe Donald Trump's the Antichrist. He's such an obvious snaky fucking used car salesman, snake oil salesman. So I'm not going to give him a single ounce of charity at any point in his time on Fox News and be like, well, no, he's magically now he became, an insanely evil person. But before, when he was also lying off his ass, well, I think he was just being responsible there at that point.
None of that really has to do with the idea that I'm kind of interrogating here.
No, it's because you're only looking at this through this one single thing. That yes, I do not like the framing that all Republicans are greedy racists. And yes, I agree with you that Ezra thinks that. I get it. But there's other factors of analysis that we can kind of look at the behavior of Tucker Carlson and what's going on with him beyond that one single scope.
We can definitely.
Yes.
But as far as the country is, they're not going to look at these. Look, the whole point of this conversation is for Ezra Klein to narrow this down to one thing, that Republicans are racist and that Tucker Carlson is the voice of that racism, and everyone that listens to Tucker and anyone that talks about immigration is a racist, and you can't have a conversation about immigration without being a racist. So, right. Well, we can talk about, oh yeah, I'm sure obviously Tucker Carlson is sucking Putin's dick for some crazy reason, right? So his whole deal on the Ukraine thing is completely, it doesn't fit into this paradigm. But in this conversation is very much about, we as Democrats have to promote a narrative about Republicans so that we can maintain political power. Right. And that's what's going on here in this conversation. And framing Tucker as a racist, and anyone else who wants to have any conversation about immigration, no matter how pertinent it is, they're going to continue with that framing, which just makes it impossible for us to have reasonable conversations about immigration. So bringing Tucker Carlson into this conversation, I think, is completely bad faith, because Tucker Carlson is a scoundrel and he's someone they can use to promote this stereotype.
I agree with everything you said except for the last sentence. Except for the last sentence. Because as I said, I mean,
it's fair game to bring Tucker into this because he's so powerful in the conservative movement. I mean, that's fair. That is fair.
Right. And it's also because the point that Ezra is trying to make here, which I don't agree with, which I think is the central failing of Ezra's point, is that he's trying to make this ridiculous argument that everything that's going on right now with the right, that Chris Rufo doesn't like. Chris Rufo said he doesn't like all the anti-Israel shit, the conspiracy shit, the racist shit, right? Ezra's saying, this is all your fault because you tried to ride the tiger. You tried to use this energy in a limited capacity.
Yeah, I agree.
And it didn't work, right? And I don't think that that's true with Christopher Rufo.
I don't
and I don't think he really brings any good evidence for that with Christopher Rufo. I think it's 1,000 times more Ezra's fault for the direction of the right, the internet right, having this huge problem with racism and conspiracy brainwash.
Agree again. I totally agree.
So I think the reason that's why he's kind of bringing up, I think that's the big reason he's bringing up Tucker is because, the kind of the embodiment of that is like Candace Owens and Tucker at the moment. And so it's kind of like Tucker is a very interesting figure because he went from the guy who was the classical right-wing libertarian to the sort of like Fox News pundit shill to now like the crazy conspiracy guy, religious. I'm a super religious revival guy. Right. So he's like, this is your fault, Christopher Rufo, when I think that's kind of like an absurd thing to throw on Christopher Rufo's shoulders.
Of course. Yeah. And I agree with all that. Even the last thing you said.
Yes. Thank you.
Okay.
Brown voters to replace you, that you are being betrayed by elites representing foreign interests and foreign people to sort of alter the culture of this country to their benefit, was something he hammered all the time.
Fox News is reporting tonight that the administration awarded a $172 million grant to a George Soros-linked organization which exists to, quote, help young border crossers avoid deportation. Now, why is some foreign-born billionaire allowed to change our country fundamentally? That's the big question.
Right, a relentless focus on crime from immigrants, a relentless...
It's kind of insane to me, and I think it really shows the complete and utter detachment from reality that Ezra Klein is, and his audience is that he plays this clip, and he's like, look at how evil Tucker is in this clip. And I listened to the clip and I'm like, I fucking hate Tucker so much. And what he said,
what did he say was wrong?
Is totally fine. Is totally
Yes.
true.
Totally
That is
justifiable.
not the clip to point to be like, oh, look, here's Tucker being evil. It is that shit fucking crazy that there are that we allow. It's insane to me that we allow organizations to exist in our country in any capacity whose job it is to undermine the laws of our country. That's fucking crazy. And if there's some fucking billionaire guy funding it, fuck that guy. These people should be in jail and these organizations should be shut down. Okay. And the fact that he would play that clip like, oh, look, this is the evidence that Tucker's a fucking racist. Like it just shows how detached he is from any understanding anything that's going on.
This is what I was getting at with the spectrum. Like the way to have the conversation that's reasonable and pertinent, they are always going to see as a 10. They are always going to see a 1 as a 10, which means you can't have the fucking conversation.
Right.
You literally can't have the conversation with these people. Listen to what he says here. Listen to what he says before.
Well, let me just say before you click it. So you have to be, I agree with what you're saying, but you have to be careful because some people, their response to that, because even though it's true, their response to that is, well,
you might as well have the 10. Yeah.
I might as well be racist, right? Which I don't think is the correct way to do. I mean, it's just stupid. I don't think that's the correct way to do
I don't either.
morally.
But look, until Ezra pulls his head out of his fucking ass and takes some responsibility for what's going on here.
He's making it worse.
Yeah. Let's have how do you reasonably have the conversation? Listen to what he says in the lead up to the clip that is completely innocuous.
That you are being betrayed by elites representing foreign interests and foreign people to sort of alter the culture of this country to their benefit.
That's fucking happening. It's literally fucking happening.
Was something he hammered all the time.
Yeah, it's fucking true. It's happening. Ezra, wake up.
Fox News is reporting tonight that deportation.
It's a relentless
why is...
And so to me, I see Tucker now and I see Tucker then. And I agree, the shackles are off a little bit. But I see him calling the same play. He's just had to turn up the dial a little bit because he doesn't have Fox News.
I don't think that...
See, he's like, he can't even tell the difference between a 1 and a 10. It's fucking indistinguishable for him.
That's right. And I think let's take you're presenting it in a way that is very charged. I don't think quite fair. But let's take the underlying.
Tucker's a charged figure.
But let's take the narrative that you're portraying. I don't think that that's exactly how I would put it. Certainly, but the underlying fact.
Look, he's so triggered that he's even being challenged on this. He's like, "Oh my god, everyone knows this. What are you doing, Rufo?"
Facts are either true or not true, and in this case, mass demographic change has been and is a reality in the United States. And I think it's fair to talk about that politically. We've been talking about it politically for 10 years. And you could do it in a way that exemplifies bigotry or discrimination, of course, but you can also do it in a way that isn't an expression of bigotry or discrimination, but in fact is just a basic question, a question that people in the United States have been asking since the 1770s. Who are we? What is an American? And if we are a sovereign nation, we have not just the right, but really the obligation to determine these great questions of who comes in, who doesn't come in. And so I don't think that it is right to say that someone who is concerned about rapid and large-scale demographic change is kind of a white nationalist. That seems like the kind of smear.
No, I'm saying that the reason I think Tucker is a white nationalist is due to all the white nationalism. Well, let me ask you.
See, look at this.
I know he doesn't. But see, this is why, and this is
he
another.
doesn't even fucking engage.
This is another great point that should be brought up in this video. Okay, this is another huge problem that the left created. I think Chris Rufo gave a fantastic answer. He gave a much more eloquent answer than I could give. He's a very good speaker. He's very good at putting his thoughts together in a way. But the problem is that especially in peak woke, it's still happening, right? It's still having this conversation to some extent, but definitely in peak woke years, you had a lot of institutions on the left, and he talks about it later, and people like Ezra Klein would point to Rufo who I don't think is even remotely racist, and they would say this guy is racist for even talking about any of this stuff. He's racist for criticizing CRT. He's racist for doing all these things, right? And it was the same thing like Jordan Peterson. Like that was the most insane shit ever. Jordan Peterson is like a fucking Nazi. And you get in this problem where it's like, okay, if you're like Jordan Peterson and Christopher Rufo, these are the gatekeepers against the more extreme radical people. And if you're literally attacking them and making it so that they, can't operate, that they can't have any legitimacy in the mainstream, then obviously you're just giving more
You're killing off
ammunition.
the gatekeepers.
You're picking off the gatekeepers, and you're just making it so much easier for the Nick Fuenteses and all those people to basically take charge.
Yeah, run wild, storm the gates. Yeah,
exactly. And that's kind of what happened.
Yeah, no. God, it's so, and the sanctimonious nature of it. Like he's just so insufferable.
I know.
He's so insufferable. But this is where you're right. Look, he reduces the entire conversation down to you're a white nationalist.
Yeah.
Like, this is a guy we're supposed to have nuanced conversations with, okay?
I know.
Look, it would be interesting to have I don't even know if he's capable of having the conversation that we just had about the spectrum and how do you have this conversation,
No.
It's just, it's completely off limits.
Yeah.
It's completely off limits. That serves Democrats quite well.
Yeah.
But I think it deteriorates the culture in a way that we just.
Well, it serves them. It doesn't serve them, right? Because it's like one of those, it serves them, but then, what are they creating? What they're creating is worse. It's a very short-term gain.
Yeah. It serves them short-term electorally, but the deterioration of the culture, sooner or later, the backlash is going to be.
Oh, yes.
I mean, the gates are going to be overwhelmed.
Right.
It's going to be like World War Z, but with white nationalists.
Yes.
Fucking crazy.
Let me ask a question. Let me ask a question fairly. Okay.
No, because that is a huge charge.
See, this is dog walking here. He's like, you're a white nationalist. He's like, hey, fuck you.
and I just, again, like, what is the evidence of that? You could be concerned. Can you be concerned about mass demographic change without being racist? I think the answer is yes.
How do you define a white nationalist?
Well, you make the charge, you define it and substantiate your point.
So I think that Tucker's view is that
take Tucker out of it. Just make an in general argument.
A general argument of what
and then
a white
you can
nationalist.
kind of layer in Tucker.
So I think that there is a straight.
Look at Rufo just dog walking Ezra here.
Okay.
He's like, let's just take Tucker out of it.
Yeah, no,
Since you brought him in for a bad faith conversation anyway. Let's just talk about a regular white nationalist here. Get on the leash.
Right.
Forward view in white nationalism that there is such a thing as a white race. That race is fundamentally European, came here and founded this country. That race has, depending on the variant of white nationalism we're talking about, genetic advantages or cultural advantages, and that race deserves to should have dominance, particularly over this country. There are harder and softer versions of this, right? In some versions, Jews are included in that white race.
Sure.
In some versions, they're not included in that white race. In some versions, we are talking about something I would describe primarily as a kind of nationalism, right? If you have too much of a country not sharing a common heritage, you lose solidarity. In some cases, we're talking about something much darker than that, right? There are people who just don't like the way they're.
But how far does the heritage go back? And is it linked to ethnicity? Right? Because I do think a lot of Americans think, like Black Americans that fought in World War II have a cultural heritage with America and are just as much Americans as we are. Right?
Mm-hmm.
They object to these people that are literally first generation immigrants coming over and foisting their culture on us.
Right.
Community is changing, and there's the KKK.
What's that?
Or accumulating resources that, they believe should belong to the citizens. Yes.
Right. Everything exists on a spectrum. But
would you say someone who is, like, for example, hesitant about rapid, large-scale demographic change is just a kind of 1% white nationalist? Yeah, because that would be like the majority of the country.
Yes, I don't think it is a problem or unfair or even wrong to worry about large-scale rapid demographic change.
Dog walking him.
So to be more specific about Tucker. So you just had on the right-wing writer Scott Greer. He's got a book called...
Oh, look at this. Look at this. He just like says, yeah, it's okay to worry about that stuff, but let's move on.
Yeah, guys. Yeah. Well,
he's like, I can't frame the entire Republican Party as racist, so let's just move on. The dog walker won that one.
Mm-hmm.
I can't shit on this lawn today, so let's move over here.
Coming out on the online right called White Pill. So Greer was a former deputy editor at the Daily Caller. He left in 2018 after past writings for a white national site were dug up. And he once said of Tucker, so this is Greer speaking, Tucker is ultimately on our side. He can get millions and millions of boomers to nod along with talking points that would have only been seen on VDare or American Renaissance a few years ago. These are both white national sites. So I guess, what do you make of that?
Yeah, so I'll tell you what I make of it. And here's what I think is really interesting about some of these figures who were on the once kind of fringe elements of the right, who have in some ways seen the errors of that way of ideological thinking. And to me, you always want to leave people room to grow up, room to leave bad ideas behind, room for kind of critical self-reflection, and then to integrate back into the kind of mainstream thinking. And I think, Scott Greer is interesting, and one of the reasons why we interviewed him was to kind of chart out this trajectory, which there's a lot of people that had more radical politics and then they moderate over time. And so I was very interested in understanding that process of kind of ideological development and growth, and then really scrutinizing. You want to actually try to figure out, all right, well, what's the way out of that? What's the way to demystify, to defang, to kind of delegitimize that way of thinking? And I think it's interesting to talk to people who once had those ideas.
So I'm not against you talking to him at all, right? What I'm saying is not that you shouldn't interview Scott Greer.
Sure.
I think many people change their politics dramatically. And one of the big problems the left actually has is not giving people space to change.
Sure.
And putting people into a box where they're held in who they were as opposed to who they may become. My problem is not with you interviewing Greer. I am saying that I looked at Tucker in that period and thought, he's going in this direction that I understand this to be. The argument of, a VDare, and they all celebrated him. But I guess the question is whether, to phrase a question precisely, which maybe I haven't yet, whether one of the lessons of where he has gone and where some of the right has gone is that people like you on the right were a little insensitive to when something wasn't just a breaking of a liberal taboo, but was a movement towards a politics that was much more, let's call it, white identity focused.
Look, huge point. I would break it.
I think you get in this problem. This is P.F. Young's favorite talking point too. If there's a real problem that's going on in society, and like the mainstream is afraid to talk about it, only the extremists will talk about it, and they're going to use it to their end.
Of course.
And I think that's completely one of the huge failings that happened with the left in terms of their mishandling of immigration, not taking it seriously, until it was basically too late, essentially, is that exact issue.
Yeah.
Is that they didn't want to take it seriously. They didn't really want to listen to what was going on or really look at what's going on. I mean, I'm guilty of that to some extent too in the past. I'm not being like, okay, like, yeah, this is really kind of getting out of control and stuff of that nature. And here we are, here's a situation that you kind of get in at that point.
Yeah. If you're not going to have a mainstream reasonable conversation about it, society's going to reach a breaking point, and that conversation is never going to have been had. It's only going to be had in this kind of straw manning of the other side's political perspective.
Yeah, or you're going to
And
have
it's-
and it's kind of what you said earlier. It's like, because it was so politically advantageous for the left to frame it like, if you're concerned about immigration on any level, it's because you're racist, right?
Yep.
So that no one really wanted to address the issue or really talk about the issue. Though, I mean, to be fair, a lot of the mainstream Republicans didn't want to talk about the issue, also because it was, beneficial to a lot of the businesses for there to be a shit ton of
Yeah.
of illegal immigration. So, they were also motivated, from that perspective as well. But as long as that was the situation, then the only people that will be willing to talk about it are the people that don't give a fuck if you call them racist, which a lot of times the racist people. And
Yeah,
so
generally.
that's exactly kind of what happened, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, I think there are a lot of people caught up in that group that aren't actually racist, but don't care if they get called racist because
Sure,
they're
that's
they're
true.
so used to it. They're desensitized
Of
to
course.
it.
Right.
Yeah.
And you kind of have to be to some extent.
If you want to
survive.
actually have the conversation. Yeah.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
It
So
down in a
it's-
couple ways. One, I don't think that's quite accurate. I actually think that the statement you're reading, and you could probably read it from a number of other people, right? If you remember in 2016, Richard Spencer famously held like some sort of conference or group, and he said, "Oh yes, Trump has adopted. Trump is a creation of the alt-right."
We willed Donald Trump into office. We made this dream our reality. And if we will it, it is no dream. A quote I'm sure our friends at the Anti-Defamation League know very well.
It was completely delusional, totally self-serving, and a product of narcissism that I wouldn't take at face value. And so I think a lot of the radical elements you're talking about overstate this relationship because they desperately want to believe it. And I think that someone like Tucker, I don't think it's accurate to say that Tucker on Fox in 2021 was laundering in talking points from American Renaissance. I don't think that's true. I think it's conflating a kind of maybe superficial opposition to immigration, and the conflation game is really I think dishonest. And unfortunately, for a lot of time, it worked. And so I think that in fact we're in a much better place than in the past. And I remember some of these groups like ADL, SPLC, Media Matters, they came after me with many, many smears, trying to destroy my reputation, trying to get me deplatformed from social media, trying to kind of eliminate me from the public sphere. None of it worked, thankfully. The ACLU, I would also add. And in fact, as I look back, the arguments that they were making were preposterous, and they only succeeded because people felt fear. And so I'm glad that we don't live in that condition of fear anymore. And today we can talk very reasonably across a table, which I think is good. But I'm certainly not going to forget the emotional tone and the political vulnerabilities of that era. And again,
that era would still be going on if Kamala was president, though, correct?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah.
So Trump did tangibly change the culture in that things may be going in the right direction. I'm not sure. If Democrats clean house in the midterms and win in 2028, I mean, we could be right back where we were. There's got to be some overwhelming consensus that culture agrees on. I think in order for us to move forward, there really has to be a new paradigm, because I just see society right now as like the image of the cell dividing, where all the different parts of the cell are like separating into two cells.
Right.
It's just whenever I just see so much of that, even in movies and stuff like that. It's the culture war raging on the movie front is just people like we watch one battle after another, and we have a completely different viewing experience than a lot of American citizens
Mm-hmm.
who are just the cultural divide is immense. When I know there's been times in American history when it hasn't been, when 90% of the population has been on the same page.
The SPLC that was coming after me because of God knows what was at the same time giving money to neo-Nazis and white nationalists to keep them afloat. And what that shows me is that the supply of racism in the United States, and including racism on the right in the United States, has dwindled to such a small degree in real life that it took the SPLC to actually inject cash into that ecosystem merely to keep it alive. And so I just don't. Yeah,
You ever think
it's
about
not persuasive.
one way?
How's that not dog walking? Like he's like, look, you guys are funding Nazis, bitch.
I think
Thinking about that period,
the
that
problem with a lot of these conversations sometimes is like, someone will say they'll have like a good point, and the other person doesn't really
Acknowledge it.
acknowledge it. They just move on, right?
Yeah.
And unfortunately, sometimes in these conversations, something that I think, when I have these debates too, I have to try to, make sure that I do this and learn from this as well. Is you have to have the pause and be like, no, you need to take the L on this one. Okay?
Yeah, exactly.
You need to take the L on this one and address, how you fucked up.
I mean, if he just said, before we move on, what do you think of that? What is that? What is your perspective on that?
Right.
Is that a good thing? Should that be happening?
Right.
Should that continue? Should the Democrats take the House and the Senate and the presidency in 2 years? Should we return to that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a good state of affairs, or is it toxic for the culture?
It's a good question.
I think is how I think about it, is that two things were sort of true at the same time. So one, there was way too much speech policing. There was too much cancellation. There was too much that instead of being willing to have arguments, people just tried to make the arguments unhavable. That all happened, right? I don't deny any of it. And on the other hand, a lot of what...
Yeah, you denied it at the time it was happening. It's so easy for you now that stuff is not publicly popular or as popular as it was. Yeah, it's very easy for you to be like, oh, I don't deny any of this bad shit that was happening. But he was covering for it. But he was fucking covering it for it the whole time. And
his framing in this conversation makes the talk about immigration impossible. Yeah. Still to this day, to this very minute.
Yes.
Yeah. So I just fucking stop. He gets it on the abundance front. Because he's like, look, we have to have this. We have to be able to have this conversation on why our policies are failing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But he's not willing to say, well, we need to be able to have the conversation on why immigration is important. He's not willing to have that conversation yet, right?
Right. But we listened to this conversation, a billion years ago. Was Ezra Klein, in his conversation with Sam Harris?
Yep.
Where, Sam Harris talked to Charles Murray, and he basically said, in the interview, I don't think Charles Murray is racist. I think he's been done a massive disservice, in this regard, and everyone is accusing him of being a racist. And they had this entire debate where Ezra Klein just tried to call Sam Harris a racist or racist enabler the entire fucking conversation.
Yeah.
And dodged all the points. I almost made a third Undertale video where I was going to make Ezra Klein fucking Sans trying to dodge all of Sam Harris's points the whole time. And he hasn't changed any of this stuff. He hasn't learned from any of this. He hasn't said, oh, I was wrong, for any of this shit. He's the same. He's now, it's just so easy for him to be like, oh yeah, it was bad that was happening. Okay.
Sam Harris still talks about how that damaged his reputation and his political power.
It did.
Yeah.
Of course. Yeah.
Drastically. Yeah.
Because Ezra Klein was a lot more popular back in those days too.
Yep. No fucking mea culpa. None.
No.
Yeah. What a bastard.
People more on the left in that moment were afraid of, or what they predicted, also happened. The alt-right moved much more from the fringe to the center. I always think about
the alt-right was totally destroyed after Charlottesville.
I think maybe
And I
we have
think
a different view of what the alt-right represented, which is fair enough. But I think a lot of ideas that were very, very, very far from the center. I think about Elon Musk and him writing. And I mean, later he had to like try to figure out how to apologize for this. But when somebody basically said like the Jews have been funding the Great Replacement.
Did Elon say that? Yeah.
No, Elon didn't say that. What he said was underneath that. He said to whoever had tweeted that, "You have spoken the truth." And then he had to go tour Auschwitz and things like that.
Okay. The Auschwitz,
the Auschwitz apology tour.
Oh,
so,
God.
but you know, even now, Musk is very conspiratorial, and where he is in 2026, now the world's first trillionaire, owning, you know,
Good
what
job,
used to
Elon.
be Twitter, and the things he like kind of pumps into the attentional stream would have been considered incredibly marginal, even in Trump's first term. So two things.
Elon for me is just such the perfect like fuck, marry, kill. Because it's like, okay, you get Elon Musk can add 40 years to your life, okay? But he's also going to increase white supremacy in the United States by 10%. You're like, right?
That's funny.
You know, Elon Musk can get you a personal jetpack that you can fly anywhere you want
Right.
for $10. Or Elon, you're like, he can do all this good for you, like tangible good, right?
Right.
But also, he's a little caustic, right? He's a little reckless.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah, that's true.
But look, most people do not see Elon Musk like I see Elon Musk. Most people see Elon Musk as 100%, you know, tech bro, only going to make life better, a net positive for society, or they see him as like a secret Nazi who is hoarding his wealth and single-handedly driving everyone into poverty. It's like they don't have this. They're not playing the fuck, marry, kill game.
I think we're true, right? I think there are many ways which the left went too far. And the forces the left was worried were there are much closer to the center. Yes, there are parts of the alt-right that are not significant today. Richard Spencer is not a significant figure. Nick Fuentes has a bigger audience than Richard Spencer ever did.
Sure.
And there is, I mean, when I'm on X and other places, the amount of just constant anti-Semitism and anti-Indian racism I see just happening in people's mentions is wild to me. And I mean, I don't think he'll win, but you look at Fishback, who's running for governor in Florida, it's sort of almost unimaginable to think of somebody like him being a figure in Republican Party politics who would be commanding the support of practically anybody. And I think the reason that people worry about him is they don't think he's going to win, but he seems to be doing very well among the young right.
Sure.
And so I think you can hold your view, which I at least partially share, that there are many ways in which the left and the speech policing and the boundaries went too far. And also, a lot of the people who were most hair on fire in that period had a point, and some of their more kind of wild predictions. I was thinking about, like, if you had told me that Trump was going to make RFK Jr. HHS secretary and Tulsi Gabbard DNI, and try to make
the triumph of bipartisanship,
and try to make Matt Gaetz attorney general, I would have thought that was like an unhinged, like resistant Substack take, and then it all happened. So it's like the fact that you can have these things be true at the same time.
Yes, I think you're kind of understating the dynamic on one side. I mean, it wasn't just about speech policing. After 2020, the left maintained a kind of apparatus of social annihilation. And I went through it myself. I had the ACLU subpoena me and harass me with a lawfare campaign that cost me a lot of money. I had the SPLC and the ADL put me on some sort of hate list that was totally bogus, trying to destroy my reputation. And so I had people, threats of violence against me that were very credible at the time. And so, people trying to get, going after my family, my kids. I mean, we shouldn't forget just how awful that period was and how insane that period was. And unfortunately, while I think that many of the institutions on the left have learned after having suffered some consequences for enabling that, the movements that they have sparked are in fact alive and well. And look, I think the difference that maybe you're not seeing is that the radical, nihilistic, and violent left-wing movements have the full support of the left's institutions. And what we're talking about is a radical, nihilistic movements on the right do not have any institutional support and are bubble up in your Twitter comments, which again, don't agree, but is different in kind, not just in quantity. And in the case of someone like James Fishback, I think it's a great test. Fishback is very charismatic. I think we would all agree on that. I talked with your colleague, Michelle Goldberg, about this. But even with a kind of individual charisma, if he's like the Groyper candidate for governor of Florida, which is, again, like kind of a crazy thing that is happening, I want to see the actual vote tally, because that's going to show me where he is, where he stands with the actual conservative population, the conservative voter, the conservative movement as a whole. I suspect that he's going to get absolutely trounced. It happened with Vivek running against a guy, Casey Putsch, in Ohio. He got blown out by, 60, 70 points. And so by contrast, you look at something like the kind of trans ideological movement that I think is both kind of a lie. It's grounded in a series of falsehoods, maintained this suppressive, threatening, censorious power in the kind of pre-Elon Twitter days and in the general kind of woke years. And then, look, another uncomfortable fact, per capita has committed more mass violence than any other group. And so I am willing to indulge in, and think it's important to have a kind of criticism of, let's say, the elements on my own side. But I also think that if we were to just measure it out, to put it on a scale, it's looking a lot more like this: assassination's attempt against President Trump, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, the kind of security posture that's required for conservatives just to go on a college campus. That's how I measure it. It's like I'm looking at it, I'm feeling it, I'm seeing it with my colleagues. After Charlie Kirk was killed, I called all the people, friends and colleagues in the business, and I just was completely distraught for weeks. And again, while I don't support, James Fishback for governor, again, I think that it's kind of an empty symbolism, whereas on the other side, it feels like these ideologies have the support of the institutions, they wielded power irresponsibly in the past, and still have the kind of ultimate political threat of violence that I know everybody in my world has seen, has experienced, has feared. And so, that grounds me. Do you not see that? Is that
I don't have the same view of it, but let me hold as saying that your experience of it, I understand, right? And
that's an obnoxious thing to say.
Totally obnoxious.
I know.
Yeah,
but
Charlie Kirk was assassinated, and he's I
it's
have
not
the
my
same
view,
experience
right?
of it.
Of course, but this, I think this is like a major moment of dog walking. Okay, if we're gonna.
But Rufo's dog walking, or who's doing the dog walking here?
Been dog walked. Okay.
By this, just hand waving everything away.
Well, that, and also the real answer to the question is, Ezra asks. He says, "You complained a lot about the left having their hair on fire, but look at where we are right now with Nick Fuentes being popular, with Elon Musk retweeting anti-Semitic stuff." Candace Owens being popular, with all this online racist being popular.
I hate
Christopher Rubio. Don't you have to say that the hair on fire left was correct? Right. That's the question he asked him.
Yeah.
And the answer to the question is, Ezra, the hair on fire left made those people.
Yeah.
They literally made them, and they made them popular. Okay. Yes. They made them have power in our society. What the fuck are you talking about? That's
They
the answer to
created
that
them.
question.
Yeah.
And so that's why I say it is kind of dog walk to not even bring that up.
Have you not seen Batman, right? Batman and the Joker.
Yes.
They created the situation.
You made me. You made me. Oh, you made me. You say that, I say that. Right.
I know, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. When Ezra just wants to live in a world where they're like, we decree everyone on the right is racist and we are correct.
Well, he doesn't want to take, they never did. And this was what was very obnoxious with, debating these people back in the day too. They never wanted to take culpability for what was going on. Right. And I mean, we all said it. We said it a million times in every conversation we have with these people. Like, you guys are just you're making the wolf that you hate. And they just wouldn't accept it. And then it's like, it's the most obvious thing on the planet to anyone with a brain. And they just they refuse to try to deal with it because it's just too triggering to them.
Well, and they want to be able to say, I told you so, which is basically what he's doing here.
Yes,
he's saying,
right.
Look, I told you so.
Of course. Yeah.
You need to acknowledge. So I agree with what you're saying. That's the dog walking, him not turning this on Ezra a little more pointedly.
Fuck you, Ezra.
Yeah.
As somebody who also, sometimes deals with threats of violence and other things of that nature, I think the way this often looks to people on the left, particularly looks right now, is that when you say these nihilistic, I think you called them, ideals, ideas are not held at high levels of the right, they're only supported institutionally on the left. I see it the opposite way.
Really?
Right? I see it the opposite way, and I'll explain why. I don't see the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, as like a powerful, potent left-wing actor. They're not
really.
Like,
they could 10 years ago. They could nuke you. If they put you on their list,
I'll go through my thing.
Yeah.
ADL, I don't even see as on the left, which is a different question. I understand, but I see the Trump administration
This is crazy.
powerfully
Like a crazy response.
and potently extreme and willing to use.
Look, Ezra does not even understand his own power. Like, he doesn't know how much damage he did to Sam Harris.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they have so much institutional power behind them that they're unaware of or not willing to admit. They want to be like, what do they always say? I lash out for my victimhood.
Right.
I lash out against you.
Right.
So, yeah, this is Rufo's expression says it all. Like, this guy's delusional. You live in a fucking dream world. I got to run to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
The power of the federal government from, deploying ICE and CBP agents to different cities to directing the DOJ who to investigate and go after, to after Charlie Kirk's murder, trying to get people fired who are just sort of random people who had done shitty tweets. I do not see a world in which there is this huge separation between the extreme elements of the right and this administration. I keep hearing from people like you, right, who I think has talked about this, that there's a huge number of Groypers working in House and Senate offices in Congress, that, Bronze Age pervert is one of the most popular people to read if you're a Trump staffer. And I see those things actually moving into things like national security strategies, about the civilizational suicide of Europe. Now, I recognize we're not going to agree on all this, right? This part I'm not going to try to bridge the gap. What I will say is that the other thing I think people on the left see has been a sort of movement from 2016 to 2024, where it's almost unbelievable how far things have gone, right? Even Trump 1 to Trump 2 are very, very different beasts. And so all of a sudden, it doesn't look impossible to imagine that Fuentes and Carlson and Fishback are the future, not the fringe. I think a lesson that has been burned into many of us is that it is dangerous to dismiss something that seems to have a lot of energy around it as a fringe, because what is today's fringe is tomorrow's, maybe not center, but much more live and potent political force.
And would you say that you saw that happen on the left between 2014 and 2024?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
In part, I think you guys are about to learn some lessons we learned.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe so, but I would argue that actually the right has done a better.
Yeah, but that's the problem. I mean, we look at the primaries right now. What happened? You saw a bunch of fucking communists win, in these very deep blue areas. Maybe that's going to be one-offs. I'm not confident about that. Everything that Ezra is saying here about, the future of the Republican Party very well could be the future of the Democratic Party. It could be just as grim in terms of the extremists basically taking hold. And the fact that he literally defended, like, this is what's so obnoxious about this. This is what's so obnoxious about, kind of why I think Ezra's so snaky. He can sit here and say, oh yeah, we learned all these lessons. We learned these lessons of getting in bed with these people. And yeah, there was a bunch of bad stuff that happened. It was only a few weeks ago that Ezra Klein defended Hassan, who is one of the number one mouthpieces that's propagating this bullshit and spewing this propaganda to the young left at his own supposed cost to Ezra. And yet he defended him. So how can he sit here and say, oh, you're going to learn the lessons we learned? You didn't learn shit. You didn't learn jack fucking shit.
Yeah, when they also just nominated 4 socialists. I'm just like, what? You're going to learn the lessons that we learned? What did they learn?
Right, yeah, of course.
What lessons? What do you mean?
Of course, yeah.
You got he's trying to say that the lesson they learned is that you got to nip this extremism in the bud, and I'm like, by electing 4 socialists, that's how you nip it in the bud?
Of course.
What?
That's how you do it, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I guess the Republicans gotta nominate 4 fascists so that they can learn a lesson. That's never gonna happen. Look, I don't know this. I just looked up the Fishback guy. I guess you're going to have a chance to vote for a literal fascist in Florida.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with him either, honestly.
Yeah. So running for governor.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. If we start getting multiple fascists and multiple socialists on the ballots,
not going to be good. It's going to be real bad. Yeah.
Will this get you to read The Fourth Turning Is Here finally? Will you finally read it?
That's a
I mean,
good
we're on the verge of like societal collapse. You should at least read the book. Read End Times. I'm telling you, End Times is more the scientific version of The Fourth Turning. Yeah. Right. Motherfucker. I don't like any of this shit.
No.
Better job at managing it. And I think we'll see, and I hope I'm right, that with something like the Fishback campaign, I think of James Fishback as a human meme. It's like amazing. He's like, if you take the mimetic energy from that corner of the online discourse and turned it into a human being, it's like it would look and sound like James Fishback. But the reality is that once those ideas gain contact with the people, the culture, the institutions on the right, they're not going anywhere.
Let me try to frame this more in terms of diversity. Let me try to frame this more in terms of arguments I've seen you making.
Sure.
And tell me if I get a chain in this wrong, you tell me where.
I will.
Right? I think you now have a problem with a racialist right. I think watching the takeover of conspiracies after Kirk's murder has been sobering or scary for a lot of people on the right. To watch people accusing Israel of it, to eventually see people accusing Turning Points USA of it, or some kind of plot from the people around him, I think has been, for major figures on the right, to be making those arguments has seemed to me to be a kind of shocking moment for a lot of you. And then I've watched you and others, on X and elsewhere, like look in your mentions and be like, oh shit, there's a lot of racism here. Something's happening. So you tell me which part of this you don't agree with.
Yeah, well, I mean, here's how I see it, and your general analysis is correct. So there is a racialist right, let's say. I've been writing about this for a number of years, but I think a lot of it is something of an optical illusion where, and you see this on let's say on the left, where a small group of people that is very loud online appears to represent a larger share of a political coalition or the general population than it really does. And so, look, I don't want a racialist right. That is like a clear position on my part, and I think to the extent that we have like anti-Semitic conspiracy theories bubbling up from the digital sphere, it's a problem that we have to deal with. That an untruth or a falsehood that should be called out for what it is, and what I think it is at heart is that. And I've talked to a lot of young right-wing guys. So sometimes I'll have lunch or dinner when I'm in DC or elsewhere with younger guys and just say, hey, kind of walk me through like what's happening for people. Like we're older now. You and I are middle-aged now. So I say, hey, walk me through this thinking and in kind of a non-judgmental, just kind of help me understand what's happening with some of the more kind of radical or racialist young men. And this is the description that they give. They say, these are guys who hit high school during COVID. They kind of transitioned into an almost a purely digital life with all of the various rabbit holes you could get into. They came of age as a function of your kind of entering adulthood during the kind of George Floyd hysteria, where their teachers at school, their media, institutions, the government, everyone was saying, you're a young white man, you're the problem, you're the oppressor, you're evil, you should be denied opportunities because of your biology, because of your ancestry. And essentially that they were programmed by the kind of George Floyd hysteria into thinking racially. And instead of what I think is the proper and the correct response, which is to say, we've got to move beyond this. We're going to fight this racialist thinking on the left, on the right, wherever it comes from. They essentially psychologically submitted to it, but then reversed the polarity. I don't think that's a good way to pursue it. I don't think on the kind of philosophical question it's right. I don't think that from the practical political conception it's fruitful. But in a certain way, it's like, I get it. I understand it. Young people are, kind of in a position of growing up and having a chip on your shoulder. I think it's extremely destructive. And what I see as the antidote to this, at least within my political coalition, is to be, an older brother figure to say, hey, I could get why you think that. However, the actual path to success is this other way. So I don't think that this is like predetermined. I actually think that young people have their brain isn't locked in its ways. And so I think you want to bring people who are frustrated towards a better path. And I think that someone like Candace Owens, who's just like driving people into a ditch, you have to kind of guide them away from that.
So I think first there's truth to that narrative. I do think that one of the things that happened over the past decade or so, and this is, something I talk about in my first book, Why We're Polarized, is there was a huge upsurge in telling people that the right way to understand life, America, is all through the lens of identity groups. And when you tell people to look at identity groups, they will form a more coherent sense of their own. And a line I have in that book is, identity activates under threat.
Sure.
And so the more you tell people that their identity is a problem, the more they're going to begin to defend that identity and feel that identity and begin to self-define around that identity. So I think all of that happened.
And I think that you would also agree, perhaps, that the institutions, the legal system, the prevailing narrative at universities, corporations, et cetera, was explicitly anti-white for a number of years, that for these young people were formative.
I think it's sometimes moved into being anti-white. I would not say it was all explicitly
I did
anti-white.
Hundreds of reports on this from institutions, from banks, corporations, universities. White man bad. If you wanted to just put it into kindergarten language, white man bad. And that was the dominant position for the institutional left.
I remember telling people around me that this thing where people are putting out like papers on what are the negative traits of whiteness was a disaster, right? So I don't necessarily disagree with that. I think there's truth to it.
And legally, affirmative action, DEI, was institutional, government-backed discrimination against one racial group.
So,
well, and you see all over Twitter, like he's talking about all the racism on Twitter. There's fucking tons of anti-white racism on Twitter.
Yes.
Tons of anti-white racism on TikTok.
Well,
just dive into the Carmelo Anthony story for like 5 seconds.
Yeah. And I think this is really where you need to really put the thumb screws to Ezra here, because he is trying to, he's giving some amount of wiggle, like some amount of give here, right? But it's very, I'd say it's very couched in like technical language, right? So you got to really put the thumb screws in and be like, okay, we just saw this with the Carmelo Anthony thing. Like some of the responses from this online were completely unhinged, right? And then his response is, yeah, but those are just like random accounts, right? And my response to that is, okay, that might be true, but if the races were flipped, this would be a national news story about, look at how racist all these people in X are against black people, right? Look at the blatant bigotry here. And this was not really a major news story in mainstream publications. That like there's just like this insane amount of racism against white people that was happening with the Carmelo Anthony situation. Or really put the thumb screws on the George Floyd situation and be like, to this day, Ezra, I don't think that you would feel comfortable telling people the truth about George Floyd. That George Floyd put himself on the ground in the position he was in, that most people didn't know that, right? That most people didn't know that George Floyd ingested a lethal dose of fentanyl before the situation even occurred.
Yeah, fentanyl that he was selling that burst in his stomach.
Right. Right. Yeah, that he had a lethal dosage that presumably he was selling, and that he was trying to hide the evidence, so he swallowed it. Right.
Yeah.
How many people don't really know that?
No one. They don't know it. Yeah.
And this sparked this insane fucking, BLM, movement across the country was sparked on this lie that there's just this huge amount of unarmed black men that are being killed by the police officers. And when people looked into this, even people on the left looking at this, they said, this is actually not true.
Yeah.
This is actually
not remotely true.
Yeah. It's a very low amount of black people that are killed, that are unarmed, that are wrongly killed by the police every year. It's very low. And when you had people push back on this, you had David Shore push back on this and saying, hey, maybe we shouldn't be advocating for rioting because it's going to make the Republicans win. He gets fired. And just even the fact that all the fucking the massive riots that occurred after the BLM stuff, the mass amount of property damage, people fucking literally were killed. I think there's like 22 or 27 people died directly because of those riots. And it was all just like, well, it's all for the greater good of, we have to just try to stop all the racism and the policing that didn't actually exist whatsoever. And then that ushered in a shit ton of police reforms that, the body cams ones was good. That was about it. And then it ushered in a bunch of soft on crime police reforms that made a bunch of cities even worse.
Yeah.
And this is all predicated on this fucking lie. And you need to answer for this, Ezra, because, you helped partake in this shit.
Kyle Rittenhouse wouldn't have been indicted.
Kyle Rittenhouse was like, and that'd be an amazing thing to really put the thumbs on Ezra and be like, the reaction to Kyle Rittenhouse was fucking crazy.
Still is to this day.
Obvious open and shut case of self-defense anyone has ever seen in their entire fucking life. And still to this day, people on the left are brainwashed on the Kyle Rittenhouse situation.
Yeah, but every single white kid in America watched that and was like, that could be me. If I tried to defend myself, the mob would come for me. And I would be indicted because I'm white.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, that 100%. He was only indicted because he was white.
Yeah. No.
That was the only reason that even happened. It's completely insane.
In movies, it's crazy because everyone's going nuts about the Odyssey right now, which is like, I guess there's no Greeks in it completely. And we all know you can shit on white culture as much as you want.
Right.
But it came out at the same time that there's the the Polynesian movie with the rock in it, right?
Moana, yes.
And they're
right.
bragging about, oh, how important it is to protect a culture and honor its traditions by depicting it correctly.
Of course.
We all
I
know what's going on here.
I know.
That's happening today.
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody knows it's open season shitting on white people culturally. That's in vogue. Yes. Right. White people are always playing the bad guys in all the movies. When I was a kid in the 80s, it was always the Russians or the terrorists, right. the towel heads. Mm-hmm. Now everyone knows it's white European men. They're always the bad guys.
Right.
Always the bad guys. Fucking Ezra will never believe that, though. Ezra will never believe that's a culture. He can, does he not? I guess he's able to just look the other way on that.
I think he knows, and he just can't, like, he's just so obsessed. He's single-minded on, like, you have to stop Trump, you have to stop the Republicans, that he will just, like, pretend, or he'll just obfuscate on it. I think he does know that it's going on.
The logic is very clear. I mean, it's kindergarten grade logic. It's like white European peoples have raped and pillaged all of the world.
Yes.
For generations. Okay. And now it's payback time.
Right.
That is the ideology that's being played out.
Mm-hmm.
And Ezra is a part of that ideology.
Yes.
I would argue a useful idiot for that ideology.
Yes.
Yeah. It's fucking sad. Look, I hope she was wrong and we haven't been inducted into a race war. I just
right.
like, we need to pull this shit back. We need to pull this shit back.
Definitely.
Thing that I'm interested in though here is that you're now in power. And
Me personally? No, I live on a farm in Washington State. I'm personally not in
your
power.
executive orders get passed, the whole thing. And these things can all go in better or worse directions. These are all long-standing energies in American life. The sort of argument I'm going to make to be, cards on the table about what I'm doing,
please,
is that I think the empirical and epistemological structures on the right and the habits they took on in order to win are playing with passions that are very dangerous. Like
the irony.
I know.
Oh
it's
my
insane.
God.
It's
the
crazy.
Fucking irony.
I know.
Look at Rufo's face. It says it all. Like, he feels this irony deep in his soul.
Yes.
I love that we had the whole conversation just framing out the left using this to gain political power, using this fucking caustic framework with all the land acknowledgments and all the fucking you're evil colonizer.
I know.
All the degrees.
Yep.
All the white people bad degrees. Oh my God.
I'll give a good example.
You've played with the passions.
I know.
Sure.
You can believe what you want about whether or not the immigration of Haitians into Springfield, Ohio was good or bad.
This is the part that triggered the shit out of me.
And
I think we talked about this last week. We did.
I
yeah.
know.
This Haitian thing. This whole section is basically Ezra sucking fucking Haitian dick. It's like, blow
I would
the
not
fucking
categorize
Haitians.
that is what's happening here, but
oh, it is. It is.
Okay.
Look. That's what's this is like pathological empathy. This is what's so crazy to me. All of these fraud cases are coming out against Somalians. And like Ezra doesn't give a fuck how much money they steal. He's like, oh my God, we got to protect the reputation of the Somalians. That's his go-to instinct.
Mm-hmm.
That's totally his go-to instinct. You can't even have a conversation about how cultures are different, right? Some cultures have this idea that we should, they're not a high trust culture. In China, the culture is really, if you can get away with it, you should. right? If you can take from someone, you should take from someone. If you can take advantage of someone in business, you should take advantage of them. It's a very buyer beware culture. We had that in America at one time, and we gradually switched over to the customer is always right because it was more profitable. It was more profitable in the long run, and it fostered a high trust society that was better for everyone. But there are plenty of places that are not high trust societies, right? And if you invite a non-high trust society into a high trust society, those people are going to rob you blind.
Yeah.
So,
well, I think Rufo brings it up in terms of like Somali immigration, but I mean, I don't know if that's the case with the Haitian stuff.
no, I don't know if it's fair with the Haitians. The thing that drives me nuts is just the pearl clutching over the Haitians, that they would never pearl clutch over Americans being targeted, right? And they only do it because Trump tweeted out some meme or brought it up in the debate. So it's this thing that they can tie to Trump to make the overarching narrative that Trump is a racist and all Republicans are racist. It plays into the whole fucking thing. It's the whole fucking thing.
What's
So that's the only way they grab onto this tiny, tiny little thing. How many Haitians were harmed by this? How many fucking Haitians?
That's the annoying thing. I mean, that's one of the annoying things, unfortunately, about Trump is that you're right. Like the reason that got so much play is because it was a useful cudgel to attack Trump with in the first place.
Yeah. And it's still being brought up today.
Right. But at the same token, it is kind of insane that Trump brought that up.
No,
It's kind of like,
I totally agree.
But that's why it's annoying because it's like, okay, I mean, I guess it's, to some level it is fair to bring it up because Trump brought it up, even though it's true that the reason that they were so hair afire was for political reasons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So it's just the whole situation was very obnoxious.
I mean, it's fair, but it ain't right. It totally ain't right.
Mm-hmm.
The people of that city had mixed views on it. I mean, the mayor and others were very pro, and it had been good for the economy, and Springfield had been in a period of decline, and then you had a large Haitian influx. And then you get into this thing that happened in 2024 about Haitians eating cats and dogs, where there's a Facebook post and the right, all the way up to Donald Trump in one of the debates, begins adopting it. You sort of go on a quest to try to figure out if it's true and, to shorthand a long story. Maybe in Dayton, Ohio, there was somebody who wasn't Haitian.
Correct.
Who maybe somebody thought, but other people didn't think had eaten a cat.
That would, somebody and other people is quite important.
People can read your piece. Yeah. They can read the Drop Site News article. I'm not going to convince you one way or the other.
But the Drop Site News article, they went out to debunk my story, and they ended up finding another independent corroborating witness. So
it's not how I read it. Not how I read it. But I, on some level, am not even focused on that. What I'm saying is that when you get very into moves like, we are going to accuse broad communities of eating cats and dogs, which I think we can all agree. Haitians are not in general eating cats and dogs.
What about white people living on stolen land? What about white people being thieves? Their literal history being theft,
being
marginalized people.
Scum. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
No,
you going to fight against that stereotype, or are you going to suck Haitian dick here? I'm serious. This guy's a fucking
This
guy's
weird.
insane. Like your whole party is promoting a stereotype that's caustic. They're doing fucking land acknowledgments and shit.
Right.
And you're gonna worry about the Haitians eating cats and dogs thing. Like Rome is burning.
Well,
and you're like, let me help out these Haitians.
And I think we could walk and chew gum at the same time. But I think it's funny that he's using Drop Site News as like a counterbalance. I mean, that's fucking Drop Site News.
I don't know. I don't even know what that is.
That's Ken Klippenstein and Ryan Grimm's fucking publication.
Oh my God.
He's bringing up the communist publication over here like, oh, well, listen, that's a good source of information.
Yeah. Oh my God. This whole Haitians eating cats and dogs thing is so irrelevant. I forgot that Rufo waded into the waters to determine whether or not it was true. Which
Yes.
I mean, look, big L for Rufo. He should have just stayed away
He
from
should have
that.
stayed out of it.
He
yeah.
should like the songs were funny. There was a lot of weird, funny songs on YouTube.
That's
but,
true. It
yeah.
had good bangers.
Look, and it like I always say, look, if we have Haitians in our audience, God bless you. Okay, you got Ezra here, down on his knees, blowing you right now. You should love it.
Right.
Where's my tab?
You are going to
Chachi
unleash
McSwag, thanks so much
forms
for the
of anger.
$40. Says, fantastic hearing Sitch bring that up. I always say the death of conservative trust in the public health establishment was the flip of the BLM riots. You can't go to a funeral, but racism is a public health epidemic. Yeah,
Yeah.
It was so fucking crazy. That was one of the most craziest things I've ever seen. I remember we talked about it extensively at the time that it happened. And just the fact that I feel like it never gets brought up. It never gets brought up in these conversations. Maybe people just forgot about it. It was one of the most mind-blowing things. And you could really feel the vibe shift change that people just threw their hands up and said, okay, we live in fucking clown world if this is what's going on, right? And you're right. I mean, I should have even brought up, people couldn't see their dying relatives, right? People couldn't go visit their dying relatives in the hospital. They had to go, touch a glass in between the person who's dying. But
horrifying.
A bunch of fucking retarded Antifa people could go protest a bunch of police violence that's not even fucking going on. It's just an excuse to burn down our city. We lived in it through a mass psychosis event in our lifetimes. That's what that was. The BLM shit, and even I would say even the woke shit. I mean, fucking, what's his name on the Tonight Show? They had Robin DiAngelo come on and talk about white fragility. We live through mass psychosis, okay? And half the country wants to pretend that we didn't.
No, yeah.
And the other half of the country wants to create a new mass psychosis, which is not good. Okay. So, but if Ezra wants to criticize about someone else's mass psychosis, you know what they say? He who lives in glass houses should not be throwing fucking stones. Okay?
What's the new mass psychosis? Look, I just, the whole idea, I mean, I hadn't even thought of that, but look, if you can't hold your mom or dad's hand while they're dying, or your wife's, or God forbid, your kid's hand because of COVID, that
Holy
is
shit.
so fucked up.
It's
that is
super
so fucked up.
Yes.
You're basically forcing all those people to die alone.
Yeah.
No one wants to die alone. Yeah.
And people would have accepted it like to some amount. They're like, okay, well, like, this is the way it's got to be, right, for everybody. But then it's like, surprise, it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way for everybody, apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. That's fucking terrible.
Chatch for another $20 says, it's interesting how different people view this conversation. Destiny thinks Ezra made loads of concessions and got none from Rufo. You guys think the opposite. I think cultural versus political focus may be the distinction. That's a good point. And this is always what happens in these. This is why it's very frustrating. It's always happening in these conversations that you try to have with someone on the left is they just say, what about Donald Trump is in power and the Republicans have power? What about? Right? They just fucking have a fucking brain aneurysm about the whataboutisms forever. And it's like, listen, you can what about Donald Trump and the Republicans all you fucking want. Donald Trump and the Republicans have power because you did this, because you let the left go batshit fucking crazy with the cultural power, and Joe Biden, all these other fucking Kamala Harris, and all these other fucking retards who I don't even think, like, I don't know about maybe Harris, but like Joe Biden obviously was very moderate back in the day, but they had to fucking kowtow to these extreme fucking retards for all this shit. And that's why people are like, you know what? Fuck this. We want Donald Trump again. Or that was at least a big part of it, obviously. And then the immigration stuff. Which the immigration stuff was a big outgrowth of the fact that, as we said a million times, the conversation, you couldn't have a conversation about limiting immigration without, being hit with a racist stick.
Yep. Fucking crazy.
And I think the distinction too is that, like, I feel like watching this, Christopher Rufo, for the concessions that they give, I feel like Christopher Rufo gives the concession in a very clear way. Like, that's why I played the beginning part where he's like, yes, I don't agree with Donald Trump's corruption, right? And I don't agree with any of the stuff. Where I feel like when Ezra gives some sort of like concession, it's like he gives this very like technical, wordy. Unless you're really paying attention, you're gonna miss exactly what he's saying. Right? When he's like, "Well, in my book, I said that, if you do certain things, people are gonna start using them." Blah 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 blah. Like the words, the left went batshit fucking crazy. We allowed socialists and cultural Marxists to take over. Those words will never leave Ezra's lips. And in fact, he will do the opposite. And I don't care how many concessions Ezra gives, as long as he will turn around and defend Hassan, those concessions don't mean anything. Okay. Words are wind. Words are bullshit. They don't mean crap if your actions don't align with them.
Well, until he's on the warpath for all these negative stereotypes about white Americans, this guy's dead to me. Fuck this guy.
Right.
So, because that's all he's concerned about. All he's concerned about is the race issue.
Yeah.
Well, in this conversation, but it's because it's with Christopher Rufo. Christopher Rufo is commonly on the left believed to be a white supremacist, secret Nazi. That's all the stuff, these groups that he just hand waves away, targeted Christopher Rufo as, stuck on the left because everyone on the left believes this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They believe he's a far right racist Nazi.
Yeah. I think Ezra's in the minority. If Ezra is going to have the position, and maybe he will have the honest position that he doesn't think Christopher Rufo is like a big racist, but he'll say, well, maybe he's not racist, but he basically created, all the racists, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It's his fault,
yeah.
essentially.
That's his little technicality.
So,
you yourself are not racist, but you are responsible for all this racism.
Right.
Anger and hatred and fear that are not controllable. And I think one of the mistakes the right has made, and frankly, people like you have made, is thinking these passions can then be corralled again. This idea that you can find
I forgot about the crazy irony we paused this on.
Yeah.
Just completely insane. Let's back it up so we can hear all this irony once again.
Haitians are not in general eating cats and dogs. You are going to unleash forms of anger and hatred and fear that are not controllable. And I think one of the mistakes the right has made, and frankly, people like you have made, is thinking these passions can then be corralled again. This idea that you can find these really high passion, like mimetic containers, that then you say, well, the real issue here is just we want to have a conversation about how much is the appropriate level of Haitian immigration into Springfield, Ohio. But that the way you get people to care about it, J.D. Vance said this very explicitly, is that, well, people really care about the cats and dogs.
The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
but it wasn't just a meme.
Create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast.
Which, again, I think my view is that there's never been any hard evidence of that happening in the Haitian community in Springfield, Ohio. Like nobody has substantiated that, and nor have you.
Correct. Yeah.
Right.
I haven't made that. And in fact, I've said, look, there's no evidence of this particular claim. We should be more careful.
And so there's been a kind of consistent, like, this idea that you could unleash, like, really, I think, quite terrible passions and then hold it to a level that is controllable. And what you're seeing with Candace Owens, what you're seeing with the new Tucker Carlson or the old Tucker Carlson, however you want to call it, what you're seeing with Nick Fuentes and the rise of Nick Fuentes, who we've not really talked about, but I think is a necessary figure of thinking in the way we think about this, is that there wasn't a way to stop that move. Like once people began to move in that direction and there weren't sort of institutions that were strong enough and respected enough to stop it, that the place it's going on the right, when you talk about it becoming a third world click farm, is quite dangerous and quite grim.
I wish we would have this conversation about land acknowledgements and colonialism and all that shit with white people. Like, where does that end? Where does that end, Ezra?
That's the neat part, Adam. It doesn't.
Yeah, it does. So just white people are just a hated demographic by everyone in America but themselves.
Yes.
Like, no wonder. No wonder white nationalism is on the rise.
Yep.
Fucking dumbass.
And now I will let you say everything you think.
Well, oh man. All right. Where do I start? Couple huge.
I
problems.
gave you a lot there.
A couple huge problems. I mean, one is that, and I'm doing reporting in California right now that has stories that have a similar kind of, let's say, shock value. For example, we did a story on migrants from Mexico and Honduras who come to San Francisco and get free sex change surgeries from the California state Medi-Cal system.
What?
This is a kind of explosive story that is true, that represents, I think, a lot of these underlying questions about homelessness policy, about immigration, etc. Look, if it's true, it's fair game. And there's a way to handle these stories in a responsible way, that you ensure the facts, that you present it fairly, and that you use it as a method of changing public opinion. Like, that's how it's supposed to work. And so I think that the idea that there are taboos that cannot be crossed because they will unleash these kind of unspecified or vague, dangerous passions, I think is a problem in two regards. One is that if you're going for truth seeking, if you're playing a kind of responsible rhetorical game, no, I don't think that these questions are out of bounds at all. But second, the predictions have always been, that it's going to unleash some kind of horrible nativist violent sentiment, et cetera. But the only example of an ideological driven assassination that we've talked about today is the assassination of Charlie Kirk. This kind of prophecy of political violence is really comes from the institutional ideologies on the left, not the institutional ideologies on the right. And I think that that fact has been hammered home over and over and over these last few years. And look, like those of us on the right who are in this business, probably have to have a little bit more firmness to say, no, the facts are not on your side in this argument.
So let me be more specific about what I'm saying, because I'm not making a vague prophecy of political violence. And I'm also not saying that there are these taboos you shouldn't touch.
But see, that's the problem, is that is a very good point. That the political violence right now, there's a lot of political violence right now, and it is majority on the left. And you need to address that. If you're going to have this conversation about, oh, you're creating, these problems in our society that are going to get people to do violent things or bad things or, all these things, blah, 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 which we should always be concerned about.
Obviously.
And yet, and Christopher Rufo said this earlier in the conversation, all these dangerous ideas on the left are still being taught, still being accepted in colleges across the country. Okay. And so, yes, I agree. We should try to stop. We should clamp down on all the dangerous ideas that are happening on the far right. But but if you're going to pretend like there isn't this huge threat happening right now on the far left, you're not a serious person. You're a deeply unserious person, and you're a political hack.
Yeah, look, the whole idea with the land acknowledgments and stolen land and your ancestors are thieves, I mean, that is the institutional consensus. And if you want to make the argument that a negative stereotype about Haitians eating cats and dogs is going to be caustic for society, it's going to create more people who are white supremacists, more people who are racist against those groups of people. You have to admit that the fucking colonialist bullshit is going to make more people racist against white people. And that's like, what do we do about that? How do we stop that? Okay? Because right now, that's your whole fucking platform. Okay?
Yeah.
And it's definitely the DSA's platform, and they're gaining relevance. They're lapping you guys. The moderates who might be able to do something about this are rapidly becoming Republicans. Like, what the fuck? That's why I agree with everything you're saying, especially the last part about how if you're not willing to have a conversation about that, you are not a serious person.
Yeah.
Like, you are so one-sided in this. Like, you can't even see what's happening here. Look, the kids today see this. They fucking see it. That's why they're all nihilistic about this. Because it's like, what do they have to? They're growing up in a society where they're economically depressed and culturally depressed. Fuck you.
Yep.
Like what do they have to lose by becoming white supremacists?
Yeah.
Yeah, what do they have to lose by becoming full-on neo-Nazis? Nothing. Fucking idiots. I hate these people, Sitch. I hate them. Look, I'm going to have a tough time. Something happens to Ezra, suddenly falls ill. I'm be out there tweeting as hard as Anna Kasparian. I'm going to be full on Anna Kasparian on Twitter. Okay. I can't help myself.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so angry. No, I'll hold back. I'll try to hold back. Look, that's the thing. It's so difficult because you have to emulate the culture that you want.
Yes.
But these people are super. I mean, the hatred I feel for this makes it difficult to be sane. To like not to, it's easy to be sane, but it's harder not to lash out, to act insane, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
I think where I'm disagreeing is to say that there actually isn't truth seeking here. There isn't enough truth in these arguments. There's too much of an attraction.
Which arguments?
So arguments like the Haitian cats and dogs. We'll talk about others in a second.
Which is fine. Yeah.
And that the thing I'm worried about has arrived, right? I'm not talking about an unspecified future in which I am concerned the right will increasingly be taken over by conspiratorial, racist, misogynistic elements. I'm looking at a world where Nick Fuentes is a major figure on the American right.
Well, see, he's like, look, it's arrived.
Yeah.
When I'm like, yeah, it arrived on the left 10 years ago.
Right.
And it's gaining steam. Like it's about to take the House, the Senate, and the presidency.
Well,
like
I would go that far, but yeah.
AOC is definitely a contender for 2028.
Sadly. Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. This is not outside the realm of possibilities.
That's true.
Yeah. I think if you want to make an argument that Nick Fuentes is going to be a senator or congressman, I think that's a much higher claim to justify.
Well, you guys are doing a great job at raising his profile.
Tucker Carlson is the guy who raised his profile,
which I think was a mistake.
I think it is legitimate to say Tucker is the biggest figure in right-wing media. And he brought on Nick Fuentes and gave him such a gentle, kind interview. And Tucker, here's one thing I don't underestimate with Tucker. He's fucking good. He's a good interviewer. He has incredible talent as a media figure. If you wanted to cut that guy apart, he could have, as he did to Mike Huckabee when he wanted to do that, or to Ted Cruz when he wanted to do that.
Those who bless Israel will be blessed, and those who curse Israel will be cursed. And from my perspective, I want to be on the blessing side of things.
Of those who bless the government of Israel?
Those who bless Israel is what it says. It doesn't say the government of, it says the nation of Israel. So that's in the Bible. As a Christian, I believe that.
Where is that?
I can find it to you. I don't have the scripture off the tip of my. You pull out the phone and use the.
It's in Genesis, but so you're.
Tucker is such a piece of shit.
Oh, I know. He is. He really is.
He is such a giant piece of shit. The only reason people like this is because it's Ted Cruz, and everyone hates Ted. Ted Cruz is just as big a fucking piece of shit.
That's true.
So, like, if Tucker Carlson was doing this to someone that they actually liked, they'd be like, "Oh, fucking Tucker."
I know.
This is the performative ignorance. Look, he's doing a perfect example of the performative ignorance we're always calling out on the left.
Mm-hmm.
This is what that's the what?
You're quoting.
Oh, it's in Genesis. I know what you're talking about.
Putting a Bible phrase, you don't have context for it and you don't know where in the Bible it is, but that's like your theology? I'm confused.
And he didn't. Because I think Tucker understands quite well where the passions are and where the energy is. And when I hear you sometimes, I hear you being more concerned about this. You're a little chiller in this, and I recognize you're talking.
You know what's funny? I just looked it up because obviously, I don't fucking know what it says in the Bible about this shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
someone in chat did the same thing.
Well, I was curious. I was like, was Tucker right? He's actually wrong.
I know.
It's in Numbers. His number is 24:9. Now it's funny because there's a similar thing in Jet because when I heard that and you could kind of maybe you could ping Ted Cruz for this because I was like Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
I was like there's a lot of Genesis. Israel doesn't even exist in a lot of Genesis, right?
Right.
Genesis is like a lot of pre-Israel stuff. So I'm like, is that really where it says that? So,
Tucker just converted to like evangelicalism. He's been
Right.
an atheist his entire life.
I know. It's so ridiculous. But no, in Numbers is that line: whoever blesses Israel will be blessed; whoever curses Israel will be cursed. So the direct line is from Numbers. There's a line that's similar in Genesis, where God says to Abraham, "I will bless those who bless you, and him who dishonors you, I will curse." He's talking to Abraham, right? But the specific line he talked about was actually in Numbers. It's pretty funny.
So Tucker plays the I know the Bible better than you,
And he doesn't.
but he's fucking wrong.
He doesn't. But then even then, see, that should have been if Ted Cruz wasn't such a,
I know.
a little weasel himself, right? If he was actually a true believer and he was actually like, actually, Tucker, that's in Numbers 24:9. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, you fake convert. Like that would have been devastating.
Oh yeah. He would have ended his career.
Well, maybe not, but he would have definitely been a huge dunk clip, right?
I mean, this was pretty painful for Ted, but I don't know if it ended his career.
No, well, obviously
Ted Cruz has never stopped running for president, right? Obviously, he's going to be in the primary.
Right.
Look, last time when Donald Trump was in the primary, wasn't there like 20 candidates? It seemed like there was a million. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and Trump wouldn't even debate or go up against any of them. He was like, nah, I'm going to be the nominee. You 20 guys just beat each other up.
That's what happened, yeah.
So God, the years are just flying by so fast, Sitch.
I know.
2028 is right around the corner.
I know.
We're staring down the barrel of the midterms here. It's going to be great. I can't wait. All these commies are going to lose.
I hope so.
They will. Don't you worry.
Talking to, in a New York Times podcast studio. But what I'm saying is I actually don't think the balance is right. That I think for some time people have been, and Donald Trump himself is like the king of this. There's a view to, it's the old take him seriously, not literally view. That, the thing that is being said maybe doesn't hold up.
I'm hoping that you can give me a little bit more, though, because I'm saying, well, what are you actually saying?
All right, so I'll give you a little bit more.
Nick Fuentes was on a podcast. I mean,
are you saying Nick Fuentes is not a big figure now and is not influential among young people on the right? Is that really, would you really make that argument?
No, I would make a slightly different argument. I think that Nick Fuentes is not a fundamentally political figure. He's a hyper-real figure of spectacle. That, again, is... You can read my writings on the question. You can read my writings on this exact question. I think he's a bad influence. What I've cautioned people on the right about that genre of personality is that when someone...
I think this is a naively optimistic, completely wrong take from Christopher Rufo here. Go ahead. That Fuentes and that feeling that Fuentes is invoking, and a lot of people are sort of being pulled to now, is not going to be a political movement or have some political effect or something. I don't think that's remotely true at all. I think he's too old. I think he's too disconnected from the conversation itself.
It could very well have a political effect, but at the same time, that hyper real personality, his framing on Nick Fuentes is that one Democratic nominee now. I mean, she's literally going to Congress, and she is just as incendiary, but on the left, as Nick Fuentes. So the argument for me is, do we live in an atmosphere where Nick Fuentes could gain political power, could become a congressperson? And I look, maybe. I'm not sure. I'd like to think no.
We're not there yet. Yeah.
We're not there yet. Yeah, exactly. But on the left, we are there. Like it has happened.
Yes.
Yeah. So, and just the whole acknowledgement of that is just crazy to me, but whatever.
Goes on video and says, I love Hitler. Obviously, we don't love Hitler. Neither of us are fans of Hitler, but you should resist the temptation to be scandalized and shocked and lose your capacity to reason and perceive it correctly. Because what this is, it is a hyperreal spectacle optimized for digital algorithms to harvest attention and to harvest clicks. It's not actually political in that sense. It's not optimized towards any political outcomes. I just reject this idea that, some dumb kid that has, hijacked the algorithm with like superficial ideological spectacle is somehow therefore a symbolic of where the right is going as a whole.
I think hyperreal is doing work in this argument that is not actually connected to what hyperreal means. I can imagine somebody sitting in front of me, even sitting in front of me here in 2015, and us younger, handsomer.
Yes. Yeah.
And you telling me this about Donald Trump.
Tell you what.
That, listen, you all are being easily provoked. You're looking at a hyperreal, algorithmically oriented, attentional spectacle and treating it like it's a serious political force. And then maybe if I had been wiser about what Donald Trump represented and the way in which the hyperreal and the real were going to converge in the life that we actually lead here, I would have said, no, attention is the fundamental currency of modern American politics.
Sure.
Things that we have actually fewer defenses against things that feel fundamentally ridiculous.
I mean, we should just fast forward this conversation to which is going to be more damaging: a full-scale takeover of the DSA or a full-scale takeover of the Groypers. Like, that's the conversation you need to have. Because I do think we're veering into a situation where these super incendiary figures are able to take political power.
Right.
But I just, if there was some sort of agreement for each side to police their own side, I think we would be in a better situation than each side trying to police the other side's crazies. Because that's effectively what's going on now, right? The right is screaming, "Oh my God, you've got all these communists, do something about it." And the Ezra Kleins are like, "You've got all these Groypers, you guys need to do something about it," right? And that's just completely ineffective.
This is an era of the trickster spirit, not the earnest energies. And many people like me, I mean, you may remember this, Huffington Post initially would only cover Donald Trump's campaign in its celebrity and entertainment news section.
Is that right? I don't remember that.
Because
That's very
he was
funny.
a ridiculous hyperreal spectacle, and to treat it as a serious thing would have been absurd.
This framing is really dishonest, because obviously Donald Trump is not Nick Fuentes. Donald Trump is not a full-on Hitler-loving white supremacist. Donald Trump was on the show The Apprentice for years and years and years. He's a literal celebrity. So the idea that he could come to power, it was just really the left's head buried in the sand, complete eye off where the culture was, that put them in this situation where he was just some trickster that should be ignored.
Right.
Yeah.
I think many of us were perfectly willing to say Nick Fuentes is a marginal, absurdist figure. And then it became clear in the Tucker Carlson moment, and given where Tucker has gone, that there's like a conveyor belt of these ideas. And they go from the fringe to the far right to the slightly less far right to Donald Trump.
Okay. Well, here's where I would disagree. And you actually have a real world test, right? These kind of ideological media figures are playing a very different game than Donald Trump was playing. And you know that because Donald Trump actually played the game. He announced for president, and he, against the odds, against many of the institutions, he won. And so you have to say, yeah, Trump also uses media, but that's like, that's a superficial comparison. You have to say, what is the actual goal? And the goal for like the streamers is not to pass legislation. It's not to win elections. It's not to cobble together a majority, but it's in fact it's kind of a narcissistic endeavor to get personal attention. And so, but that's the end point. There's no actual bridge that can go over. And look, that's
But can't it change minds and can't it change people's politics?
It could change minds, but not to the extent that you think, because people look at it more as a form of entertainment, soap opera, personality drama than an actual viable political move. And so, yeah, I think that you're kind of conflating the media spectacle with the fundamental political arena. And I think that boundary is not as permeable as you're suggesting. And in fact, to make that boundary more explicit is better, in my view, for my own kind of political desire, but also better for the country. And so when I see the kind of online right and the New York Times both doing like puff pieces on the latest like kind of right-wing figure, right? It was David Duke, and then it was Richard Spencer, and now it's Nick Fuentes. This is a stock character in American discourse, and I just refuse to take the bait.
I don't think David Duke is a marginal figure. I mean, I will say
you don't think David Duke is a marginal figure?
Here's what I mean. I think John Gans, who's
I do think I think Rufo's too boomer detached from this. If he's just going to hand wave away like Fuentes, and that energy is like a nothing that's going on right now, because that's clearly not the case. And I don't even know how I could say it when like there was a time period where there was a thriving, moderate conservative movement on the internet. I don't know if that exists anymore. It doesn't seem like it exists anymore. It seems like it's been very dominated by extreme factions at the moment. It seems like all of internet politics is very dominated by extreme factions at the moment. So I don't think you could just hand wave this away and be like, oh, this isn't a big deal. Especially when you see like people like Candace, getting insanely more popular, Tucker being more popular and becoming more and more, radical every day in his conversation. So I don't think that's true. But I mean, and again, I hate to keep saying the same thing over and over again, but it's just missing opportunities here is just the irony of Ezra saying, oh, people on the right are like mainstreaming and allowing more and more radical things to be said, when it's like, this is literally what we all just lived through. And we're still living through, with your guys' side, with the left just going out of control. And now, having these crazy people in Congress and everything. Now that's become acceptable, right? Someone who founded an organization who literally said that they wanted to destroy America in that organization literally says that, and that person is, A-okay to run for Congress. That's just batshit crazy.
Yeah.
That's just batshit crazy. And so this is the problem, that things are just kind of spiraling out of control and no one really wants to, I mean, the issue is no side is going to take accountability for their side if they know and feel like the other side isn't going to take accountability for their side. Because then if they do, then they're just losing, right? They're like, why should I kneecap myself? It's a very cynical way. Why should I kneecap myself if my enemy is only going to use that to their advantage and they're not going to do the same?
Yeah. I think Rufo's correct though he's incorrect in that Fuentes can change minds, but he's correct in there being a wall between this kind of streamer atmosphere and politics until some sort of candidate is presented that can take advantage of those minds that Fuentes has changed. And that seems like a taller order. But like I said, at this point, it wouldn't surprise me if it happened. But until it does happen, I think Rufo is correct in saying that the wall is intact between these online figures and actual politics, right? I don't know that Candace Owens is going to run for Congress. She's going to become like a Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah,
right, she's not. But it will have an effect in the future because we talked about this other streams. A lot of people, their politics locks in when they're in college and it never changes.
Of course, yeah.
And a lot of those college kids, they're not going to vote now, right? But they're going to vote 10 years from now. They're going to vote 20 years from now. And that's what I'm worried about with all these socialists and all these, fascist people. Is that like, yeah, it's only going to become more of a problem in the future. It's not going to become less of a problem.
Yeah.
Unless there's some sort of massive cultural shift and people start to feel a lot more confident and better about the situation society is. I think that's the only thing that would actually solve or cure this stuff.
The political perspectives lock in the 20s. I think obviously a lot of the fascist sort of perspective is probably not going to college. They're probably working or.
Well, I just mean college age. I don't mean that you're physically in college. Yeah.
No. I just make the distinction because obviously college has kind of become a left-wing indoctrination factory.
True.
So
that's a good point. Yeah.
There are a lot of conservatives that do go to college, but they just kind of keep their mouth shut so they can blend in with the body snatchers.
He's a great Substack and is a sort of interesting history-based theorist of American politics. He's got this book about the 90s called When the Clock Broke, I believe. And I've had him on to talk about the book. And the argument he would make about David Duke, about a bunch of figures who rose in that period, Patrick Buchanan, Samuel Francis, is that if you look at what they were figuring out about politics, I mean, David Duke, by the way, we should note, ran for office. He did not come that far from winning for Louisiana governor.
In the
90s.
Sure.
And, there was a style of politics that they got kind of quite good at figuring out. And Gans's view, and I agree with this view, is that much of what the populist right is today is built on that, often quite explicitly with Samuel Francis and others. Okay, make your case.
Absolutely not. I mean, look, for those of us who are, I'm in the institutional right. I know the people, I know the personalities, I know the organizations. That figure is a pain in the ass. Nobody wants it. Nobody likes it. Nobody believes in it. And in fact, that figure, as we found out recently with the revelations about the Southern Poverty Law Center, is not only a useful tool for institutions on the left, but in many cases was actually secretly funded by the kind of left-wing civil rights outfit known as the SPLC.
Which we were talking about David Duke?
Not David Duke in particular, who knows? But I'm saying that...
You're saying David Duke is maybe a left-wing plant?
Yes.
I think
100%.
I think that's ridiculous.
I'm not saying that in the sense of totally wholly created, but certainly used by, right? The whole idea was this kind of smear effect where the media would go out and say, this bad person, supports your campaign. And then you'd have to disavow and go through this whole kind of routine.
But the point I'm kind of interested in here is, my view.
Yeah, I looked this up because I was curious. This is pretty insane, and I didn't know this. That in 1991, okay, so I was alive, right? I was a wee lad, but I was alive in 1991, right? And actually, it's funny because you spent a lot of time when you working in Louisiana and stuff, right, in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And you talked about seeing a lot of racism there. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That in 1991, that David Duke only lost the governor's race by 2 points.
Was this in Louisiana?
It was for governor of Louisiana.
Yeah. I worked for a woman, and when I lived in New Orleans, that talked about how this is very much David Duke's city.
Oh my God, that's
insane.
Insane. Yeah, that's crazy.
But I mean, in the context, she was telling me she was not racist, but she understood that a lot of the businesses she was dealing with were racist.
Right.
But she was a fighter against the racism.
Right. It's still okay. It's bad, but it's slightly less bad. So there was a first round and there's a runoff. In the first round, there was 1 Democrat and 3 Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
So the Republicans were kind of split in the first round. So in the first round, David Duke wins the first round by about 80,000 votes for governor, and he's only shy of the Democrat candidate by 2 percentage points, by 30,000 votes. But then when they had the runoff and it's just a Democrat versus David Duke, who was on the Republican ticket at the time, the Democrat gets 61% of the votes and David Duke gets 38% of the votes. So still a lot of votes.
Cleaned his clock.
But he still lost pretty handily. But that's still 671,000 people in Louisiana in 1991 voted for former Grand Wizard of the KKK, David Duke, which is pretty fucking crazy.
Every time this comes up, we talk about my New Orleans past. People in the chat are like, New Orleans isn't racist anymore, which I think is a good sign.
That's good, yeah, now.
Yeah.
But in 1991, 600,000, almost 700,000 people were going to vote for the fucking former Grand Wizard of the KKK. It's pretty racist.
Yeah.
And it's not like it was a secret. Like everyone knew at the time, so.
All those people are probably dead now, though, or very elderly.
I hope so.
A lot of them are
Good.
probably dead.
Yeah, that's good.
And the younger people have taken over. And the idea that a open racist could run in Louisiana is probably a distant memory.
Sure. I hope so. I agree.
But not in Ezra Klein's America.
No.
In Ezra Klein, David Duke is still relevant, even though he's probably like 98.
Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, this is crazy in 1991, but I don't know how relevant he was to like the national conversation outside of Louisiana anyway.
Right.
In 1991.
View, and I think this is a fairly wide held view, is my worry is that the institutional right is getting steamrolled. Like,
by whom? Yeah.
In many cases, in order to survive, it is dramatically changing what it is, like the Heritage Foundation.
Sure.
In other cases, by Donald Trump. Donald Trump was not the candidate of the institutional right. If the institutional right had its way, Jeb Bush would have been the nominee.
I don't see how he keeps bringing up Donald Trump in the context of you got a racist problem. Donald Trump is not a racist.
Yeah, my mouth was full. Well, I think it's bringing up in the context of like, earlier they said the left follows too many institutions and the right doesn't have institutions to follow, right?
Right.
And I think it's true. When Ezra says the right-wing institutions are getting their clock claimed, and there aren't very many of them, that is true. At least online it's true. I mean, maybe I'm too tapped into the online world, but online it's 100% true.
They're getting their clock clean in online popularity. They're not getting their clock cleaned and getting their calls returned from sitting senators in the GOP. That's the difference.
Well,
that's
the difference
is giant difference.
It now, right? But the concern is the left started, the cultural Marxists started as this like insane online thing. And people said, it's just kids in college campuses. Ignore it, right? It's just weirdos on Tumblr, right? And people listen to it, unfortunately, and politicians listen to it. So I don't know. I hope, conservative politicians don't listen to it going forward, but I don't know what the future is going to hold here, especially when Donald Trump is out and there's going to be this battle for the right, the soul of the Republican Party, and what the fuck that's going to look like in 2028 is an open question. I don't think that means it's going to be an open white nationalist Groyper candidate in 2028.
I know
whatsoever. But going forward, this is going to, as I said, it's going to, these people aren't going to disappear. It's going to get worse. It's not going to get better.
If you had a Republican primary and somebody asked, do you think white people should be a privileged class in America? Like, no hands would go up. They'd be like, what the fuck? Why are you asking this fucking question? Right?
Mm-hmm.
What candidate is going to be the racist candidate for the Republicans? Which candidate's going to step up, be the racist Republican? Which candidate in the Democratic primary is going to be the anti-Israel candidate?
Most of
all of them. That's the right answer.
I mean, the idea that the institutional right has been racking up victory after victory is ridiculous. I mean, the Republicans saw speaker after speaker after speaker till they got one who was more like properly compliant.
Sure.
The institutional right has not had a strong winning record. And again, part of my argument here is that I think this is because it keeps.
See, I don't get the context of this when the whole all of this conversation is around, you got a racist problem. There's racists in your ranks, right? But then he brings up the Speaker of the House situation, which is, how is that? Were there people saying, no, we need a racist? This guy can't be the Speaker of the House because he's not racist enough? No, they're arguing over fucking tax policy and shit.
I think you're too focused on the race thing. He's not talking about the race thing. He's talking about what would be considered mainstream institutional Republicans and what would be considered like the new, whatever the new right is. And he's saying that, when it came to the speaker, and that's what happened, Trump, they had to keep getting rid of speakers until they could find someone that could, work with Trump effectively, right?
Sure.
That's what he's saying. It has nothing to do with racism.
Okay, so it's irrelevant to this conversation. About
Well, no, the conversation isn't just about racism. It's about, it's about what what kind of institutions are being built by the right, and are they winning, or are they getting clocked by the more extreme elements of the right
that are racist?
That are racist, yeah.
What are the more extreme elements that he's talking about outside of the context of race?
Well,
what does he care about outside of the context of race?
I don't know. Probably
nothing.
Nothing. Yeah. So
nothing.
But
nothing. Nada. Zip. Zero. Zilch. Yes.
I'm just saying the speaker fight wasn't a fight about tax policy. They keep changing speakers because they're like, well, we need to find the right speaker for tax policy. That wasn't really the issue.
Was Trump chiefly instrumental in that fight? I mean, I thought it was a bunch of the Congress people were like, they ousted the one guy. I don't know.
No, it was.
I can't remember what the fight was over though.
It was entirely because of Trump.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. We can go back and when we were talking about it.
Trump was like, I need someone really racist. I'm talking sharing Haitian memes on Twitter racist.
I think though, when Ezra makes his argument about like, creating an energy that you can't wield, that's kind of going out of control. It kind of levies that at Rufo. I don't think that's fair. I don't think Rufo did that, whatsoever.
No.
I think you can definitely levy that at Donald Trump. Donald Trump definitely has done that, and he either doesn't care or just doesn't have the foresight to really see where that's going to go.
Donald Trump definitely wants a racist in his coalition.
Yes.
He's like, oh, if they like me, that's fine.
Well,
again, I hear they're big supporters, these QAnon people.
What was literally the first thing Donald Trump said when he ran?
Mm-hmm.
What was the first thing he said?
And some, I assume, are good people.
There's only some of the people from Mexico are good, but most of them are dirty, rapist, drug muling murderers, right?
My favorite part is the assume. I assume, but I
he doesn't know.
He's
just guessing. That's some of them, some percentage of them, some minor percentage of them are actually not drug muling rapists. So,
oh my God.
Thinking it can maybe control these forces and it can't. You asked me earlier to sort of be more specific on a story. So I want to talk about a story you did. In November, you wrote a piece with the title, "The Largest Funder of Al-Shabaab is the Minnesota Taxpayer." Tell me what the piece was about.
Sure. So this was a feature investigation that we did in Minnesota looking into organized Somali fraud. And so we spent a number of months on this piece. We went out to Minnesota. We reviewed court documents. We interviewed law enforcement, both on the record, on background, and then our story, and this had been kind of bubbling up in local press and bits and pieces, was that in fact Somali fraudsters were exploiting Minnesota and federal welfare programs, autism programs, daycare programs, Medicaid programs, and looting billions of dollars from American taxpayers. And this was the story that really blew open the Somali fraud story on the national stage. And then since then, as sometimes happens when you report on an explosive story, it kind of ricocheted into an entire movement really looking at large-scale fraud in American public institutions.
So there's a couple pieces of this. So as you note, the fraud had been, reported elsewhere at the Star Tribune. It had been
Bits
in
and
national
pieces,
news.
yeah.
There are bits and pieces. There were prosecutions, right, which is where a lot of the information came from, that began in 2022 under the Biden administration. The big sort of move you made in this was to say, this is financing foreign terrorism. What was that argument?
Sure. I mean, the argument is pretty simple, and the mechanics of it are this. So we have billions of dollars being stolen by Somali fraudsters in Minnesota. We then have huge amounts of money being transported out of Minneapolis Airport, Seattle Airport, in cash, in actual physical currency, in suitcases that goes to Mogadishu. And then when in Mogadishu, it is distributed through various parts of the country through what is called the Hawala Network. Hawala Network is the name for kind of informal, cash-based, clan-based financial institutions. They don't have a strong formal banking system in Somalia. It's a rough part of the world. And so they have these couriers that move money in cash. And all kinds of think tanks, military, U.S. government, Department of Justice, Republicans and Democrats have essentially made the case that Al-Shabaab is taking a cut of Hawala financing. And so when we talked with federal law enforcement agents and investigators who have been working on this case, they told us that the flow of funds was this: from the taxpayer out of the airport in suitcases to the Hawala networks in Somalia, and therefore to the Al-Shabaab terror networks taking their cut. Essentially, like we have Visa that takes like 3% of your credit card transactions. In parts of Somalia, Al-Shabaab takes a cut. Not exactly sure how much that is. And federal investigators say, hey, once it exits the country into the Hawala system, you can't claw that money back. There are no written receipts or banking transactions. But the scale of that money that was remittances from fraud was so enormous that over time we're talking about huge sums of money.
So I want to take a beat on whether or not this turned out to be true. So the key named source in your story was a retired terrorism investigator named Glenn Kearns. He later came out, claimed that he was misquoted. He said later the story was bullshit, and that he did no on-the-ground investigating in Minnesota. The two top prosecutors of the fraud in Minnesota said the perpetrators are motivated by greed. There's no evidence of terrorist financing. Do you still stand by that?
Of course I do, yeah. And a couple things. So the Glenn Kearns detective is very odd. We have him on the record. We have a transcript of his interview. I'm not sure what happened. My suspicion is that when this story blew up into a huge national story, he got spooked or scared but the paper in Minneapolis tried to go through our piece and with a kind of criticism, couldn't lay a glove on it, didn't debunk or even really contradict any of our points. You had one source who knows, don't know his personal circumstances, but
he was the only named source.
I don't think he was the only named source in the piece.
He was the only named source making this terrorism argument.
Incorrect. So we had multiple high-level federal officials who confirmed to us the flow of funds. We substantiated it with contextual reporting from Foundation for Defense of Democracies, from the United States Military Academy, from the Department of Justice. We were saying simply, logically, if we know from a variety of sources that Al-Shabaab is skimming off the Hawala network, and we know from a variety of sources that money is moving through that network from fraud committed in the United States, it's a logical syllogism, right? A, B, C. And so we know that this to be true. And I think that idea that because they weren't motivated by terrorism is not something we alleged and is essentially irrelevant. The facts as they played out were that the Al-Shabaab terror network benefits from fraud in the United States that has passed through their financial system.
Your piece is actually quite careful, right? I've read the piece, I've read it carefully. And you're right, you don't allege that the point of this is to fund terrorists. Then when you sort of promote the piece, your tweet is, Somalis are stealing billions of dollars from American taxpayers and sending cash to terrorists back home. It's time for @Real Donald Trump to revoke temporary protected status for all Somali nationals in the United States. It's time for them to go home. And I have, I think, 2 or 3 issues here.
2 or 3, all right. Let's go there one by one.
Yeah, we'll do them. We'll do them. I'll give them to you all. You have a limited number of people, right, committing crimes. They're being prosecuted, right? The prosecutions begin under Biden. This was not like a swept under the rug thing. You guys did not come up with this. You didn't find it yourself. And they were stealing a lot of money. I mean, that part is true. The sending cash tariffs back home, as you say, you have a more complicated
I linked
view.
to the piece, and then you could like
so
your rhetorical,
and then none of the people, as far as I can tell, were doing this were under temporary protected status, which is only about 750 people, right? So there's this move to say it's not just like some criminals, it's Somalis. And it's not just some money is being scammed because of a weak banking sector, it's they're funding terrorism. And then it's to get Donald Trump to deport people who are unrelated to the crime.
Okay, so a couple points on that particular argument. So the point of the piece broadly, it raises the question of immigration, cultural compatibility. And if you talk to people with an expert in Somali culture, as we did, and the history of Somalia, as we did, you get the clear sense that in Somalia, there is a kind of kinship and clan-based culture that is prevalent for a variety of historical and social reasons. And because there has been a weak central government, contested central government in Somalia in the modern period, there is a feeling that exploiting the central government is permissible. And I think the underlying point, which is very uncomfortable, not just for people who are small L liberals, but even for many conservatives, is that actually all national cultures are not equal. And in fact, because immigration is a group-based or national border-based system, you have to be prudent in which nations of origin you prioritize in immigration. And so I think the record on Somalis in the United States and elsewhere on many of those metrics is not good. You have low levels of education, high levels of welfare dependency, and you have these cultural incompatibilities, let's say. And so, again, in a prudent, national interest-based immigration policy, I would put Somalis down lower on the list, and I think that's perfectly defensible.
I don't have a problem saying that American immigration policy should serve our interests.
Sure.
Should not just be omnidirectional. What I am saying is that to take a crime committed by a limited number of people, then say this is something about an entire group of people, and you should deport these unrelated people, like that is a bad thing to do. And to yoke this sort of larger argument you're making to this much more kind of tendentious, well, some of the money that goes because of this fucked up system back in Somalia can get taken by al-Shabaab. To finish the thought, and then I'll let you take it where you want to take it. That is, and to that's part of this larger point I'm trying to make to you, which is that you are not putting like passion in service of reason. You're unleashing things here that are like first going to really harm people who did nothing wrong, right? These Somali temporary protected status, I mean, many, as you say, Somalia is a tough place. Many people flee it for completely reasonable reasons, and we honor them for doing so and trying to make a better life for them and their families. Like they did nothing wrong. I think you actually do believe from many things you've written in like the primacy of thinking about the individual. If you want to say that our immigration policy should not favor Somalis, fine, fair enough.
But our immigration, the temporary protected status is based on group designations, and in fact, Somali.
So the problem with this entire, in my mind, the problem with this entire conversation is, well, first of all, Ezra says something which I think is a flat out lie. Or at least if it's not a lie, he would never actually say it, which is he said he doesn't have a problem with the idea that immigration should be primarily at the benefit of Americans. Because if that was, if he believed that, then he would come out and say like, yes, we should not be having asylum seekers, especially asylum seekers who come in the border of the country and take advantage of the system. and request asylum, because that's what everyone does, that shouldn't be allowed, right? That's what you would say if you actually believe that. Or you'd say, yeah, why are we taking people, immigrants from countries that are very poor countries, and we're taking very poor people? Like, why are we doing all this stuff, right? It doesn't really make any sense if this is supposed to just help Americans. If this was all about helping Americans, you could actually work out a system where you could say, okay, well, actually, we're going to start selecting people not based on a random lottery. We're going to start, choosing people based entirely on skill, how much money they have, right? Maybe, other tests in terms of like, how they're, whether they've been criminals and all these other things. Like, there's all these like little like metrics you could be sort of using, right? Or God forbid, you could give people IQ tests, right, to get into the country.
My God.
Like, there's all sorts of things you could do if like the thought process of this was like, well, this has to be strictly for like the benefit of the people living here, right? And if Ezra like advocated for any of these things, everyone on the left would attack him,
Disown
viciously.
him. Yeah.
Right. It just totally go
Call
after
him
him.
a
So I don't believe
racist.
for a second that either he doesn't believe that, or if he does believe it, he would ever actually advocate for any of these policies whatsoever. Right.
Yeah.
But then the complication here that I like, it is an uncomfortable thing to think about, is like, on one hand, I do agree conceptually, say, okay, I don't, obviously there's a minority of people in the Somali community in America that were doing, the fraud things, because it's always, a minority of people are doing any crime, right? In any situation, that are, taking advantage of the system, doing crime and all this other stuff, right? But then you kind of get into this like, well, if it's a disproportionate number of people in a community, does it make sense to say, well, we're going to start putting restrictions on immigration from that community? Maybe that does make sense. I think, I don't think it's unreasonable to say, well, if we're going to have people immigrate from countries that have all sorts of social problems in a culture that's very different than our culture, especially at a time where our cultural memes that are at an all-time low in terms of promulgating or reinforcing people who come here to adhere to our American values. Like, that's an all-time low right now. And it's, because of the left, obviously.
Because of Ezra.
Right. Then you do have to be a lot stricter with saying, okay, well, if we're going to let people in and we don't have a very strong, like, America's good stamp that's stamping this and forcing people to, adhere to our values, then we do have to be a lot stricter in immigration and say, okay, well, only people that are coming from cultures or countries that are more compatible already to American culture should be allowed to come here. Then I think you can make that argument. If we were back in, the older times, right, where people are like, I want to go to America because that's like the land of freedom and opportunity, and America's fucking awesome, then I think you could be a lot more lax with the, a lot of the immigration stuff as we were in the past. But we're not there at the moment.
Yeah. They were halfway towards our culture already.
Yeah.
It is ridiculous. And like, isn't the Somali daycare fraud, the whole community was in on that because so many of the patrons were like volunteering their social security information to get services that they weren't actually taking advantage of.
Yeah,
So,
I think he talks about that here. Well, I mean, I would say the whole community,
Rufo
but he
does.
talks about there was like actually a lot of people. Maybe that's true. Maybe
that weren't actually indicted because they were
Right.
like co-conspirators, but they're going to go after the people who are actually raking in the bulk of the money. Yeah.
people at the top, right? Yeah, and that could be very true. And if that's it's even a bigger case against having
if
more restrictions.
The insular nature of the community is like, just we'll lie together and bilk these people.
Yes.
Because they're
yes.
fucking idiots.
Right.
Like how
They just don't care.
how can you claim that these people have respect for American values or the
They don't.
American community when they're just
They
like,
don't.
yeah,
Yeah. They don't.
we're gonna
No.
fleece these people.
I mean, I think not only what we should do is, I think if you move to America, okay,
Mhm.
and then you defraud the government, or you commit like a crime, not like jaywalking, but you commit a violent crime, or you do some sort of defrauding, and you come to America, I think you should automatically get double the triple the prison time of whatever the normal sentence would be. Because
I
it feels
like
like
it.
way more egregious, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
Like
I
it's like
it.
there's a difference between like you're in your house and you take a big dump on the floor, right? Well, at least it's your house. You go to you're invited to someone else's house, and they invite you in with the good graciousness of their heart, and you take a shit on their floor. You're like, whoa, buddy.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Time to go
That's
medieval on your ass.
Right. Like that's like 10 times worse. So I do think that there should be, I mean, I don't know if maybe this is legal actually to do this, but I do think there should be a two-tier justice system, or not two-tier justice, two-tier punishment system, where if you move to this country and you are defrauding our government of tax money, or you're doing some sort of serious crime, I do think the punishment should be way, way stronger. And then obviously afterwards, you send them back, right? You deport them, but
I like it. 3 times the time, and then deport them anyway.
And then deport them anyway, right?
Yeah.
Or like, just like, why don't we just, you know how the left always, they say like slavery didn't end because
What?
you can still, they always say this, they say slavery's not over because you can still like technically make people in prison your slaves.
Oh, okay.
Oh, you haven't heard, they say this all the time, right? We should use that to our advantage. We're like, okay, if you come to our country and you commit, a serious crime or you defraud taxpayers' money, then like you got to work it off.
Oh, you mean the prison thing is a modern day slave?
Yeah, that's
I
what
know
they always
slavery didn't end in other countries, but in America,
but they use that phrase, right?
Yeah.
They use that phraseology. So
No, I get it.
because it's just so hyper egregious.
Thinking about investing in some private prisons.
Now, listen, if it was up to me, I'd just give them the
for
death
fun.
penalty. But like, I know that's not going to happen. So
These Haitians,
But the people you're going to who did not do this crime. Right? We agree on that part, right?
Hold on. Well, let me take it. Let me take it in pieces. So, a couple kind of factual problems here. You said a limited number of people committed these crimes. I'm actually not sure that that's true, and I'll explain it why I believe that. If you look at the actual schemes committed by Somalis, for example, for autism services, you had members of the Somali community opening up fake clinics with fake patients that were receiving, kind of fake treatment, and what we're looking at is actually a non-insignificant number of people that were involved or had knowledge of these schemes as they were unfolding, because you're talking about thousands of patients, larger family sizes. And secondarily, prosecutors told us over and over and over, we're just looking at the tip of the iceberg. We don't have the prosecutors, we don't have the investigators, we don't have the manpower to actually unravel all of these fraud schemes. And so let's just say the median estimate, kind of responsible estimate, is $5 billion. Well, they've only uncovered fraud schemes in maybe $300 million. And so that would indicate that actually the vast majority of the schemes were simply kind of vanishing through your fingers. And so you're actually getting what I believe is, because also the Somali community is very concentrated in geographically tightly integrated in kinship networks, I actually think you're getting the complicity or knowledge of actually a non-insignificant part of this community. Are most Somalis in Minnesota?
But you don't have proof of that.
I think it's just logical, and I think that we can make the argument with a high degree of certainty based on the court documents, based on the total of fraud committed, and based on how these things are structured. And then, look, this is...
I hate this. Like, you need insane levels of evidence whenever anyone trots this out. It's like, if you don't have some insane level of evidence, it doesn't exist. It's like every single crime that goes unreported in the leftist mind is not really a crime.
Right.
Unless you have mountains of evidence that this has taken place. I mean, obviously you don't have proof of it. You can't make the claim, but I think it's not insane to infer, if you look at the entire situation, that a lot of it's going on.
Mass fraud committed in Minnesota, committed now in other states that we're uncovering. And one West Coast police detective who has been looking into this said, I've been looking into this for 30 years, and organized fraud rings, in his experience, are committed to a massively disproportionate amount by foreign nationals and groups of originating from migrant groups.
So
This is a fact. It's uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable.
I didn't argue.
This is how it is.
I didn't argue with it.
And so the question,
I've not done my own reporting on this,
but hold on. But the question then is, how do we respond to that politically? And so I actually think,
well, I want to talk about how it got responded to politically. So Donald Trump did what you wanted him to do. He put up a Truth Social post on Thanksgiving Day, which you call iconic.
Is that right?
You know this. You called it iconic.
Did I?
In which he says, you sure did.
All right, let's hear it.
In which he says,
refresh.
Hundreds of thousands of refugees from Somalia are completely taking over the once great state of Minnesota. Somalian gangs are roving the streets looking for prey as our wonderful people stay locked in their apartments and houses, hoping against hope that they will be left alone.
Yeah.
But then it kind of moves on from there. So then Nick Shirley, a right-wing influencer, launches his own investigation of Somali fraud in Minnesota. He starts going to daycares and knocking on them and being like, hey, are there kids here? And these women come out and they don't speak English and they're like looking at him strangely. This gets, I think, like 130 million views across platforms. It goes crazily viral. But I want to play this clip. You did this podcast conversation with Richard Hanania where you guys.
So he's just going to deny everything. I mean, we talked like some of the things he pointed to, Nick really pointed to, were probably not true, but some of them definitely were true. Some of the people he pointed to did get arrested. So
yeah, there's been $1 billion of prosecutions.
Right. So you can't just hand wave it away and be like, well, actually the Leering Center was, that was just a totally legit thing. Which he just did. He just dismissed the whole thing.
He hand waved it all away. He did. Yeah. He's like, oh, it totally went viral. That's the only thing important about it.
Well, and also it's funny too, because the way in which he dismisses, he's like, well, these women didn't speak English. And it's like, how is that not a problem?
Yeah.
How long have people been living in this fucking country that don't speak English?
Yeah.
They're
the ones that are teaching English.
I think if you come to America, okay, you get let
Sitch
into
is
our
like
country.
way more right wing than me. So it's
true.
Insane.
I think if you're in America, okay, you come to America and we let you in. Every year, you have increasingly difficult English tests.
Oh yeah.
And if you don't pass them, you get deported.
How about this? If you can't pass your English test each year, double taxes.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm saying deportation, but maybe double taxes is nicer, right? Maybe.
I mean, you could milk them for like 5 years of taxation before you deport them.
That's true, yeah. Because that is so insane to me. Okay, listen, if you're like over 70, I'll say okay, maybe you don't have to learn English, right? If you're under 70, you have to learn English. Fuck you. Okay. You're going to come to my country. I'm not going to move to Japan and not learn Japanese. All right. I'm not going to be a piece of shit like that.
I mean, it's
so disrespectful. It's insanely disrespectful.
I mean, I've lived in New York. Obviously, I've lived in Los Angeles.
I live in Florida.
I know, but
it's horrible. That people can't speak English. It makes me rage out.
Okay, so you hear it a lot.
Yes.
I ignore it.
I fucking cannot stand it. If someone does not speak English and they try to, and I have to communicate with them, I get so mad. I get so fucking mad.
I guess most of the time I'm hearing it, it's only like in the taqueria, and I'm like, well, they have great Mexican food.
What's the thing? If they, I don't care. People could speak Spanish. I'm fine with people speaking Spanish. But if they have to fucking talk to my ass, or I have to talk to their fucking ass for some reason, you better fucking be able to speak English.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that happens. Yeah. I just love it because everyone perceives of me as the more right-wing one, but Sitch is just on a roll here.
I'm more right-wing in a lot of ways. You're just more... I have no defense of Trump behavior.
People were pointing out that the toilet water cup scenario is really just the discussed foundations.
It is. Yeah. And it's funny because Vanessa ran a poll. Like maybe we'll bring it up.
I retweeted it. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Vanessa ran a poll, and at first, it's funny that you say that about the thing because me and Sammy were on opposite ends of that, and she's way more right.
I know. Everyone was pointing that out.
They're just kind of funny, but no. When we first ran that poll, the correct answer of throwing the cup away was, obviously winning. But then Rags came into the poll, and I don't know if he retweeted or something, and suddenly he has the wrong answer, and it sways the poll in that direction. So,
well, how did it sway it? And
the wash the cup and keep it won the poll.
but not. I mean, barely. It was neck and neck.
No, but I'm saying at first it was like very, very far in the throw the cup away camp.
Yeah. Oh, it was? Okay.
Yes. And then Rags, the degenerate, he came in.
But he swayed it just barely.
He swayed it.
Because he likes to drink out of dirty cups. What are you going to do?
Well, I mean, he's a dog, so you know what? Yeah. Dogs are accustomed to drinking out of toilets, right? So it makes sense, right?
Yeah. Oh, you're right. They just drink straight out of the
They drink
toilet.
straight out of it, yeah.
So sad.
Anya, where you guys were talking about this, and I think what you say is interesting.
Sure. If you look at the Nick Shirley video and you really dig into it, there are two things happening. Okay. On the surface, he's shining a.
What's up with this Joker looking guy in the middle here? What's his deal?
That's Richard Hanino.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's a weird
And
looking
he's
dude.
like a comic book villain or something?
Yes.
What's going on? God, he looks weird.
Spotlight on something that is very real, that is a kind of endemic form of corruption, and he's bringing it to life through kind of Zoomer style YouTube kind of gonzo video production. Okay. It draws attention to a real issue. It's driving politics in the right direction, and it's, I think, overall beneficial. Granted, your critique of what's happening under the surface is also true. I mean, I couldn't publish Nick Shirley gets in there, sees a building is empty, and then assumes, oh, they're committing $70 million of fraud or whatever. As a journalist, as someone who has to go through fact-checking, legal review, kind of peer scrutiny, I kind of clam up and I'm like, oh, wow, man, you're about to get sued because what you're saying is just not defensible as a journalistic process.
So the reason I found that to be such an interesting quote is that I feel like both sides of what we're talking about are in there. You know, this video is not strong. Let's put it that way. That there's a lot. You can't go and be like, show me your kids. And when they don't show the kids, be like, this is a fraud. You don't have.
This is kind of the problem, and how fraud is able to get at the scale that it seems to be at now, right? I mean, there's like hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud that they're uncovering. Now Dr. Oz is going along with Nick Shirley, and Dr. Oz is part of the Trump administration, right? He's in one of these fraud sniffing out units. So it's just it's kind of crazy because the kind of journalistic fact checking that you're required to do kind of makes it so you aren't really able to detect a lot of this fraud. So in a situation where it's running rampant, you have to do it kind of shotgun approach.
I mean, I think you could detect it. It would take a lot longer, right? You'd have to start doing, you'd have to start doing expensive investigations into this stuff. And I mean, probably that's a big part of the problem is like, obviously the mainstream media does not want to do an expensive investigation
and come up empty-handed. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to not just to come up empty-handed, but also to, possibly show that the Trump administration is corrupt about something. Right.
What's crazy is most people just assume there is some sort of embedded fraud detection in the system itself. And they're discovering, oh no, this is like the pay on your own checkout at the grocery store. Only no employees work there. Right?
I mean, they're supposed to be, right? Theoretically, there's supposed to be something.
Some sort of fraud detection?
Yeah, they're supposed to be something.
Look, if you're saying intuitively as a human being that understands human psychology, there should be. I agree with you. But if you're saying that there should be, as in the government has set up some sort of fraud detection, I don't agree with you. It's like this whole situation seems to be on the honor system.
Right.
Have any kids. On the other hand, you have this like contrary feeling that, well, it may not be true, but it puts attention towards something real. It's like in line with where I want politics to go. It does become a huge issue. We'll talk about like what it leads to. And like I can feel this tension. So I mean, how do you balance that?
Yeah, I mean, well, first of all, it's a free country. Everyone has the First Amendment right, and so therefore, I can't say I don't like this for these reasons. Therefore, you shouldn't be able to do it. But I think this is just another instance, an example of the right being under-institutionalized. And so, what I would say is that an ideal, say, outcome or method would be to take someone that has charisma, that has courage, that has curiosity, someone like Nick Shirley, and then integrate that person into an institution to put up those guardrails to refine and really improve the product itself, and then to use that attention toward productive ends. And so that would be like the ideal. That's the kind of thing that I think would be good. But the reality is that on the right, the media is so fragmented, and the media institutions are not that strong, not that well developed, and in many cases, highly risk averse for obvious reasons, and therefore there's an entire territory that is ceded to people. I don't even know if Nick Shirley is right wing. I'm not sure I would even categorize him as that. I think the story landed in that particular manner, but you have people, independent.
He's not left wing.
Let's say citizen journalists. I think that was the phrase for a while. There was great hope in the citizen journalist. Love citizens, love journalists. Citizen journalist is one of those things, like it sounds good in theory, but in practice, there are some real limitations. And so it is what it is. What are you going to do about it? This is the kind of thing where as an individual, my only reaction is to say, you can put out a kind of suggestion for remedy, but it's not within my direct control.
The thing I'm asking, not as an individual, but as an activist and an analyst and somebody influential in the administration that responds to these stories, yours, his, by deploying a giant ICE and Border Patrol deployment to Minnesota. That deployment ultimately and the fighting around it leaves Renee Good and Alex Peretti dead. Minneapolis calculated the economic impact of the raids at least around $700 million. Joe Thompson, the acting U.S. attorney in Minnesota, who is leading the fraud investigations, he was quoted quite a bit in your original piece. He resigns in anger after Trump's Department of Justice demands his office investigate Renee Good's wife. So, I mean, to me, I look at all this and I say, like, that wasn't beneficial. This was catastrophic. I mean, it harmed people's lives. It led to people dying. It was bad for the Minnesota economy. It led to the fraud stuff getting, completely sidelined. And the person who was pushing it resigning. That
the fraud got sidelined? They never went after the fraud? Is that what he's saying?
In this one instance, I guess, maybe. I don't know. I don't know the validity of the fact claim is true or not.
I mean, I'm seeing a lot of frauds. I mean, Nick Shirley just came out with a new video where he is literally with Dr. Oz. So seems like what Rufo wanted, and this podcast was from a couple weeks ago, is actually happening.
Right.
I mean, Nick Shirley's been in front of Congress now. The Republicans are like, come on, boy. We're taking you under our wing. Bring us all the fraud you can, Shirley. Right. Surely you can bring us more fraud.
I get it.
That this did not go in a good direction, in part because it wasn't based on good information. But like now, like looking back at the whole thing, do you disagree with that?
Yeah, I would disagree. So, well, I would agree with certain points, but I would refine them and disagree with others. So, I mean, the fraud work is continuing. The vice president is now chairing an anti-fraud task force. They've significantly increased the manpower to look into fraud. That said, it was a bad strategic decision to deploy force, Customs and Border Patrol, ICE agents, with that kind of force posture. It's a no-win situation. And I was advising against it from even the previous summer. And so in that particular case, I would say it was ill-advised. And I think that finally the administration has learned that. They reshuffled DHS, they reshuffled Customs and Border Patrol. And if you want to create deportations at scale of illegal immigrants, you have to do so in what I've kind of called an invisible manner, an impersonal manner. You have to change banking regulations, financial transfers, remittance fees, employment verification to incentivize self-deportation. Because the idea that you could deport people by simply like sending in armored cars with ICE agents on the side is delusional. It's never going to happen. I think there's part of the right that wants that kind of macho imagery, but if you look at the underlying substantive policy that you want to enact, I think it's detrimental. And in fact, the situation in Minneapolis, again, in that sense, did not achieve the stated objective for reasons that I and others had predicted.
Let me pick up on the fraud.
And to me,
I think Rufo is obviously correct in terms of like the logistics of how to do this, but also, I mean, I guess he did say it, but it's, a lot of having the people having ICE roll and everything. I mean, I think Trump or someone in Trump administrations, maybe, some people around him, they thought that this would be like really good, politics, really good messaging to have these visuals of people getting rounded up and all that stuff to really show the voting base who voted for Trump in a large effect to get rid of illegal immigrants, right? To show them that it's happening, or if it's happening in this more correct or realistic or effective way that's invisible, maybe people don't see it.
Yeah, but it ultimately damaged him in the polls. So
yeah, it was obviously a huge political miscalculation.
That's when he brought in Tom Homan and was like, okay, we got to do this under the radar.
Yep.
It's also it's annoying to me personally because I think fraud, huge winning issue. No one wants fraud. It's a huge problem in the country. If you could just focus on that, you could rally not only Republicans who are traditionally kind of, small government, but you could also bring into the coalition moderate Democrats who want good governance. And so to me personally, I found it very, very upsetting because it's like, hey, we have this winning issue, focus on the issue, execute the policy at scale, save the taxpayers' money. You're giving someone a nicely wrapped gift, and you just wish that they would take it. In this case, it didn't happen that way.
It feels to me like the fraud problem for you all is bigger than this. According to a Times analysis across 2 terms, Trump has granted clemency to more than 70 allies, donors, and others convicted in fraud cases, including Philip Esformis, who stole $1.3 billion from Medicare and Medicaid in a fraudulent billing scheme. It was the FBI's largest ever criminal healthcare fraud case against individuals. Trump commuted his 20-year prison term.
You're not going to get me to defend it. I would, in fact...
But I don't see you really attacking it either.
I'll attack it right now.
Okay.
Shouldn't have done that. And in fact, if these people were convicted of fraud at that scale, 20 years seems like a light prison sentence. I would double it personally. And so, this is
the push I'm making, and I recognize you're not going to defend this, but there is this movement on the right now to focus on fraud. You've been very much leading this. Meanwhile, I look at Trump and he's gutted the machinery of anti-fraud enforcement all across the federal government. He gutted it at the IRS. There's a tremendous amount of fraud in tax returns. We all know that. And huge amounts of money are being stolen under those terms because now the audit capacity has gone way down. He gutted inspector.
People keeping their own money because they see how much of it is given to fucking criminals. It's like, oh, that just gets under my skin.
You talking about with the IRS stuff?
Yeah. This is why I was whenever we talk about fraud, because this is Andrew Yang did this too, and the Democrats pivot to, oh, there's a lot of people cheating on their taxes. I'm like, yeah, they're cheating on their taxes because you're giving all their money away to criminals. Like, address the fucking issue.
Mm-hmm.
If we were in a situation where you weren't giving hundreds of billions of dollars to criminals, then we can talk about the people who are cheating on their taxes, right? Because you could literally lower people's taxes by hundreds of billions of dollars if that money is just going to waste in wasted programs. So it's just a complete disconnect for me when they pivot to this. Oh my God, the people are cheating on their taxes. They're trying to keep us from stealing their money and giving it to criminals. How dare they?
General across the federal government, the people seeing what is happening inside these organizations.
Look, when I see these cases, I'm like, people need to cheat on their taxes more. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. If you see these fraud cases and you're not cheating on your taxes, you're a fucking sucker. That's what I think.
I do not advocate breaking the law and cheating your taxes.
But look, you understand that people do feel like suckers, right? They're like, oh my God, I'm working 3 months out of the year so that the government can take my money and give it to a bunch of illegal immigrants who are sending it back to their home country and pissing on me. Not a good feeling. Not a good feeling.
I think a lot of tax revenue is caught up in a lot of fraudulent stuff. 100%.
Yeah.
I don't think it's near the percentage amount that it would justify cheating on your taxes.
Well, I mean, what percentage amount is it? Because if it's 10%, then it would justify you cheating 10% on your taxes.
Well, no, you don't know the answer.
But Ezra Klein here, Klein is, we got to hire, thousands of IRS agents to get that 10% out of you. Okay. It screams bad governance. It's like, we reserve the right to be horrible stewards of your money and sue the shit out of you when you get angry and cheat on your taxes. When you try to hold us accountable,
Yeah. I don't think people are cheating their taxes because they're like, oh, it's because I'm only cheating on my taxes because of these evil Somalian scammers. I don't think that's what's happening.
I completely think you're wrong.
Okay.
I think, look, people want to cheat on their taxes because they want to keep more money.
Of course.
And they look for rational justifications for doing it.
Yeah.
And the scams, them giving your tax dollars directly to fraudsters is one of the most reasonable justifications a human being could possibly think of. Even to the point where I'm saying right now, if you're not cheating on your taxes, to kind of hold them accountable for that, you're a sucker. Not like I'm willing to just come right out and say it.
Okay. I vehemently disagree with that phrasing.
You
that
don't
framing
think,
of it.
you don't
You're a sucker if you don't cheat on your taxes, I think is completely fucking wrong.
Well, you're a sucker if we're not holding these people accountable who are stealing our tax dollars.
Well, yeah, but that's a different thing. That's, how you vote.
Right. Well, there's more than one way to hold people accountable.
Okay.
Sitch, you don't cheat on your taxes. Come
I do
on,
not cheat on my taxes.
Be honest.
No. I do not cheat on my taxes.
Okay, good for you. I would never cheat on my taxes because obviously.
Listen, it's kind of it's like the thing with Hassan. Okay, I don't like Hassan advocate for people to do things that are dangerous. Or not Hassan. What was it called? The Carmelo Anthony situation. People were like advocating for people to act in a criminal manner that they themselves would not do to avoid culpability. Right.
Right. You're saying that's what I'm doing.
Well, when you're saying that you're a full sucker for not paying your taxes, I mean you sort of are. So
I guess you're right. That's not a good thing. I shouldn't say that.
No, you should not say that.
Sammy G in the chat says, I tell Sitch this all the time.
I know. Oh no, don't even get me started.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh my God.
I hear all this stuff from her.
Are you guys going to do married filing separately so that Sammy can cheat on the taxes and you don't have to?
I mean, we're going to probably file separate. Well, actually, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what the tax, because the tax are different. I never even thought about that. I don't know how it all works. So
I'll teach you. I'll school you.
Well, I don't know if I trust you to teach me
I'll give you the inside.
I don't know if I trust the Adam Brendan, school of teaching me how I'm supposed to deal with.
I'll tell you where you get the best tax advantage.
Oh, okay. Great.
in a totally not cheating way.
Thank you.
Completely legit.
Uh-huh.
I mean, most taxes are just highway robbery.
Mm.
Anyway, I'm in California. Well, you're in Florida where the property taxes are. I've heard the property taxes are insane in Florida. So
I don't own property, so
well, hopefully you will someday.
one day. One day I'll deal with that.
How are you going to get on the top part of the K if you don't even own property? Jesus.
I know.
You do own some PlayStation 1 discs, from what I remember.
No, I gave them to my friend. I don't own them anymore.
Oh, you
Gave 'em
sucker.
away.
They
I
could have
know.
been totally valuable too.
Yep. Who knows?
How much more of this are we going to listen to?
We can turn it off now if you want.
Is there anything
I don't think
important?
I never got to the end of the conversation, so I don't know if there's anything
So maybe this is a good
particularly
time to tap
juicy at
out.
the end or something.
I don't think I listened at the end either. Now we're in the Trump bad phase. Which, look, I'm not going to defend that either.
Mm-hmm.
Trump pardoning fraudsters just because they gave a bunch of money to his crypto scheme
Is
No.
batshit crazy.
Yeah, I'm not in favor of that. Fuck that. Completely.
He destroyed the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, which did a lot of anti-fraud work.
Debate.
I don't like that man right there. That's not a good man.
Well, the thing that I worry about the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is that so all of these systems are structured to keep business accountable, right? But the problem that we have is the fraud is rampant in all of these NGOs, these non-governmental organizations that are supposedly nonprofits, right?
Right.
So do these Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, like they don't have any equivalent to monitor these things?
Well, no, I mean,
obviously.
Wait, what? The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, well, they...
consumers go to them and say, this company ripped me off. What is the system to go after the Somali fraudsters where the consumers are in on the fraud?
Yes, that's a good point. There isn't one.
Yeah.
Right. And the problem is it probably does require like direct government intervention. And that's going to be reliant on like, well, who's in control of the government at that time? You know, are they benefiting or not from, you know, the politics of whatever side is doing the corruption?
Right. Yeah. I'm not in favor of defunding the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, but there is this weird situation where the Democrats, they think nonprofits can do no wrong. Oh my God. They're saintly gifts from God, even though they don't believe in God. And Republicans are like, oh my God, free market business, no regulation. Banks are not going to try to charge you higher interest rates or shrink your minimum payment due down so small on your bill that you'll pay the wrong thing and they'll get some hefty fees. They're never going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
The customer is always right. So they both kind of have this naive perspective on the group of people that they believe are the good guys. Anyway, let's go to Super Chats.
Mike Hassan, thanks so much for the one gifted membership. Thank you.
Thanks.
Liam Best for 48 months. Thanks so much for being 48 months of Free Will Seeker. Look at that. Says lots of genuine talk. The next UK Prime Minister is wanting to bring Gary in as an economic advisor and to help develop policy. Jesus wept.
That's
wow.
Fucking, oh my God.
Just when you thought UK couldn't get even more mismanaged, right?
And it's because he's got a big YouTube following. That's it. They're like, oh my God, look, all these voters.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Got to suck up to this guy. He's bringing the kids in.
All beef hot dog for $10 says, in regards to my earlier chat about the food house, as a wise man once said, Adam, it is not the wiener that makes it gay, but who it is attached to. You know who said that?
Sun Tzu?
Sun Tzu, the fart of war. That's who said that.
Not the art of war, it's the fart of war.
Right.
Well, thank you so much for your generous donation and for the words of wisdom. even though I disagree with them.
Right. Paul for $5 says, who actually thinks Trump hasn't been a successful president? Closed the border, lowered costs, created jobs. Who cares about him investing? Well, he did one of those things. I mean, he did one of those three things that you mentioned, right?
Close the border?
Close the border. I know. I'm not saying costs get lowered. I don't know what cost you're referring to.
Eggs.
Oh, did eggs go down that much? I'm not sure about that.
God, eggs were like $8 a carton.
Yeah. They went down before Trump was president.
Ridiculous.
Yeah. During the peak. But it's annoying to me. You should always care if people are like corrupt pieces of shit. You should always care about that. I feel like you only don't care because you just don't want to give the left like a win. Is the only reason you don't care. Like if it was a neutral thing, you would care. You'd be like, oh my God, this person's a piece of shit. Or if the person was the left, obviously you'd care. But you should always care about people being massively corrupt. Why can't you do good things and just do good things? Why do you have to do good things and also be insanely corrupt? Why do you have to scam your followers out of their crypto money? Why do you have to get a bunch of scammy money from Middle Eastern countries and give them a bunch of trade deals that maybe don't benefit the American people? Like, can't you just close the borders, lower costs, create jobs without doing the really fucked up bad shit? I thought, because, do you remember one of the most common things that was said about Donald Trump in 2016 when he was running the first time? Do you remember one of the most common things that was said about Donald Trump that Donald Trump himself said, right?
He had little hands?
No, that was Marco, right? But he said, I'm rich, so you don't have to worry about me taking bribes.
Mm-hmm.
He said that. All the people supporting him said that. They said, it's really smart to vote for Trump because, he's not going to take our money. He's not going to be corrupt. He's not going to do anything because he's already so wealthy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then we find out, no, it's literally the opposite. Donald Trump has made more money as president using his office as president than any person alive in human history, even accounting for the fact that inflation. Like, it's not even close. It's magnitudes of orders of magnitudes. It's just insane.
Being wealthy is expensive. A lot of people don't realize that.
Okay.
Because look, you get something like Mar-a-Lago, that place,
Yeah.
I mean, you're spending maybe tens of thousands of dollars a month just to like get the lawn mowed and shit.
Now, if Trump was going to take all that money, like if Trump scams all these people out of crypto and gets a bunch of money from like the Middle East, and then he like invested in some kind of amazing American programs, right? Or even amazing American ingenuity, create some amazing products, right? That you were talking about earlier, like does something amazing with it. I don't know. Maybe I'd be like, okay, maybe it was worth it, right? At that point.
Yeah, no.
But they're not doing that. It's 100% rent seeking bullshit behavior like we were talking about in the beginning.
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, pardon the guy who committed $1.8 billion in fraud, in Medicare fraud.
Yeah, that's insane.
But what if the guy was working on a cure for cancer and his cancer research was interrupted?
Well, then you go. Then it's fine, right? Then I'll say, okay, I'll let it slide, right? If you're going to cure cancer, I'll let you slide, up to $1 trillion of corruption, right? If you cure cancer.
I mean, that could have actually been happening, and that Ezra would leave that out of the story.
Right. But, fortunately, that didn't actually happen. Well, unfortunately, I guess it didn't actually happen. So we don't actually need to concern ourselves with silly hypotheticals like that.
Can you prove that?
I can't prove that. No. I mean, I also can't prove that Israel didn't actually kill Mitch McConnell and Graham in some sort of false flag trickster attempt. Okay. So I can't actually prove that.
Look, if you can't prove it, I'm going to believe that Trump is working on a cure for cancer.
There you go.
And that's why he pardoned all. Look, I'm joking.
Not
obviously.
Donald Trump. The guy he pardoned is going to cure cancer, right? Just you wait. Just you watch. Okay. He's going to cure cancer.
I'm completely joking here. Obviously, he shouldn't.
Yeah.
He shouldn't pardon those people. But I mean, think about $1.8 billion. That's a lot of tax money that should be cheated away as
yeah.
That's a lot crazy. Of justification.
That's a lot of less taxes for all of us, right? So.
Of course, yeah.
Metalworks for $2 says Adam, bisexual men are gay and straight.
Wrong.
Oh, okay.
The gay part cancels out the straight, right?
I guess it does, right? Definitionally,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
I mean, gay people say the straight cancels out the gay too. They're not in favor of bisexual.
Well, but then that's why I'd say bisexual. Well, maybe you can't say bisexual is gay because it's its own thing. It's its own third category.
Yeah.
Right? Because being straight cancels out being gay, and being gay cancels out straight. So now we need some other magic category to explain this.
It's the one drop rule with gayness.
Okay. The one drop gay rule.
Yeah. If you experience one drop of gayness,
one drop of dick,
you're gay.
Right.
You're completely gay.
Okay, here's a question. So you're saying having sex with a Fuda is gay, right?
Mm-hmm.
What if you have sex with your buddy and you like double team a chick? I mean, you know there's going to be some sword crossing, right?
Yeah, that's gay. If you're that desperate, that's gay.
Okay. Okay. There you go. Adam is approved. He's a super straight.
Oh, guys, don't do that. Don't do that. 2 girl, 1 guy, okay. 2 guy, 1 girl, no. No.
You're like 2 outputs, or no, 2 inputs, 1 output, yay. But 2 outputs, 1 input, no, that don't work.
Yeah.
Paul for $10 says institutionalists fail when they refuse to accept truth from people like Tucker who challenge their power. We must acknowledge Tucker's accurate critique of Ted Cruz on Iran in their interview. Yeah, no, I mean, I agree generally with what you're saying. I'll be honest, I don't remember the Ted Cruz interview enough to remember exactly what he said about Iran to come with that specifically. But yes, that is a big failing of the institutionalists, or really anyone, is that when they refuse to accept the truth that people realize, then yeah, the extremists or the bad actors will use those truths to their own bad ends, which obviously Tucker is doing at the moment. So,
which is horrible.
It's funny because like I think people I do think Christians supporting Israel because it says in the Bible is kind of ridiculous. So I mean, I'm not even opposed to bringing up for people to push back on that too. It's funny. Though it is interesting if Tucker is supposed to be this sort of like, he's so Christian now, the atheist, he's so Christian now, and yet he's going to criticize, the Bible. But who am I, right, to critique that?
It's funny how it completely switched, because it was Christians hated Jews because they killed Jesus, and now it's Christians love Jews because they're proto, because Jesus was a Jew.
Well, I think it was evangelical Christians started to love Jews because they think Jews need to control Israel for the end times to occur.
Yeah.
Specifically. So
yeah, that's the proto-Christian.
Yeah. Well, argument. I don't know if they're looking at it from a proto-Christian perspective, but
they actually believe that the Jews who, when Jesus comes back, the Jews who are alive will accept Jesus.
No, they believe we talked to, I forget who we talked to someone who didn't believe in evolution, and they brought this up in our conversation. At least what they said was that they said when Jesus comes back during the end times, Jews get a second chance. Okay.
Yeah.
All the non-Jews or all the atheists or all the Christians who don't believe in Jesus, they all get fucked, right? But us Jews, we get a second chance. We get to actually accept Jesus after he comes back. So that's pretty based, right? That's pretty awesome.
Yeah. But look, we all know you're going to deny Jesus. So you're not getting in that group. You're going to be
if Jesus comes back and
can
it's
you
raining
prove
fire
you're Jesus
and brimstone and there's locusts and demons running around, I'm going to be like, look, pray for Jesus. Jesus is the man. Jesus is the reason for the season, baby.
I've seen your astronomical demands for proof. There's no way you're going to be like, this is a scam.
How
this
do I
isn't
know
Jesus?
that this isn't actually some sort of alien invasion, and there's psychic aliens that can only steal your soul if you accept Jesus.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
You're
a
gonna come
very
up with,
arbitrary thing is happening here.
you're
Yeah,
gonna come up
exactly.
with some reason why.
I am who came I'm curious, who came up with this idea anyway that the Jews get like a second chance? I mean, that's pretty awesome. That plays directly into our stereotypes. We're like really good deal makers. We even have it. So we get a second shot.
Well, you know the
The
Jews wrote
fucking
the
end
Bible,
times
right?
happen. Huh?
The Jews wrote the Bible. Of course, they're gonna write it in a way that favors them.
Well, but I'm assuming that part is in the New Testament, not the Old Testament.
Yeah, but that was all written by Jews too. Peter was a Jew.
Some of them were Jewish, some of them were not Jewish. So I don't know who wrote that part of the Bible.
All the authors of the New Testament are Jewish.
John wasn't Jewish. I don't think so.
No, he's totally Jewish.
Oh, okay. I thought John was not Jewish.
John Horowitz?
Yes, John Horowitz.
What are you talking about?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Raymond.
Well, what do I know? AI is telling me John was Jewish. I don't know. What do I'm a Jew. I don't know. I don't know anything about you. Your guys' fake book. So, which I'm allowed to say spiritually because I get a second shot.
You stand corrected.
You get a second shot?
I'm already saved. I've been baptized like 3 times, man.
Yeah, but you don't believe.
I'm triple protected.
Yeah, but you don't believe.
What do you mean?
You're not a believer. You're an atheist. You're a dirty atheist.
I mean, if Jesus comes back, I mean that.
We have a say, okay. You'll get the second shot. I'm gonna be like on the way up, like, sorry, Adam, I try to put a good word for you. I said you were an atheist for Jesus, but they're very strict about this.
Yeah, look, I'm
immigration policy. A very closed border system here.
Oh my God. Look, I'm the atheist for Jesus, of course. I'm triple protected with the baptisms.
Uh-huh.
Don't try to get me kicked out.
I'm trying to get you in. Okay. I'm trying to get you in.
Don't try to get me. I'm definitely going in.
Mm-hmm. Raymond Sandamuthri, thanks so much for $10, says if Democrats take power, should they investigate Trump and his officials for corruption? I think if they did, the Republicans would radicalize. If they didn't, Democrats would radicalize further. I mean, I think they should. It is going to be a political shitstorm, obviously, because Republicans are going to, flip their shit about it. But I think they should.
They are 100% going to impeach Donald Trump if the Democrats take the House of Representatives.
Yeah, that's obvious, right?
If they take the House of Representatives and the Senate, well, how many senators do they need to impeach to sign off on the articles of impeachment and get him out of there? Because it's not like
a majority, right?
Yeah, but I think it's like a super majority, like 60 or something.
It's not going to, the impeachment's not going to work. That's not going to go through, right?
But
they will.
If they had the votes to do it, he would totally get impeached.
No, okay, obviously, obviously, right? But I'm saying, if the Democrats take the House and they don't take the Senate, they will still impeach Trump, and then it will just, be for no reason, right? It'll just be symbolic.
Yeah. If Democrats have the votes, they will impeach Trump for no reason.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, not no reason, but
no reason.
Right.
They're just going to make something up.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to be like 38 felonies. That 38 felony shit is just a total scam.
That's true.
All of that shit is a scam.
Sade Ray, thanks so much for the £10. Says, if I'm not wrong, Ezra didn't really defend Hassan. He just argued that in the current political environment, you cannot really cancel or marginalize Hassan. It was more of an anti-cancel culture take. Well, I would say even if that is like, I can go look through the article right now, but even if that is the take, that is a defense take. If there's a bunch of people that are coming after Hassan on the left or the mainstream left or in the institutional left, in the institutions behind the halls of power, and they're like, you should separate yourself from Hassan, right? And then Ezra comes out and he's like, gives this sort of milquetoast, well, you shouldn't really do that. We shouldn't really do that. We shouldn't cancel him. We shouldn't marginalize him, blah, blah, blah. That is a defense. It is sending a signal to the people in power to say, stop attacking Hassan. That's what the point of the thing that he's doing is.
Yeah. If the institutional right had the opportunity to cancel Nick Fuentes and didn't, I mean, Ezra would be all over that shit.
Especially when Hassan should be Ezra's political enemy. Hassan and Hassan's ilk attacked Ezra vehemently.
Yeah.
And ceaselessly for his book on abundance.
Yeah.
So. And we should cancel Hassan. Hassan supports terrorism. Hassan supports literal fucking terrorists and destroying our country. He should be canceled. People should not listen to him. He's a bad person. He's an objectively bad person.
Held accountable.
Yeah. And I think it's totally fair to hold Hassan in the same vein as Nick Fuentes. And obviously, you're not going to see, especially in this conversation, Ezra Klein is not going to, he's not jumping out of his way to be like, well, I mean, we shouldn't cancel, Nick Fuentes, right? Is he really so bad? He's not going to do that.
Of course not.
Valvin Go for 40 months, thanks so much, says any organization not explicitly right-wing or sooner or later becomes left-wing is Robert Conquest's second law.
Nice.
Interesting. I don't know who Robert Conquest is.
I don't either. Sounds a little Mencius Molebug too. Cthulhu always swims left.
Says he was the West's leading Sovietologist. So he was very, you can see where his mind space was. Michael Lohman for 2 Canadians says, smash that like button if you think Hassan is fat. That your Hassan is fat and mad, and permanently stuck in that mind space.
Yep, but smash the like button.
That's true. I don't know why Sammy sent me a figurine of Cloud Strife in a dress. Thank you, Sammy.
Oh, nice. Should I bring it up? Send it to me, Sammy.
Okay. I don't think you should bring it up because it will probably flag the stream for sexually inappropriate.
Oh
imagery.
No! What? Okay. Oh wow!
Oh, I'll send it to you. You could. It's. I mean, it's not. There's no nudity, but it's very gay for someone who was having this conversation about gayness.
Is this what she makes you wear in the bedroom?
This is what I said she'd have to pay me $100,000 to wear. Okay. This is what she wants me to wear.
Do you have the dove too, like shitting on your elbow?
The dove costs an extra $50,000.
God, this guy has huge breasts.
The boobs on Cloud in that picture are very interesting.
Okay, I'm not going to bring this up, guys. I'm going to spare you.
Thank you.
Because it is gay.
PC for $10 says private companies will overbuild power for data centers. They will become more efficient, eventually forcing them to sell to utilities or directly to consumers. There are other examples, fiber.
True.
I don't know if that is true. It really depends on how the data centers work. Because if they overbuild the data centers and they tend to not actually need the power, then yeah, that will happen. If they underbuild the data centers, which I think is actually very possible, it really depends on how viable AI becomes in the future. So I'm not really confident one way or the other on that one.
Yeah, there's a lot of the AI trade really has a stock market. Well, it's at all-time highs. So
yeah,
but there's so many. I keep thinking there are so many catalysts that could really just knock the wind out of the market.
Mm-hmm.
Any sort of, because a lot of it is these high-flying chip stocks, but it seems like if they found a way to use less memory, or I feel like there's one headline that a company could come out with that could completely just rearrange the whole thing, right? If they can get 10 more, like 10 times the tokens out of the same amount of memory, the memory stocks are just going to crater and take everything down with them.
I don't know if they'd crater, but they would go down, right? I mean, you're still going to need it unless it's like some astronomical technology.
Yeah, but you're going to need a tenth of what you need. Their profits are up massively because it's like a bidding war for what they have.
Right, but it's like say that happens. There's some technology, and it turns out they somehow figure out how to do this with a tenth of the chips they need, right? A tenth of the
Right.
power, I guess they need, right? I think it would go right back up. Like the stock price would go down, and then everyone just buy back in because they're still assuming it's going to have this like exponential growth that's just going to be like endless and ceaseless.
Buy the dip, huh?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, no. I mean, I'll probably be in there buying.
Yeah. That could be that could be one of the secondary benefits of us being in this war with China, the AI war, and trying to cut off access is that it's kind of forcing the Chinese AI developers to do things like this, to be more creative, to be more efficient with a lot of their AI development. So
Yeah, that's the conversation that's going on. There's just there's tons of catalysts out there. It's a headline driven market.
mhm.
So, and those headlines move stocks.
PC for 46 months. Thanks so much. Being discipline equals freedom. Says, I always like the economic content. Would so love Adam to do more of those short sections explaining why these proposals are bad or good. Sitch can use that extra time on his next video.
Look at that.
There you go.
I do.
Robert.
I do like the economic stuff. It is kind of boring, though. I recognize that for
Yes.
most people, they're not into it.
Roberto Calamari. And I'll give we'll talk about Reckless Ben at the end of this super chats. Roberto Calamari for $2 says Tucker is 100% a net negative on society. True.
Is that Trucker or Tucker?
Oh, it does say trucker, but I'm assuming they meant Tucker. I'm
yeah.
assuming they're not attacking truckers as like
concur.
a profession. So,
Yeah,
Jason Morgan
I agree.
Jason Morgan for $10 says if they keep eliminating the moderates and eventually there'll be no one left but the radicals. That is true.
Yes.
That's 100%
That's the
true.
dilemma that we have. Like I said, I just think if both parties recognized and made a commitment to one another, we are going to police our radicals.
Yeah.
That would be good for the country. Right now, I think the right is doing a better job than the left, but I realize that's contested. A lot of people are like, no, the right's doing a terrible job. And maybe they are. My argument still stands.
A contrast for 51 months. Thanks so much. Says, quote, I was going to make a third Undertale video, end quote. Sitch, is your YouTube channel in the room with us now? Fuck you.
I'm dying to see you post something on your channel, but I mean,
know.
that channel might be dead.
This probably will be.
It
But
might.
it doesn't matter. I have to do it for the marriage sake. So I don't really, if it doesn't get views, it doesn't matter, right? It's for love.
Mm-hmm. It's so discouraging, though. You spend all this time making a video and it gets like 1,000 views. You're like, fuck this.
That was like my first year of making videos.
No, mine too, obviously. So, but
Jason Mulgreen for 14 months. Thanks so much. Says Sitch makes videos? Question mark, question mark, question mark. Chachi McSwag for another $10. Thank you, Chachi. Says it's gotten so crazy that you can literally predict the plot of media based on the demographics of the characters. In the James Bond game, I met a rich white tech billionaire and I thought, gee, I wonder. Yeah, it's so fucked. It's so fucked. That's why, I think that's a big reason why anime is just taking off so much.
Yeah. They don't play that game.
That and the titties. So
yeah.
That Brown Buffalo for $10 says, would be interesting if you guys chat with Hutch about this conversation. He seems largely to agree with Destiny that Ezra was way too soft and didn't effectively push back on Rufio's lies. Okay, maybe we will. That is interesting. Hutch is...
They buy it.
I know. Hutch is very stuck in that camp as well, but I would be interested to talk to Hutch about that. So he'll reach out to them during the week or something. Living in Suggs, Walt Timberlake for 38 months says, another mass psychosis will spin up. The next effort will be fierce, aspiring to seize greater power, be prepared to bring loved ones to sanity. I know. True. Gotta stick in there. Yeah.
Remember Hutch said Smear the Queer was a game designed to belittle gay people?
That was Hutch? I remember someone that came on and said that, yeah.
That was Hutch.
Okay.
Not a great showing.
I had no take because I'd never even heard of this. So I've never experienced this whatsoever. But
I mean, I played Smear the Queer and been the Queer.
Okay.
So
It's not a great name.
no.
Not a
But
great name. Okay. Origuni for 20 months. Thanks so much. Says Nick Fuentes is partly on the rise because someone on the left shot and killed Charlie Kirk. True.
yeah.
I mean, he'd been on the rise before that, but yeah, that definitely helps. That's true. Hey, it wasn't Israel. The Wooster for $5 says Chad Michael Tracy. Wooster's a big Michael Tracy fan. Chad Michael Tracy, when a high profile person needs legal defense for sexual assault, put me in, coach. Yeah. Wooster was showing me, sent me these clips. And I saw him like, you expect Glenn Greenwald, Glenn Greenwald, who hates America, drinks down the any liquid that any far leftist or any America hater will spew out. So he was very mad about the Graham Plattner situation, obviously. And Michael Tracy jumps in the fray. Anyone gets accused of any sort of sexual impropriety behavior, and he's going to jump in, regardless of who it is. So,
yeah, I think Michael Tracy is funny. He came on our show, and I thought he was hilarious. So
yeah,
I can't really have a lot of hatred for Michael Tracy just because.
Really interesting.
Well, look, I thought you completely got the better of him in the debate.
Of course I did.
Yeah. But at the same time, I just thought stylistically he handled it great. even though you just, I mean, you triggered the shit out of him. You got him super triggered.
He was very belligerent. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. He came in belligerent, and then you still talked to him and got the best of him.
Yep.
Even though he was trying his hardest to get the best of you. And it was just, I mean, it was overall a funny exchange.
He's lying. He was lying about the Epstein stuff, especially about the first victim in the Florida case, or not the first victim, the one that he was accused of. He was 100% lying in how he betrayed the situation, and he knows it. And he knows as soon as I started
the situation. Yeah.
Yeah, and he knew, if you haven't heard that conversation, you should go back and listen to it. He knew once I started to bring it up, he knew exactly where I was going, because he knew that I actually had read the court documents, as he always cries. You didn't read the court documents. You didn't read the court documents. Well, I fucking did, bitch. And you're a liar.
His portrayal of the situation was it was really a consensual situation.
Yeah.
When it wasn't remotely
like 100% non-consensual
situation. It was so obviously rape.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was.
And she testified that in court. So.
And as soon as Sitch started making this apparent, completely obvious, Tracy spurged out.
Yes.
But if you remember, he did spurg out. And I think you went and did something, and I started talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I calmed him down to the point where we basically couldn't get him to leave. I was like messaging you, how do we get this guy to leave?
That's true, yeah.
He was ready to hang. He was ready to go for the whole 6 hours. I was like, wow, this guy's cool.
Didn't we start arguing about something again to make him leave?
Yeah, we started arguing about other shit. It was great.
No, I'm saying, didn't I bring up Epstein stuff again and then restart?
And then he left? Maybe.
I don't remember.
I remember messaging you. I was like, what am I supposed to do? I'm trying to get, what am I supposed to say?
I know.
Just kick him from the stream? I can't do that. Come on. He was nice enough to come on.
Right.
I'm not, I don't know. Are you kidding about Wooster saying he's a big fan? Wooster sent me some stuff on
I don't know
Michael
if Wooster's a
Tracy.
big fan. I mean, it's like, I don't know if he's memeing or not. He always sends me Michael Tracy stuff. So.
I know. But he sends me like AA stuff too. And I
mean, he loves seeing AA, have a meltdown.
Spurg out. Yeah, exactly. Right. I don't think he's a fan. I think he's a fan of the spurg outs.
Right.
Which we all are, right?
That's true. Edward Sr. for $10. Thanks so much. Says, when Adam was elaborating on his dislike of Ezra, it sounded like Ordell and Jackie Brown. You can't trust Melanie, but you can always trust Melanie to be Melanie. Hope they race and gender swaps are okay.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Is it bad that I've never seen Jackie Brown? Is that like a bad thing?
No, it's not. But you understand the concept of a person that's completely unhinged.
The frog and
you
the scorpion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you know, you're like, I can't trust them, but I can trust that they're going to fuck me over.
I can trust that they're going to be who they are. Yes.
Yeah.
The Jack is some trades. Thanks so much for 3 behind months. Free will seeker says Sitch. I just got back from Japan a couple weeks ago, and I'm working on learning my Japanese and getting a job there. Well, look, that's awesome. Good for you.
Nice. Yeah.
Good for you.
He's like, I'm out of here. All these hot Japanese girls, fuck this place.
I know. And listen, it's like a buyer's market because they
love American men. Yeah.
Well, it's because Japanese men are very they're not very forward.
Yeah.
Right. Well, to be fair, American men aren't very forward anymore anyway. So maybe they're the same now.
Did you ever see Obsession?
Huh?
Did you ever see Obsession? Because that's like my chief complaint about
I
Obsession.
did not see Obsession yet, unfortunately. No.
The hero, the main characters, I mean, I view him as a villain, and it really comes down to this weak, like, I don't want to approach women type attitude.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah. And I mean, to be fair, a lot of it is because of the Me Too shit. A lot of it is because people are very terrified, rightly so, that if you ask someone out and it goes poorly, they could literally film it, put it on social media, make fun of you, or even if they don't film it, just, they could blow it all over social media and you can be ridiculed. And then part of it is just that a lot of socialization is just not existing because a lot of socialization is happening purely online for a lot of young people, and it's kind of fucked them over. So
all completely appropriate and reasonable responses, none of which apply in the case of Obsession.
Okay. I never saw it.
Almost, it's like so bad.
Right.
His behavior is so bad.
Interesting.
That it's to the point where I'm like, is this guy this guy's not the hero, right?
Wasn't that
this
like
guy's
the
the fucking villain?
I saw the feminists were complaining about that. I didn't know what they're talking about because I haven't seen the movie. So,
yeah.
Are you a feminist now, Adam?
I mean, I'm not. Obviously, there's a lot of non-consensual sex in the context of the movie that's going on, but I mean, I'm
obviously I don't know anything about the movie. So
I've seen American Me. I've seen movies where there's a lot of non-consensual sex with guys getting raped.
Right.
So it's like, it's a movie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's part of the conflict.
Interesting.
So that's the thing. All these feminists, they really want to take conflict out of the movies. What the fuck is the point of a movie with no conflict?
Well, you know what movie has a lot of conflict that's on streaming now that I can watch, that Sammy really wants to watch?
What's that?
The Sheep Detective.
Oh my God. Okay.
It's on Amazon Prime. So
nice. Do it.
Check it out. Yeah.
I was in the theater for that one, but it was painful. The Project Hail Mary's on Amazon too. I don't know if you went and saw that.
No.
That's great. Yeah.
No, really? It's good. Okay.
Yeah, I liked it a lot. I thought it was good. I started watching it again today because I was like, this was a good movie. You can always tell if the second viewing, if you start watching it and you continue to watch it, even though you've seen it already, you're like, that's a good movie.
Yes.
I did that with Superman. I started watching Superman again on streaming, and I was like, wow, I gave this movie a lot of the benefit of the doubt in the theater, but this is trash. I was like, this is really bad.
Now that you have the ability to be distracted, you're like,
oh, that is also a good point, because you're like, is my phone calling me? Right?
Yes.
Could I be having more fun on Twitter than watching this train wreck?
Is it? So I looked up the Odyssey because I'll see the Odyssey because everyone's talking about it, right? So
you're gonna go see. I'm definitely not.
I gotta see it. I gotta see if it's really woke and terrible or what, right?
I'm gonna see it on streaming. I saw Oppenheimer on streaming, and I was like, a lot of Oppenheimer was a lot of the, like, I only heard it talked about when it was in the theater in the context of Barbie. Like Barbie was the treat, and then you had to take your medicine by seeing Oppenheimer at the same
Doesn't
time.
sound good. Yeah.
And there was a bit of, because it deals a lot with with communists, right?
Mhm.
But it's kind of hard to tell, are the communists like the good guys in a one battle after another kind of way. So I think it might, like, people might like it because they're like, it's a nuanced take on the communist.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
Did you watch Oppenheimer? Oh, you never watched it.
I never
Yeah.
seemed to grab my attention.
It is kind of boring.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But so I was looking to see when the release date, because Odyssey comes out this week. And I'm like, I
Yes,
Google
this
it.
weekend.
Yeah. Well, it says 17, so I guess that's before the weekend. But
And look, the reviews seemed kind of mixed. I mean, I saw some that were saying, there was one in particular that said it's not S tier Nolan, but the third act pays off.
I mean, to be fair,
Which,
there hasn't, what was the last S tier Nolan movie, right?
Batman Begins, The Prestige, maybe.
Yeah, one of those. I don't know what the order was, but yeah, one of those. Right?
But
So-
look, that's my chief complaint about movies, is that they're too fucking slow. That it's like, if I have to wait to the third act for this thing to pay off, I'm like, the fuck am I doing here?
And it could have been S tier if it like went somewhere that wasn't stupid.
Mm-hmm.
If it had some good ending or something good that like tied it all together, I think Tenet could have been pretty S tier. But
I think it could have been as well. Like,
just kind of melts at the end into nothing.
all the pieces were there for Tenet to be something incredible, but
it was
didn't
mystery
quite.
box. There was there was never going to be an ending that was satisfying.
Yeah, there wasn't a resolution that was a giant revelation that you could kind of fit it all together and be like, aha.
Yes.
Yeah, which was the big letdown.
No,
Because the
I
whole
mean,
time you're watching the movie, you're like, oh my God, that's where it's leading.
Right. Yeah, no,
Like-
the big twist was, super obvious and not very interesting, even if you didn't see it coming. So, but see, I guess the last S tier movie was in 2006, was The Prestige, was after Batman Begins.
Right. That was before the other Batman movie, right? The second one?
That was the first one, yeah, Batman Begins, yes.
Yeah, but then The Prestige, then Batman. I wasn't super into the Batman with Heath Ledger's Joker, which I know is like
What? Okay, but
controversial
hold
to
on,
say.
hold on.
I know.
Heath Ledger is amazing in the movie. Okay, that is a fact. And if you say otherwise, then you're just objectively wrong.
I agree that his performance,
Okay.
Heath Ledger's performance is amazing, but I
Okay.
just overall the movie doesn't live up to Heath Ledger's performance.
No, okay, that you're 100% correct. That is true. That is a true
Okay.
statement. Yes.
It's just, look, it's the same thing with Obsession. I'm like, Obsession is an okay movie. The girl, her performance is like 90% of the movie. Like that, her performance is amazing.
Right.
Like,
right.
It drags a very basic movie into like, this is why people are constantly seeing it. It's so funny because obviously people are talking about, they're trying to push this Black Helen of Troy. I can't remember what the actress's name is, but they're like, oh my God, she's just this amazing actress. What? She was in Wakanda Forever, but I can't remember what character she played. Like, what do you mean she's this amazing actress? Like, she's definitely not on the level of that Obsession girl. Like, her performance is just, I mean, it's a performance. You're like, I'm watching this movie because her performance is just like, I can't look away. And then also that Zendaya girl who's in everything, right? She's in Dune and she's in The Odyssey.
I know. That's what I was gonna say. We got sidetracked. They
When
fucking
it-
cast Zendaya to be Athena. That's what?
Yeah, she's
What
not
kind of
that.
wacky fucking casting is that?
she's not that hot, and like what?
She's also not
where's
like there's a couple ways you can. There's 3 ways you could do Athena. Okay, she could be hot. Well, first they should be a combination, right? She could be hot because she's a goddess, right?
Mhm.
She could be kind of like milfy, right? She's supposed to be the goddess of wisdom, so maybe she's supposed to be a little bit like older, wiser, right? Or she could be like, 'cause she's also like the female god of war after Ares.
Oh,
She's
so
associated with a lot of war
could
stuff.
be
So
badass.
she could be like buff, right? She could be like, what's her face? The Gina Carano sort of, lady
Oh
or
my
something, right?
god! Yeah,
Right.
wow.
Wait, so they're like, okay, well, we're gonna choose Zendaya, who doesn't match any of these 3 like choices.
She
for
has
fucking Athena. It's like, what?
She has 0 gravitas.
I know. It's so strange. Why do people like her so much? I don't. It is baffling. I mean, she's fine in the Spider-Man movies. Okay, whatever. But like, just people just they fucking. I feel like it's just a weird. It's like an Emperor's New Clothes thing. It's just like
I
a weird
totally agree.
thing
Yeah,
that
that's
just
exactly
doesn't
what I
make
was
any
thinking.
sense. They're like, oh, she's so hot.
Hollywood
Like,
is
what?
enamored by her, and the general public is like, she's a 5th-rate streamer. Like
Yes.
to the general public.
Yes. I don't get it.
You're like, Pokemon is more entertaining than Zendaya. Yeah.
Chewbacca's lover for $2 says, you talk about Anna's latest crash out on Twitter. Yes, we talked about that at the beginning a little bit.
Crash
Daz,
out? Is it a crash out? I saw Libs of TikTok was going after
It's a
her.
crash out. Incendiary comment. Okay. Daz DM for $5 says, Destiny called Christopher Rufo a neo-Nazi in the title of the video, reacting to the Ezra conversation, and then changed it later. LOL.
Who? What?
Destiny called Christopher Rufo a neo-Nazi in his original title of his reaction video,
Okay.
and then he changed it afterwards.
That's good faith, right?
Right. WTF 181 for $5 says, I thought I'd like to ask from a place of curiosity, what happened? I recall you guys went from streaming every day to now 1 day a week. Any reason? Well, first of all, we never streamed every day. So I don't know. We streamed, there was a time period where we were streaming 3 times a week.
Mhm.
And then now we stream 1 time a week. Well, we streamed 1 time a week.
We maxed out at 3 times
And
a
then we
week.
did 3 times a week. And then we were back at 1 time a week. So
Right, yeah. Why? So what happened?
I don't know.
I mean, it's like I got other stuff going on.
We both just kind of were like, eh.
I started painting again.
Right.
So I've been spending my time doing that. I kind of had the idea that I was going to start making content again, and I wanted to do scripted content.
Mm-hmm.
And
I think we both had that idea. Then we both didn't do it.
well, look, I did 4 or 5 videos last year,
Hmm.
and I realized I don't want to climb the mountain for scripted content.
Right.
You really have to build a resume where you're doing, like, you have to make the commitment to do 50 videos that really only 2 of them are going to have any sort of success. And then hope you're going to be in the category where that's going to build a channel where every single video is successful.
Mm.
And it's super. I mean, if I was going to do content, I'd want to do content in the movie realm, not in the political realm, which is also a far more competitive realm. And you don't build an audience that is like a loyal audience at all.
Mm-hmm.
So those were all, I ultimately thought I didn't want to make the investment. It's more fun just talking to you about movies on this live stream occasionally.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, Sitch and I both, I mean, we like to write movies, so
Yeah.
I've written a bunch of movies. I don't know what Sitch has written.
I've not written, I wrote 1 movie, I guess, technically.
I'd be curious to read it, but Sitch is like, no,
No.
got to keep this
It's a secret.
top secret.
Yeah.
So
WTF 1A for another $10. Thank you. Says, I think everyone would agree for AI data centers that is logging and showing citizens what their government is doing with their money and what rules are they making in an easy central platform.
what the fuck?
I don't know.
What were you saying there? What is that?
I think
What's this
everyone would
mean?
agree for AI data centers that is logging and showing citizens what their government is doing with their money and what rules are they making in an easy central platform.
Oh yeah, everyone would want that data center. Everyone would 100% agree. And so look, a lot of people are anti-data center, but if the data center was keeping track of what the government was doing and showing you, yes, they'd be pro data center immediately. So I do agree.
That would be actually, I'm kind of, some right winger should get on that. They should be starting to train AI to ferret out fraud, government fraud. That'd be interesting. I bet you could be pretty effective actually at doing that. Metalworks for $5 says, honestly speaking for myself, my desire for either gender will oscillate day to day, but rarely both. So I'm interested how others explain or explore being bi. Oh, that's interesting.
Oh, I think I said it. If you're gay, because this was the argument over the gay or bi thing. If you're gay, obviously none of us are here to judge. So I'm not trying to call you gay to say that's bad. So I think this is a response to that.
No, but that's interesting. I didn't know. I'd never heard that before. I didn't know that was like a thing. That desire for your gender will change on a daily basis. I would never have guessed that. That's very interesting to me.
There is obviously some sort of module in the brain that makes you attracted to what you're attracted to.
Right. But you wouldn't think it would vacillate. Like, that's pretty fascinating. Unless it's something that is affected, by, or something that is like affected by some process in your body, right? It's reacting to something.
Yeah, mine's very fixed, definitely. So
that would be interesting. I mean, not with like, I don't know how many bisexual. I mean, you could do it with bisexuals, but also just be curious. Like I know, like women, their attraction level changes based on where they are in their like period cycle and stuff. I'd be curious if like men have something similar if they're like in different like modes of health or something, right? Like if they work out, if they don't work out, if they're, feeling under the weather, not feeling under the weather. Like I'd be curious if that could also affect your sexual attraction level.
Testosterone levels.
Sure. Grolf, thanks so much for the $20, Grolf. Says, I've been researching local hosting LLMs now that token prices are getting crazy. I keep crying when I look at memory prices and can't wait for the bubble to pop so things get cheaper. Don't hope on breakthroughs, Adam.
Okay. Oh, I'm only bringing up the breakthroughs in the context of the stock market.
Right.
Like if you're investing in these high flying chip stocks, it might be time to like take some money off the table.
Yeah, I think I did see, I don't remember what it was, but I remember looking at like the token prices for Claude, and I was like, holy fuck, it's like really expensive. So
yes,
I don't know what all the other ones are at.
I was listening to a podcast and this guy was talking about this thing he had Claude do where it would catalog all of the tweets from all the people in Congress and fact check them and put the fact checks on a website. And I was like, wow, that's pretty cool that you could do that all with artificial intelligence. And then he said, yeah, it cost me about $8,000 to be able to do that.
God.
Yeah, see, you had the exact same reaction as me, right? You're like, we're in the mindset of I'm asking the AI questions. And like I did pay $30 a month for Grok for a bit because it had the best images. And I stopped doing that and I was paying $20 to Gemini for a while. But now I just don't pay anything because I never run the thing out.
I pay like 10 or $20 a month for ChatGPT. It's worth it.
Do you use it?
Oh yeah. It's like for example, when I was doing like a lot of the birthright citizenship research, it was so crazy good. Oh my God. There was only like, I was going back and forth with it and there's only like a couple of times that it hallucinated something. but it was
okay.
able, like, I would be like, there'd be these like citations. I'd be like reading the Supreme Court opinion, and there's like these citations for some fucking, book from like the 1800s, right? And I'd be like, can you find the citation? And find the citation.
Really?
Yeah,
That's the
like
thing
find
that
me
I
a
had
copy
trouble.
of the citation, like a link. No, I know you're right, because it used to have a lot of trouble with this. So it's a lot better than where it's been, like a
Well,
year
that's
ago or so.
good.
So yeah, no, it was. I mean, and I was using it a lot, so it was definitely very, very useful.
Yeah, no, I've used it for all kinds of stuff. Like,
But that, I mean,
I
I
was
don't know if there's a token limit on that, or if there is, I've never reached it. Like there is with like Claude and other things. So
I was doing wiring projects, and I was using it for that, which it had some hilariously wrong answers
yeah,
on.
it can't do that.
I
Well, it's
used
like,
it for like wanted to plant some trees in the front yard to find out like the different varieties of trees and stuff like that,
mhm.
and it was super helpful there.
Well, it was funny because yeah, it's weird what it's good at. Like we were, I was like changed the AC filter, and there was like biofilm inside of the where the water catches and everything, and I was asking all these questions, and it was actually like pretty good at answering it. But
Yeah,
then,
see,
and I was like, oh, this is like actually like really useful. But then when we were looking for like a storage unit, and we are trying to figure out like how much space we needed, and I was like, I measured some of the boxes, right, and some of the things that we want to put in there, and I kind of asked ChatGPT to like how much space would be like remaining, in an 8x10 versus a 10x10, all this stuff. And when I would tell it just like to do the numbers, it was like pretty good at like, it's just math, right? You could just figure it out the answer. But when I was like, can you draw a picture of like the best way to arrange the furniture? It could not fucking do that. Like
yeah, I had
it would create a picture, and it would have the boxes and everything in there, but they would be like proportional, like this it would make no sense. Like it would have like, like 5 10x10s in a row, like there's like would have been twice the size of the room, even though the picture says it's like only the correct size. Like it couldn't actually do that at all correctly. And I think that's what, you had the same problem. You're like, make
I
me like a
did with the
picture.
comics.
Yeah, no, but like make me a picture of like the electrical thing, and it's like nonsense.
Oh yeah.
So it can't, like, ChatGPT can make pretty decent pictures as long as it's not like copyright thing, because they'll get very finicky. But it can't translate, I think, like real world spatial concepts into pictures effectively.
The data centers are also going to be used in the robots because the robots' brains are going to be in a data center.
That's the
They're
real
not gonna
reason that
be,
they all want to build them. Yeah, is for the
yeah,
robot workers
and
and the
also
cars.
self-driving cars.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is kind of fascinating. We are. This is a tipping point where we are living in the sci-fi movies that we grew up with.
Yep.
Kind of cool, to be honest.
Are we going to
with
go
you.
for Terminator, Matrix, Wall-E? Where are we going?
Yeah, I mean, Wall-E would be better, right?
Well, better than those alternatives.
Which one's yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, I don't. Where's a movie where there's like a bunch of robots and everything like works out like well?
Everything is great. Well, that movie can't exist because there's this thing called conflict.
Well, wasn't there some movie where like there's an old guy and he has like a robot, like his kids give him a robot to take care of him, and he like teaches the robot to like
The Steel. I remember
steal.
that movie, but I
Yeah.
can't remember the name of it.
But it was
I
like in
think
a
about
cute
that
way,
because
right?
I'm going to get a robot like that for my dad, and
Yes.
it's gonna. My dad's a huge kleptomaniac. He's going to be using that robot all over the place.
Mm-hmm. Proteron for 10 New Zealand dollars says, "Hey Adam, have you been keeping track on the hydrogen engine that Toyota and others are developing? Considering that you're a big proponent of Tesla stock, do you have some insight? A-Team reigns supreme."
I haven't, no, but I mean, I saw something on it, but I haven't really looked into it. My last understanding of hydrogen engines was it was just totally unfeasible, but they might have had some sort of breakthrough.
Wasn't the problem that hydrogen is like very explosive?
Perhaps.
Yeah.
I don't remember that being a huge deal. But
I mean,
I'm sure it is. Yeah, that hydrogen is explosive.
the
But
big
the
benefit is that,
batteries are explosive too, which is a problem. But I think aren't they transition? I just saw a thing today that there's they're moving away from lithium ion to iron something, because the problem with lithium ion is that if you drive a nail into it, it explodes, and that's why, you know, the car gets in an accident and blows up.
Mm-hmm.
But the iron-based batteries don't have that situation, so.
Really interesting.
And I think they have a longer range. And I was
Well,
like,
also, I mean,
holy
iron is
fucking
much
shit.
cheaper than lithium, isn't it?
But the way the moat, and this is what you're looking for when you're investing in companies. You're looking for a company that has some sort of technology that others can't mimic, so that you have to go to them to get the technology. And the moat for Tesla is really the full self-driving, because they've gone at full self-driving completely differently than these other companies. Like Waymo uses LiDAR, which is a type of radar, right? Tesla's is all camera and a super powerful AI. And the cameras are dirt cheap by comparison to the radar systems. So they can manufacture one of those robo taxis, which is a small car, for $20,000. They even have a process where they inject the color into the panels. I think the panels are like some sort of hard plastic, so they don't have to paint it, which evidently painting is a huge part of the cost of cars. If I didn't know that until Tesla came up with a way to get rid of it. So, but the moat that they have is going to be the full self-driving, which is, I mean, that's a lot of people get Teslas because of the full self-driving. So
sure.
This is the reason I mean, I don't have a Tesla. I'm contemplating getting one. I think you can get one now for in the $40,000 range. So,
Well, the problem with getting Tesla in Florida is Teslas have all electric cars have a tendency when contacting salt water to maybe explode.
mm-hmm.
So if you're in a place that it can flood salt water, then you got to be very careful
Right.
with your
Yeah.
electric car. Because
Yeah.
there were definitely house fires during storms that get caused because of flooding. So
Yeah. One of my family members had one of those e-bikes catch fire in his garage and burned his
Right.
garage up too.
Yeah.
But I think it was one of those. This is the thing about those Chinese batteries.
Right. Blandscape Corner says the issue with hydrogen is that you needed a garage worth to replace a single gas tank. New breakthroughs in storage and being able to modify any gas engine to run on hydrogen. Interesting.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I mean, yeah, if you can make any gas engine run, that's interesting. So,
way to go.
Nick Costanza Fichara says, how come Adam won't listen to the Trump bad parts? Yeah, Adam. How come you won't listen?
What do you mean?
Why won't you listen to Trump bad?
Was that on the first? I mean, we listened to plenty of that on the Ezra thing.
Chewbacca's Lover for $5 says,
look, you can say Trump is bad. It's to say Trump is racist, I think is incorrect. And really only comes into play to promote this stereotype that all conservatives are racist, which I just think is wrong and evil. Go ahead. Chewbacca's
Lover for $5 says, is Anna's reign as a reasonable progressive over? She seems like she's just as crazy as she ever was. Not just this, she's always like this now. Yes, the reign is over. That is true.
I so wanted to like. So Lindsey Graham dies and Anna tweets out good riddance, right? So everyone is like going crazy about this.
Which in the scheme of things, I think is very minor. Some of the things that she said.
Yeah.
Right.
She didn't say like, and burn in hell. Yeah, I'm glad he's dead and I hope he burns in hell. So, but people found a tweet where she said, making or criticizing the dead, it makes you a monster or something like that. So they're accusing her of hypocrisy and this and that. And I so wanted to retweet the good riddance one and say, I have it on good authority that Anna's a right winger now. Because it completely destroys that Anna's gone fully right wing narrative. But I think she's leaning into this stuff to some extent. And look, if she's listening, sometimes she listens to the show, so she can obviously correct me if I'm wrong. But she is bolstering her left wing bona fides when she's doing shit like this.
That is true.
Yeah.
But I will say, for all the people who were, pearl clutching at that comment. I mean, I didn't like the comment, but
the good riddance
I didn't
comment.
care. Yeah. But for all the people that are pearl clutching at it, I mean, a lot of those were the same people who were, cheering on when Donald Trump, shit on Mueller dying, right? So.
Well, yeah. Look,
I mean, the hypocrisy is like 1,000% in this situation.
I would like to think that it's different people. I'm sure there are plenty of people who are like aghast in one situation, pearl clutching to the nth degree, and then completely nihilistic on in the other situation. I'm sure there are those people. I don't think they're in our audience. I like to think our audience is consistent, at least, right?
I'm sure a lot of people in our audience are consistent. We have a disproportionate number of free will seekers in our audience, obviously.
Right.
So.
Yeah. So look, I mean, I was trying to get Shu to like retweet the good written, but I just it's not. I'm not going to get worked up about it. But look, if you guys want to get worked up about it, knock yourself out.
Right.
And I honestly, I don't think she should have done it. So, but I'm not her keeper. So
how dare you not?
Look, and if Sitch did something like that, I'd say the same thing. You probably shouldn't do that, but I'm not going to say, fucking don't do that. Look, I'm sure Sitch sees plenty of my tweets and cringes at them. I say all kinds of crazy shit.
The algorithm, like, I don't spend much time on X that much anymore. The algorithm doesn't show me your tweets all the time.
Yeah. I go specifically when I see you've tweeted, I go to your page and it does. I see tweets that I've never seen. I'm like, oh, look at this.
Yes.
So. So much of there's one that I was like, I showed to my wife and she was like, oh my God, that's racist. What are you doing? And I was like, how is that? I mean, how is that racist? It's not really racist. And she thought about it. She's like, you're right. It really isn't racist. But I do think what makes it funny is it kind of is, it's kind of borderline. It was so obviously everyone's sharing pictures of the black Helen of Troy. I don't know the name of the actress, but I replied to one of them, why is George Floyd in this movie? Which I think is funny.
That is funny.
But how is that racist? That's not racist, right?
I mean, there's a racial stereotype that like black women look like black men.
Is there?
It's not like a super widely pushed one, but I'm assuming that's what she would be like relating to. So.
Yeah. I just thought, look, in the picture that they're sharing is of her making that face, like the tortured face. I think that's part of why it's funny, because you're like, oh yeah, George Floyd, look. You can imagine her with the knee on her neck. So it is definitely an inappropriate joke, but I don't think it's racist.
WTF 1818 for $2 says, I sort of want the anime Ghost in a Shell. Well, there's your robot anime.
Yeah.
What about True Steel? Was that good with the where they fight with the robots, right? Was that a good one?
Not really, but I mean,
no, I mean like a good future, not a good movie.
Oh yeah, of course. It's like amazing. Are you kidding me? If we could have robot fighting, oh my God. I want a mech suit. That's what I'm like. Once we have the mech suits, it's all over. It's all over. Holy shit. You put one of those mech suits on and you're like, I'm going to build a house.
I'm a golden god. Until you got to charge it. Girl Sarah for $5 says, I know I sort of disliked Lindsey Graham because I'm a homophobe and he was a transparent closet, but why does everyone, I read that one, but why does everyone despise him? Okay. I read that one too. Let's see. Fondue for $6 says, this week I saw the first episode of the new Ghost in the Shell anime and I enjoyed it very much. I know you guys like sci-fi, so I highly recommend checking it out.
Yeah, I like Ghost in the Shell.
I've not seen the new one.
Yeah, I haven't
Didn't even
either,
know there
but
was a new one, honestly.
I will check it out.
Interesting.
I hope AI gets good enough that they can make more Love and Robots. I would like to see like a new Love and Robot season every 3 months. I fucking dig that show.
Dr. Diller for $3 says, I saw economics and title and immediately tried to dodge the stream, but then you tricked me by sneaking in politics discussion. How dare you? You're welcome.
We do our best.
We do.
We know you guys want some politics.
Sales Temp for $5 says, the idea that the online conservative movement doesn't have huge institutional support is crazy. We had Nick Shirley shooting videos outside of Minneapolis daycares one week. ICE flooded the city, killed, murdered 2 citizens in the next week. I don't understand how someone could say this when the side controls all branches of government. What institutions does the left control? Hollywood universities. True. I feel like we've answered this like a million times, and it gets very tiresome, I guess, to keep.
There was a
answer.
question in that?
There was not. I mean, there was a question mark at the end of the sentence.
Oh,
but it was one of those, things. So
what was the gist of it?
Well, the answer to the question, which is given like a million times, is like, yes, currently right now, the government does control, the Republicans do control the government. No one has ever denied that. But obviously there are institutions that exist outside of the government, and there are institutions that even exist within the government that are still firmly kind of in the more left-wing slant of things.
Department of Education.
I don't understand why it's very tiresome to just always get bogged down in these sort of like whataboutism conversation. So Selfridge says, I left a Streamlab right at the end of last week's show, but it was too behind to know it ended. Oh, did you? Self for $2 last week said, what did he say? He said, the argument I keep hearing against anti-white racism being a problem is a response, when have you been a victim of racism? Do people need to personally be victims of racism to argue that anti-white racism is a problem? Well, no, I mean, it's stupid. No, because, and also, their whole argument is systemic racism, which is not like necessarily a person walks up to you and is racist, number one. But number two, a lot of white people are victims of racism in terms of hiring practices.
Yeah.
And another thing that Chris Rufo could have brought up that was like insane that we covered was, there was that article that came out, I think it was in Bloomberg, where they're like, 90% of people hired by S&P companies were not white, right? And even though it turned out that the article was wrong because they did the math wrong, which is good, but the fact that that article came out and people didn't do an immediate government investigation, like, okay, well, obviously these companies are fucking racist in their hiring practices, or what the fuck's going on here? So.
Sal's just like, you don't want to be shit on to think all your ancestors are thieves.
Sure.
Thieves and murderers. Fucking bullshit.
And also, I mean, try to get in college recently. Probably were victimized if you're white.
Yeah.
Sal's time for $6 says, Adam, I think you're over-indexed on the prevalence of white racism and the problem of land acknowledgements in the Democratic Party, electorate, and officials both. What's your evidence on that being the consensus?
For land acknowledgements? I mean, we've covered the DSA talks before, and they did tons of land acknowledgements. So I hear them. I hear them doing them.
I would say my evidence for the consensus, I don't think it's a consensus in terms of that most people that are Democratic Party would be in favor of land acknowledgements or even white racism. But my evidence for the consensus is that they're all way too pussified to actually stand up against it. Most of them are.
Yeah, I was about to say, even if they're not actively doing them, they don't see any problem with them. which is the
They
problem.
try to ignore it, downplay it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is the problem. They don't realize the implications of these land acknowledgments.
Mhm.
So, but look, if you want to make the claim that the Democratic Party could care less about land acknowledgments, I want to see that Democratic Party. I want you to fight for that. Next time you hear someone do a land acknowledgement, you take that microphone and you say, "This is fucking bullshit." Okay,
Fuck
we
you,
deserve
you
to.
racist piece of shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slap them in the face too a little bit.
We
maybe.
deserve to live here.
Slap 'em
Okay.
around, you know.
I bought my property. Okay. This land isn't stolen. I paid good money for this property. Okay. And I'm going to use it how I see fit. I paid good money for these people on this property.
Mhm.
Don't say that. You'll lose them.
Okay. So I saw the newest Reckless Ben Lego video. Have you seen it?
Before we do the Reckless Ben
Yes.
video, I want to know why you're not watching House of the Dragon.
Should I?
Yeah, look,
Last season was like not good.
I think it's pretty good. Yeah.
Wow, really? Okay, interesting.
I mean, I'm interested in watching, definitely. Yeah.
I'll check it out. I'll watch it.
I mean, I've watched it every episode after our live stream.
I need to watch it, and I need to watch the Terrible Avatar show too. I'll watch those too.
The thing that I like about it is that they're doing the Dictator's Handbook stuff correctly. Very,
They get like
very
new writers
correctly.
or something. What's going on?
I thought it was R.R. Martin that did this. I think it's all based on his work.
Well, yeah, based, right? That they were all based on his work, you know, finger
Yeah.
quotes.
There's lots of stuff to hate in it. I don't want you to, I'm not saying it's like epic television, but I do think
It's not as good as The Night in Seven Kingdoms.
No, it's not as good as that. But I think it is entertaining enough. Yeah.
Okay.
Which in this day and age, oh my God, nothing fucking entertains me. So
Right.
yeah.
Well, George R. R. Martin obviously understands Dictator's Handbook in his own work, so that makes sense.
Well,
from that
and that's the thing. Like, you're into politics, and so much of it is politics. So much of it is like.
well, that's part of why. That's part of why I like George R. R. Martin's writings on the subject. In his books. So
Yes, I did not like season 2. I thought season 2 was kind of boring, but this is like much better.
well, they're trying to drag it. So maybe we're getting to things actually happening territory now.
Yeah, we are definitely, because it was like Damon off on the island doing hallucinogens, and like
it was
nothing
really
was really happening there.
Right.
They were like, the guy went to get the army together from Philosophy Tube, which was just nonsensical, and who cares? These are all side characters. And it makes even less sense now, since that character was killed in the first episode of this season. It seems like the last episode of season 2 and the first episode of season 1 really should have just been in season 2, like as the season finale. But maybe they ran out of budget or something, so they're like, okay, we're gonna have to hold off on doing this because it's a big giant set piece with dragons and ships and all that stuff. Yeah. So yeah, the first episode is kind of like, okay, but then as soon as they start to get into the Dictator's Handbook stuff, I'm like, okay, this is good.
Okay.
And
I'll check it out.
I'm curious how it plays out. Although I guess I know how it plays out, because we know from
We already know the ending.
This is a prequel, right? Yeah.
Right.
We know Rhaenyra dies, and
Whoa!
Yeah.
Spoilers. I can't believe you just said that.
it's funny too, because I guess maybe, I mean, it seems like they're playing with the woman themes that Nolan claims to be playing with in this Odyssey movie. But nobody's I mean, it seems like it's done correctly in House of the Dragon since no one's really giving it any flack.
Mm.
I guess the chief difference is you don't really walk away with the idea that the men are the problem.
Well, isn't the thing is like there's all this like women drama in House of Dragon, but all the women are terrible. So you're kind of like, eh.
Yeah, and
Like-
look, there are good men and there are bad men.
Right.
It seems like in the Odyssey and obviously when you get the Hollywood lecture, it's like all the men are bad. It's like the archetype man is a bad person.
I mean, are they gonna make? I'm assuming they're not gonna make Odysseus bad.
I think they are.
Okay,
Yeah,
we'll see.
I think
I mean,
they
he
are.
does cheat on his wife, so you know.
I think
There you go.
I think the message is going to be very feminist. It's going to be the real
The
protagonist. Yeah, the Odyssey. In the Odyssey.
Being
I think the real protagonist is going to be his wife. God, I'm so bad with the actresses' names right now.
It's what's her face?
Yeah. What's her face?
Anne Hathaway.
Anne Hathaway, yeah. I think Anne Hathaway is going to be the real star of the movie.
I can't imagine. That'd be insane. That'd be so fucking insane.
Look at I don't.
That'd be the most insane thing I've ever heard. Like, see, I mean, it's possible, but that'd just be so crazy.
I don't know how they're going to handle the Helen of Troy stuff. Like
They're not, they're
he's
gonna
going to
just glaze right over it. She's not
Okay.
even in the Odyssey.
Okay.
It's the Odyssey. It's not the Iliad. It's the aftermath of the war. So I think it's just going to probably have. There's just some flashback with her, right?
But she's the one. She's the face that launched 1,000 ships. That's
I know
gonna
it's
be-
ridiculous, right? It's ridiculous. I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not defending the.
So when they
casting
glance
by any
over
means,
it, it's going to be like.
Yeah.
I just the way to do this correctly is to have a reaction shot from all of the like limbless and maimed soldiers, right?
Mhm.
And then they get a glimpse of what they're all fighting for. And they're like, what the fuck?
Well, I mean, to be fair, it doesn't matter how hot she is. If you're a limbless soldier, you know, you're not. It's not like you were fighting to fuck Helen of Troy, regardless. So
Weren't a bunch of the fighters suitors for Helen of Troy though?
no,
Isn't
what?
that how-
What are you talking about?
I thought Helen of Troy was like, she was so beautiful. There was suitors lined up for miles and miles and miles, and all the
No,
people.
she was what's his name? She was Agamemnon's brother's wife, and
Mm-hmm.
Paris stole her. And
Right,
Agamemnon
but stole her. There was like 1,000 suitors lined up, and she, instead of going with the suitor that they picked for her, she ran off with this other dude.
No, she was, if I recall correctly, because I could be mixing up the old Troy movie with the mythology, because they're kind of mixed together in my mind. So Chad can correct me if I'm wrong. My understanding was she was married to Agamemnon, his brother Menelaus already. She had been married to him.
Mm-hmm.
And then in the mythology it's different, because in the mythology, the way that she gets the way that Paris gets her is that Paris is judging which of the goddesses is the best goddess, right? And Athena promises like Paris wisdom, Hera promises like power, and then obviously Aphrodite says like, I'll give you the bitches. So obviously Paris, being the young man that he is, goes with the bitches. And Athena and Aphrodite is like, oh, well, here's the most beautiful woman. Oh, she's already married. Whatever. Don't worry about it. Right. And then he's like, oh my God, he stole my wife. Right. And then that's what kind of starts the war. That's in the mythology. In the non-mythological version, right, he just kind of steals her because he thinks she's hot. So,
Okay.
or they go away together, right? They were really in love with each other. And then Agamemnon kind of wanted the war anyway, because he just wanted the land for himself. So this was kind of a good excuse for him to you know, kind of to launch the war.
As kind of all wars go, right?
Right. So I think maybe it can, like, there was a scene, there's a part, well, this is not in the Iliad, in the Odyssey, there's like the whole thing where Odysseus's wife has all these like male suitors. Maybe this is what you're thinking of. Have all these male suitors that are like competing to become her husband so that they can basically get all of Odysseus's land.
Yeah, I know that.
Right. And that's like kind of going on for like the 20 years or however long it is for him to get back home.
Suitors is a typical theme, though, in this Greek mythology stuff.
Sure.
And in just ancient storytelling, right? The suitors come and line up for the beautiful women.
Mm-hmm.
I'll make you my fifth wife.
Right.
So, okay. I'm glad you're going to see it because I am curious about it, and you can give us, although sometimes we disagree on movies, so.
Sure. Well, usually we have enough understanding of each other's taste to be like, oh, well, you might like this, right?
Yeah, of course. All right. What about Reckless Ben?
Oh, did you see it? Did you see the new? Did you see?
Of course, I watched his new video. I mean, I watched it 5 minutes after it came out.
Right.
I had that thing on. I had notifications set up. I was in the shower and I got out of the shower. I was like,
you were
shit.
still wet. You hadn't actually finished showering.
No,
You're like, I gotta watch the video.
No, that's not true. But yes, I was like, yes, Reckless Ben got his freedom of speech back.
Mm-hmm.
Woo!
Yeah, which is great because obviously the video didn't come out for a long time because he was under a gag order and the gag order was lifted, so the video could come out. This might be contentious, but I thought the video was a little underwhelming.
Was it?
Yeah, I don't know. I felt a little underwhelming to me.
Well, look, we've kind of seen. I mean, we know, we understand the story now.
Right? Maybe.
Yeah. So I think it's just the nature of the situation. There's not a lot of mystery left in what's going on. I think the big mystery is whether he gets the Lego back, right?
Well, I mean, also it's one of those escalating things where like part 2 was so crazy with like it ends with a police raid, right? Like how do you top? It's hard to top that, the police literally raid your place. So maybe that's part of it. But because I think like the big information, I guess not even really big, but the interesting information to come out is just like you have Amy McNath, the CEO of Bricks and Minifigs. He's saying in the earlier conversation, which I wish Ben would just release the full fucking conversation. In the original conversation, he's making this claim that they had none of the Man Sells Legos whatsoever originally in the store at all. Mm-hmm. And then he makes the claim that, well, if you give us the inventory, you can, we'll give the Legos back. And then they sent back an email where they said, well, you don't actually have any proof that these are your Legos. But then now they're saying that they've been saying he's been going around in the news saying that he's been trying to work with the Mansells, which is a lie, right? Because he hasn't. And then on top of that, now they're saying, well, they did have some amount of Legos in the inventory that they were trying to give back to him, even though he said in the email to the Mansells that they weren't going to give them jack shit and that they didn't have any proof that the Legos in the store were even theirs in the first place.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Ammon looks, I think, even worse than it's hard to imagine, right? McNath looking worse than he possibly could.
But you said he did something bad in going after the judge, and you would listen to.
Well, that was the second thing I was going to say, which is, so Reckless Ben's living up to his name.
Mm-hmm. Reckless.
I'm really glad. Supposedly he has a lawyer now, right?
Supposedly he has like 4 lawyers,
which is good.
Yeah,
because he does something that's colossally stupid in this video. Okay. Mm-hmm. Which is that in the beginning of the video, he attacks the judge who's presiding over his criminal case, which is not a good thing to do because obviously that judge has a lot of power in whether you go to jail or not.
Could he potentially have gotten the case moved to a new venue with his new lawyers, and that's why he's attacking the judge? Like, that's a thing. They do petition to change venues if there's some sort of snafu or some sort of indiscretion.
So I saw that his case had moved to federal court.
Okay.
Now, I don't know which case it was because there was multiple different cases. So the judge, I don't think this is, well, first of all, the case that I'm talking about was already in federal court, I think. Because the judge
So
said
he's
it's a federal
attacking the federal judge? Oh my God.
Yeah. I think he said it was federal court in the transcript. So he's in, like, Reckless Ben's involved in like 4 different cases. Okay. So there's different judges here. The judge he attacked is not the one who threw the gag order on him. This is a different judge. Okay.
Okay.
The gag order judge is the judge that was presiding over one of the civil cases. I think Bricks and Minifig is like suing Reckless Ben or something. Okay. This is the judge for the criminal case against Ben in regards to the charges that the corrupt police in Utah are throwing at him. Well, he has 2 criminal charges. This is the one where they're trying to charge him for stalking and residential picketing, right?
Mm-hmm.
The one with Josh, Josh crying to the Provo police.
Mm-hmm. Sucking their
not Provo,
their
Provo.
dogs.
Just crying to the police about like, oh, they're so mean to me. They're showing up at my house. They're trying to serve me papers, right? All that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That's the case that he plays this clip in the beginning of his video. He keeps saying multiple times, Ben keeps saying, I don't know what I'm being charged with. They won't tell me what I'm being charged with. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
This is a lie.
Thought it was picketing.
This is a lie. I don't know why I know why he's saying it. He shouldn't say this. It is not true. It is a actual lie. It is a 100% lie, because we do have the audio transcripts, and we do have the actual audio of him before the judge, the same judge, earlier in April. Okay. Where the first thing the judge says to him is, you're being charged with stalking, a Class A misdemeanor, and targeted residential picketing, a Class B misdemeanor.
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing that the judge ever says to him in their conversation. Okay.
Right.
As he tells him what he's being charged with. And I mean, it's a big deal because maybe people don't realize this. This is like a huge part of American law, is the right to know what you're being charged with. He keeps saying this in the video, in the beginning of the video. So which is impugning the judge too, because he's saying the judge hasn't done his job. He's not telling me what I'm being charged with when you make that claim, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's number one. And it's also just annoying because, like, when people start lying, you sort of say, like, well, why are they lying? Can I really trust them in other things, right? You're kind of hurting their credibility in other avenues. That's the first part. But then where he really goes after the judge is he's in this, Reckless Ben's in this hearing, okay? And there's only 2, he doesn't play the context, but this hearing is available, and you can find it on Reddit, and you can listen to the audio. The only point of the hearing, there's only 2 points of this hearing. Number 1 is to see if Reckless Ben is going to hire a lawyer, get a public defender, or represent himself, is part 1 of the hearing. It's a very short hearing. It's only a few minutes. And then the second part is the Joshua, that was the bald guy who was calling the police on Battle Times. He got the state to order a protective order against Reckless Ben, which basically says you can't interact with Josh at all. You can't call him. You can't show up at his house, right? That's all it says. And that was the only point of this kind of like pre-trial, was just to do these 2 things. And when they're going through the beginning of it, where the judge is trying to ask Ben, like, are you representing yourself and all this other stuff? And Ben basically says that he does represent himself. And the judge is trying to kind of go through, like, it's not really a good idea to represent yourself. He's trying to talk him out of it. And then Ben kind of just, diverts into saying this nonsensical point about wanting the body cam footage from the police. It doesn't even make sense the way he's asking for it, because he doesn't know how to actually, he's not a lawyer. He doesn't know how the legal system works. He doesn't know how to properly request for discovery. He doesn't know how to properly do any of the things that you're supposed to do in a court of law, which is also why it's completely retarded that he would try to defend himself. And he even says to the judge that he talked to, he says, I've been looking for attorneys and calling them, and basically every single one of them has recommended that I just take the case on myself and not hire them. And and they said it would be a pretty easy case for me to do. Okay. I can't imagine that a single criminal defense lawyer would tell Reckless Ben this. That's like an insane thing to say. He's like, oh yeah, I could go to jail, for this. Should I handle this case myself? This case where it seems like the police are out to get me, right? Should I really be handling this myself? And they're like, yes, just you'll be fine, right? So I can't imagine what the fuck he's talking about. right?
They're
It's
gonna
completely
say,
insane that he says
that
that.
is unwise. You should
Right.
pay me right now
Yeah, I don't
a
know what the
$10,000
fuck.
retainer.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. But then when the judges ask him if he's representing himself, he kind of completely does this tangent about trying to request the body cam footage in a way that doesn't even make sense. He says he requests, after saying he doesn't want a public defender, he says he requests the public defender get him the body cam footage, which doesn't make any sense. And the judge is like, kind of like, okay, we'll get back to that later, right? And he's trying to just get to the bottom of whether Ben is gonna, you know, is gonna get a lawyer or not. And then this is where it gets like kind of even stupider, is that the prosecution, right, the state's prosecution, they say that they're objecting to, or they have concerns with Reckless Ben representing himself, and they have concerns with future discovery of giving him information, because they say, well, Reckless Ben is just going to use any information that we give him. He's just going to cut it up and edit it and put it on YouTube in some sort of dishonest fashion to harm, the victim here, Joshua, right? That's the kind of claim that they make. Now, the judge at the time says, well, that's a question for like discovery. Reckless Ben hasn't even made a motion, an official filing for discovery. So I'm not even going to address that, right? He said, I'm not even going to address that whatsoever in any fashion, right? About whether he can get the body cam footage or not. Because the way that you would do it is Reckless Ben has to file for discovery, is to ask for the body cam footage. They can either give it to him. If they don't give it to him, then he has to go to the court and basically
you could really make a case that Chris
to force them to give him the body cam footage or not, which hasn't happened yet, right? But then after that, the judge says, okay, well, Mr. Snyder, Reckless Ben, the state is asking for this protective order, the pretrial protective order, which basically just says you can't interact with Josh anymore, right? Do you have any objections to this? And since Ben doesn't know, anything about this, he just gives his spiel that he objects to it because Josh was just trying to get him arrested in order to not give back the Legos, which the judge is like, what you just said has nothing to do with what I'm asking you whatsoever. Whatsoever. I'm just saying, is there any what is the valid legal reason that this protective order should not be granted, that you can't go interact with Joshua? To which Ben says, well, I haven't done anything bad, so you shouldn't sign it. So the judge is like, okay, well, I'm going to sign this protective order, so don't interact with Joshua, right? That's all it says. Just don't interact with Joshua. So Ben edits this in his video, and he directly makes it sound like the judge is ruling against him in order to prevent him to get information from the police and get information from Josh that would explain to him how he could defend himself and what he's actually being charged with. Okay. Which is a complete fabrication. Is completely not what happened whatsoever. And he says directly that the judge, is defending, Bricks and Minifig and Joshua, right? So I'm sitting here with my hands in my face because I'm like, I want Joshua. I want the police to be investigated and go to jail because I think that they're corrupt. I want Joshua to get investigated to see if he stole Legos and get smacked around, at least, destroyed financially, because I think he's a huge piece of shit, right? Mm-hmm. I don't want Reckless Ben to go to jail. Okay. I don't want him to go to prison. So I'm just sitting with my head in my hands. I'm like, why the fuck is he doing this? This is like the dumbest thing ever. He literally did the thing that the state said he was going to do. They said, we don't want to give him evidence or information because he's going to dishonestly cut it up and put on YouTube. And that's literally the first fucking thing he does in his YouTube video. He's making the state's case for them. So I am glad that he's got a lawyer, because obviously the lawyer didn't see this video because they would have said, what the fuck are you doing? Right. But they gotta really, protect Ben because he doesn't know how to protect himself.
Well, he's Reckless Ben. It's in the name.
I know, it's his fucking name. It's what should I expect, right? What the fuck should I expect? It's in his fucking name. So
I think he's open about it because in so many of the videos, he's like, we're going to have to lie and cheat because they're lying and cheating.
I know. It's like, it's one thing to be like, we have to lie and cheat.
Dishonestly cut this shit up.
No, that's a great point. And there's one thing to be like, we have to lie and cheat in order to get bricks and minifigs. You don't say we have to lie and cheat to attack the judge who has power over me in terms of whether I go to jail or not. Okay. Well, especially when the judge hasn't done anything wrong.
Right. So, yeah.
He
looks at them all as being corrupt.
It's just wrong. I'm like, oh my God, this is so stupid.
Well, I'm glad I missed this, so I'm glad you're pointing this out. I didn't
Well,
watch
he plays it in the beginning of the
ancillary
video.
thing.
He plays that interaction in the court.
Yeah,
He's animated
no.
with the Legos, right? But it's edited in a way that you have no fucking clue. You're assuming that what he's saying is true, but it's not. It's completely untrue. So
No, I'm glad you're dispelling the nonsense.
it's terrible.
That's good. All right, let's hope the best for Reckless Ben.
I hope his lawyers could convince him to stop being reckless, which maybe is an uphill battle, right?
It will be interesting if he wins his civil rights case with the police department and gets something like a $5 million payout, right? But he's serving 10 years in jail for like, I don't know. What do they call it when you go against the court?
What do you mean? Contempt?
Yeah, for contempt of court or something like that.
Right.
He's
yeah.
like, oh my God. So, but look, he's got good lawyers now.
Yeah.
Sean got him some money. It's great. What are you doing? Reading the chat?
Yeah, I was curious what he was saying. Yeah. He asked the judge if he saw his footage. Well, it was interesting. Yeah, no, he said the prosecutor. He asked some prosecutor. I couldn't, and I was curious if I could find the audio or the transcript of whatever that interaction was. I couldn't find it, but that was the prosecutor. He said he told the prosecutor in the other case, that was the trespassing case. So, but anyway. Okay, I guess that's it.
All right. Time for some House of the Dragon, some Hot D.
Go.
Do you like Hot D?
I love some Hot D. Okay.
No, you don't.
Especially when it's attached to a big fuda.
Mm-hmm.
A big fuda lady. In a very heterosexual way, of course, right?
So gay.
Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it to the stream, you're the true heroes. You're the true free will seekers. You're the true anime isekai protagonists. You are the true people who would never, ever, ever steal Legos from an old dying man. You would never, ever invite Christopher Rufo on your podcast to just berate him for allowing the racists to win while completely ignoring all the amazing damage you've done to society and allowing those same people you hate to spread and grow. And you'd also never, ever go on Pierce Morgan and tell him that you only have $5 million and look like a tiny deed chump. And we'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye, everybody. Have a great night.
Pay your taxes.
Don't pay your taxes.